In this area, there was no absolutely safe place. Xianxia could only conceal and restrain his aura as far as possible while covering his tracks along the way, so as not to expose his whereabouts. He hid himself in the center of a hollow tree and kept vigilant of the surroundings for any changes while absorbing the blood bead. This time's harvest of blood beads was about 20, out of which more than half were third-order monster beast blood beads and the remaining were fourth-order monster beast blood beads. In addition, he also had 3 blood beads which he obtained by killing the Golden Light Palace disciples. One could easily distinguish a blood bead scale by its side. A fourth-order monster beast's blood bead was only the size of P and a third-order monster beast's blood bead was about half of that, while the blood beads condensed after the deaths of 3 separation and reunion boundary experts were about the size of a thumbnail. Xianxia took a third-order monster beast's blood bead in his palm and slowly started to revolve his true Yang secret art. Yuan Qi started flowing from his palm, the energy completely pure. This pure energy started to flood into his body through his meridians, then into his dantian, where the unyielding golden skeleton directly absorbed it. After practicing only a little of his true Yang secret art, this single blood bead disappeared and became his strength. This event astonished Xianxia. Although he had learned from Ling Tai Su that blood bead could easily be refined without any hidden danger, Xianxia did not expect that it would be easy to this extent. The energy contained in the blood bead was very pure, without the least bit of waste. This energy is simply pure. Like the morning dew, this blood bead does not need to be refined and directly can be absorbed. No wonder Ling Tai Su had such a high evaluation of the blood beads of this place. If someone could acquire a large number of blood beads, their strength would experience a meteoric rise. Except for when promoting to a big boundary, where everyone needs comprehension, when promoting within the small boundaries there would not be any hindrance. Anyone who has once absorbed the blood bead's energy would be unable to resist this enticement. For becoming strong and promoting their strength, they would not let off any living creature, whether it's person or a monster beast. In their eyes, blood beads were the only power worth anything in this place. It is very rare to have an opportunity to absorb the energy without any worry, and there are no other places capable of breeding blood beads. Taking a deep breath and restraining his mind, Xianxia took all the blood beads he had in his palm and started to revolve his true Yang secret art. A huge amount of pure energy poured into his palm. In a flash, due to this huge energy, his meridians started to bulge. This energy constantly poured from the blood beads into his body, where the unyielding golden skeleton absorbed it. The speed of abortion was impossible to describe. Xianxia absorbed all the blood beads in his palm, rapidly transforming them into his own energy. Xianxia could feel himself getting stronger by the minute. Moreover, he could feel himself reaching the peak of separation and reunion third stage. When only 2 blood beads remained in his palm, an invisible shockwave spread with Xianxia as the center, disrupting the energy of heaven and earth. He broke through to the 4th stage of separation and reunion boundary easily, and without any hindrance. Xianxia did not feel any joy. Rather, his heart sunk. Cursing in his heart, he did not stop the blood bead absorption but increased his speed. Within only a moment, the 2 blood beads also disappeared. Those 2 beads were able to stabilize his recently promoted realm. Hurriedly and without any hesitation, Xianxia left his hiding spot. Although he had expected that boundary promotion would cause some kind of phenomenon, he did not expect it to be so obvious. If anyone was in the vicinity, then they would have realized. Therefore, if he did not leave, others would find him. After running at a full speed for a few miles, Xianxia did not dare to stop as his heart started to feel anxious. He felt like someone was watching him, but was unable to find any clue as to where from. This feeling was not his imagination. Xianxia guessed that the person who was watching him was higher than his current boundary. That is why he was unable to find any clue, or perhaps they were simply watching him from afar and had not pursued him. If it were the latter, then it would be great. After all, if an expert was eyeing him, then there was no reason for him to hide and waste time. Could he be lucky this time? At the same time, Xianxia thought that he could not promote in this particular region anymore. Through his strength of separation and reunion boundary 4th stage, he felt that he did not have any immediate danger, But if he bumped into a true expert, then he definitely will not be able to retreat safely. If each small promotion made this type of ruckus, then it would be bad for him. After rushing dozens of miles more, the feeling of observation became even thicker, and his back began to feel cold. Suddenly Xianxia stopped and his complexion became ugly. He felt someone's yuan qi fluctuation coming from behind the tree in front of him. It seemed that the opposite party did not want to continue hiding anymore and was waiting for him in that spot. This person's speed had been very fast in order to overtake him, then wait for him. The situation looked bad. They were surely not friendly, and Xianxia did not even know whom he had bumped into and what kind of strength they had. So naturally, he did not dare to move rashly. Hey, hey, hey! A gloomy sneer came from behind the tree as someone slowly walked out from behind it. Looking at his face, Xianxia had an impulse to vomit blood. This person turned out to be the disciple of Ghost King Valley. 3 people came from Ghost King Valley this time, and all of them were true element boundary martial artists. One of them, called Jing Hao, had a grudge against Xianxia and swore to kill him. The second one was a woman and third one was a man. This was Ghost King Valley's lineup. Really, as the saying goes, enemies often cross each other's paths. In this vast site, how could he be so unlucky to meet this group of disciples? If they would have been someone other than the disciples of Ghost King Valley, then there was a possibility of solving this incident through discussion. But as Guili had told them to kill him, there was no way for any other result than fighting. Xianxia would have also attacked them if an opportunity arose. Unfortunately, now was a bad time. They had only come in for a few days and he only had a single breakthrough. Facing such an enemy, how could he possibly think of winning? Any one of them was enough to eat him whole, without even sparing his bones, and now they had 3 of them. It looked bad. Very bad. Ha. See who we have here. Ghost King Valley disciple Yu Chengquan said with a surprise as he surveyed Xianxia, his face showing satisfaction. It turned out to be the little brat from the High Heaven Pavilion. It didn't take a lot of effort to find him. He apparently did not think that the person who he had intercepted would be Xianxia. This was really a chance that came out of a mistake. Xianxia just looked at him and did not dare to stay. With a flash, he moved using his self-made movement technique and tried to escape. It was definitely a good choice to use the movement technique to escape, and his speed was very fast, capable of running a few thousand feet in a matter of seconds. Opponents of the same level are no match for this speed. Nevertheless, Xianxia was only able to move his body slightly before he heard the sound of wind shrieking and howling before him, and a large, pale hand came from a blind spot. Ha. High Heaven Pavilion's little brat, we really are predestined. With a laugh, Jin Hao reviled his stature pale, and without blood like an assassin hidden in dark and ready to kill at any moment. Xianxia's mood became even heavier. Taking position, he attacked with Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. Their fists collided as Jin Hao gave a cold snort and stimulated the movement of his true qi. His 5 fingers became like sharp blades. On collision, 3 muffled sounds transmitted and Xianxia flew through the air while looking pale. Suppressing the blood that tried to come out of his mouth, he staggered while landing. Jin Hao's strength was true element boundary 4th stage. Of the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples, he was the most powerful one. Xianxia was simply no match for this type of enemy. Just trying to face him will result in a loss. Landing on the ground, Xianxia did not even have time to take a breath when he felt killing intent from his back. Dodging in a hurry, a flash moved past him and tore his clothes like they was made of paper. Good response. Jin Hao did not attack again but, with a calm face, folded his arms and looked at Xianxia in joking manner. Looking back in a hurry, Xianxia found that the female disciple of Ghost King Valley had also caught up and the attack from behind was her. This woman, Xianxia swore in his heart. 3 people on each corner surrounded Xianxia. This 3 were not like the separation and reunion boundary disciple of Golden Light Palace that Xianxia could kill easily. While facing this 3, he did not dare to take them lightly. Little brat, how do you want to die? Jin Hao asked while looking at Xianxia in hatred. After all, on their way to the Netherworld Mountain, Xianxia nearly killed him when the golden-eyed silverback python attacked him. That is why he hated Xianxia to the marrow of his bones. However, at present, the three had surrounded the little brat. Even with wings, he would not be able to escape. After all, he was not in a hurry to take Xianxia's life, and sometimes it was better to torture and humiliate the enemy for fun rather than simply killing them. Yu Chunkuin said with a laugh, "Senior brother, should we cut him limb to limb or drain his blood until he dies?" Jin Hao slowly shook his head. "It will be too kind. I say we should make him into a ghost slave and make him never be able to reincarnate, being only a slave of my Ghost King Valley forever." Yu Chunkuin frowned. "This little brat's strength is too low, and even if we refined a ghost slave, he won't be able to play a major role." Listening to their discussion about Xianxia, the woman from Ghost King Valley said with impatience, "Just kill him, why do you need to waste so much time? After all, there is still the blood bead." Jin Hao and Yu Chunkuin gave a quick laugh. Junior sister said to kill, so we should just kill him and be done with it. After deciding, Jin Hao walked towards Xianxia, his face showing ruthlessness and killing intent. "Little brat, be happy that it will be a painless death. So when you reach hell, don't forget to thank me." Xianxia said with a sneer, "Talk after you have killed me." After speaking, he directly moved towards the female disciple of Ghost King Valley. After observing them for a long time, he knew that, among the three disciples of Ghost King Valley, this woman's strength was lowest. Nevertheless, maybe due to her beauty, this female's status was not low, making Jin Hao and Yu Chunkuin very respectful. Therefore, this woman was absolutely a breach in their strength. If Xianxia wanted to break through, then his best method would be to use the flaming yang wings. Although true element boundary experts can fly, they are absolutely no match for the flaming yang wings. However, this place had many hidden dangers, so if he made an escape by using flaming yang wings to fly in the air, it would only attract more attention. Therefore, Xianxia did not want to use flaming yang wings until it was absolutely necessary. Xianxia sprinted out. However, the three Ghost King Valley disciples only sneered. Although Jin Hao and Yu Chunkuin saw Xianxia race towards their female companion, instead of showing panic, they only had expressions of disdain. Obviously, they felt that she had more than enough strength to block Xianxia. The young woman's expression also remained unchanged as she began circulating her true qi. Her pair of beautiful eyes locked onto Xianxia as if she were staring at a dead man, completely confident of her abilities. However, when he had approached to within 15 meters of her, Xianxia's yuan qi ferociously burst out. Unyielding will. If he wanted to escape from a true element boundary cultivator's grasp, he would have to go all out. Feeling the surge in Xianxia's strength, the woman's complexion darkened slightly. Lifting her small pale hands, a few nearly invisible, silk-like threads shot out from her fingertips towards Xianxia, trying to envelop him. Her true qi had not condensed these silk threads. Someone had made them from an especially strong material that became incredibly sharp after one poured their true qi into them. Since they were not technically an artifact, the female disciple could still use them in this isolated world. Aware of the danger these threads posed, Xianxia's expression turned dignified, but since he was unable to turn back now, he quickly condensed a few drops of yang liquid at his fingertips. As soon as these drops of yang liquid appeared, Xianxia shaped them into a number of shields and layered them in front of his body. Finishing just in time, he then crashed headlong into the threads. Pooh! The yang liquid shields were quickly shredded, but with that brief delay, Xianxia managed to position himself so that the threads only pierced non-vital positions on his body. While trembling involuntarily from the pain, Xianxia grit his teeth and continued towards the young woman as he launched a flurry of punches. The woman sneered again, responding to Xianxia's attacks by swiping at him with her ghostly hands, her sharp nails tearing into his flesh. Letting out a low grunt, Xianxia's face went pale, but he still desperately endured these few vicious attacks, quickly escaping past the young woman, kicking the ground as he activated his movement skill, dashing into the jungle. "Get back here!" the young woman cried out, once again releasing her silk threads in an effort to capture Xianxia. However, as her threads enveloped Xianxia and she attempted to reel in her catch, all she felt was a brief resistance before her threads flew back to her, dripping a little fresh blood. The young woman's eyes flashed a trace surprise, while Jin Hao and Yu Kuen's faces, which had previously been leisurely, also displayed shocked expressions. What happened? Jin Hao raced over and asked in a puzzled voice. His junior sister's silk threads were extremely tough and had clearly pierced that little brat's body. So how could he have escaped? My threads were snapped. The woman looked down at her broken silk threads and couldn't help feeling a little pain in her heart, her expression quickly filling with murderous intent, crying out, "What the hell are you looking at? Quickly chase him." Yu Kuen's eyes shrunk as he quickly dashed out, Jin Hao and the young woman hurriedly chasing after him. Caught in this crisis, Yang Kai had exerted all of his strength in order to escape. Paying a small price in blood, he had finally managed to open a gap in his encirclement. If his 3 pursuers surrounded him again, the situation would probably force him to expose his flaming yang wings in order to break out. Pushing his self-created movement skill to its limit, Yang Kai still could not shake the shadow chasing him from behind. It was the fastest Ghost King Valley disciple. He was always a step faster than the other two, leaving them to fall behind gradually with each step he took. Racing forward for half a day, Yu Kuen was still persistently chasing Yang Kai, neither of them slowing down in the slightest. One was desperate to escape, while the other was determined to kill. By now, Yang Kai had a stomach full of grievances. Spotting a group of 4 or 5 monster beasts only a couple dozen meters in front of him, Yang Kai acted decisively, not only not avoiding them, but instead running headlong into them. His body flickering, he dove in and out of this group of monster beasts as quick as lightning before quickly glancing back, only to see Yu Kuen also rush through unharmed, not hindered at all by this group of monstrous beasts. At the speeds they were traveling, it was actually rather simple to avoid the vast majority of conflicts. Even most fifth-order monster beasts would have difficulty pursuing them. Little high heaven pavilion brat, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you'll never escape me. Just give up already. Yu Kuen shouted. Your speed is really impressive, but since you're only a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, how much longer will the Yuan Qi in your body hold out? The moment it's fully exhausted is the moment you'll die. Obediently surrender now and I'll give you a swift death. But if you force me to catch you, I'll make you beg for death first. Yu Kuen was furious. Others considered his speed to be second to none amongst his true element boundary peers. But now, a little separation and reunion boundary cultivator had been forcing him to eat dust for half a day. Thus, while he greatly shocked by the speed of Yang Kai's movement skill, he had also increasingly become annoyed, and was now determined to catch Yang Kai and brutally torture him for this humiliation. Yang Kai did not pay any attention to Yu Kuen's threats, silently revolving his Yuan Qi to heal himself as he continued rushing forward, not caring in the slightest about his Yuan Qi consumption as he racked his brain in order to find the opportunity to turn the situation around. As he was escaping, Yang Kai deliberately moved through various monster beast gathering places, climbed over mountains, and weaved his way through various jungle obstacles. Unsure of just how far he had traveled, the only good news was that, although Yu Kuen was not far behind, Jin Hao and that young woman from the Ghost King Valley had long since disappeared. However, Yang Kai still did not stop. If it were only Yu Kuen, he would have a chance to win, but Jin Hao and that young woman were definitely still chasing them, so if he became entangled in a fight and they caught up, he would only end up dead. After an entire day of desperate escaping, Yang Kai still could not shake off Yu Kuen's pursuit. As he was running, Yang Kai suddenly leapt out of the jungle and rushed directly towards a high cliff. Finally arriving at this place, Yang Kai involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. While scanning his surrounds as he was escaping, he had spotted this cliff, towering into the sky with clouds that completely obstructed one's view of the bottom filling its depths. Half a day ago, when he had spotted this cliff, Yang Kai realized his chance had come. Therefore, he deliberately led Yu Kuen all the way to this place. Standing at the cliff edge, breathing heavily, Yang Kai glared back towards the direction he had just come from. Yu Kuen also rushed out from the jungle a moment later and quickly glanced around to see the terrain here, a look of surprise appearing on his face before he suddenly let out a vicious laugh. Slowly walking towards Yang Kai, with a big grin on his face, he said, "Come on. Keep running, you little son of a bitch. Even though your strength is pathetic, your speed is not bad. You've caused me, your uncle, to chase you for quite some time now. I've won. I've had sealed off the path behind this brat with a high cliff directly in front of him. This little separation and reunion boundary cultivator made me waste so much time. But now, you are stuck in a dead end. Neither a path towards the heavens nor a door into the earth is here for you. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he stared towards Yu Changkuan, remaining there motionless. Not going to run? Yu Changkuan looked at Yang Kai coldly as he continued approaching him. There's nowhere to run. Yang Kai simply spoke the truth. Ha 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 ha. Yu Changkuan laughed wildly. You certainly don't have anywhere you can run. Give me a way out. Yang Kai said. You're trying to beg for mercy? Yu Changkuan flashed a contemptuous smile. That's not how you beg for mercy. First, kneel down, crawl over in front of me, then kowtow and beg. If your uncle here is in a good mood, maybe he'll consider sparing you. You and I have no grievances between us. Why must you act so ruthlessly? Yu Changkuan's grin only became bigger. You and I really don't have any hatred between us, but our elders do. Who told you to have such shit luck? In this giant, isolated world, you just had to encounter us. Enough nonsense. First waste your cultivation, and then pray I'll be kind to you. If you let me go, I can give you some compensation. Yu Changkuan's face became a bit more serious, coldly asking, How many blood beads are you offering? Yang Kai shook his head. I've already absorbed all the blood beads I've obtained, but I do still have a few bottles of high-quality pills. While he was speaking, Yang Kai reached into his sleeve and pulled out a few bottles of pills from his universe bag, shaking them in front of Yu Changkuan before restowing them. These are all healing pills. In this dangerous place, they'll definitely be useful for you. Seeing those few bottles of pills, Yu Changkuan could not help revealing a look of greed as he laughed maliciously. Good, good. It looks like today my harvest is not small. Damn brat. Hand over those pills. Are you willing to let me go? Asked Yang Kai. Yu Changkuan slowly shook his head. Why should I let you go? Once I kill you, not only will I get those pills, but I'll also get a blood bead. This uncle would never make such a bad deal. If you think so, then I'm afraid you'll have to settle for nothing. Yang Kai's face suddenly became ruthless, slowly stepping backwards towards the edge of the cliff, making a gesture as if he was prepared to jump off. Yu Changkuan's expression instantly became cold as he shouted. Since you refuse a toast, you must eat a loss. You don't have the guts to jump. Done talking, Yu Changkuan took another step forward as he prepared to rush forward and capture Yang Kai. However, to his astonishment, Yang Kai actually exposed a smile before turning around and leaping forward more than 30 meters off the cliff. He really jumped. Yu Changkuan was dumbstruck. He really had not thought Yang Kai would act so decisively. Originally, he thought Yang Kai was just bluffing. After all, he was only a separation and reunion boundary cultivator and could not fly. Jumping off such a high cliff was equivalent to seeking death. If instead he turned and fought, considering his speed, he might still have had a chance to escape. Nevertheless, reality was different from his assumptions. Yang Kai did not hesitate to jump off the cliff, causing Yu Changkuan to stand there stupidly for a moment. After a moment of absence, Yu Changkuan suddenly became furious. This little bastard clearly would rather take his own life rather than let him gain the slightest benefit. A truly ruthless decision. Filled with anger, Yu Changkuan also hurriedly rushed towards the cliff edge and jumped down. Who cares how high this cliff is? He was a true element boundary cultivator who had transformed all his yuan qi into true qi, so he could fly. As long as he quickly killed that damn high heaven pavilion brat, he would only have to exert some effort and time to fly back up. While the blood bead that would be condensed from Yang Kai dying was just of some use, those few bottles of healing pills were something Yu Changkuan absolutely could not let slip through his fingers. After plummeting several dozens of meters, Yang Kai looked up and saw Yu Changkuan quickly diving towards him, like a bird of prey swooping down towards its victim, his face filled with ruthlessness. Yang Kai grinned. He had actually been extremely worried that Yu Changkuan would not jump off the cliff to follow him. If he did not even have that much courage, all of his efforts to put on this show would have been for nothing. Thus, when he saw Yu Changkuan also jump down after him, Yang Kai could not help but cheer inside. Although the two jumped off the cliff one after the other, Yang Kai simply stepped off, whereas Yu Changkuan used his true chi to descend. The difference in speed couldn't be compared, with the latter undoubtedly being much faster. Little brat, even if you want to die, you must do so in my hands. Yu Changkuan rushed down headfirst towards Yang Kai, roaring out coldly. In midair, a ghastly distorted face suddenly appeared as Yu Changkuan made several gestures with his pale white palms. This wailing face was very similar to the one old demon had shown when Yang Kai had first encountered him. A strange mix of resentments and evil chi, like a tormented wraith, instantly flew at Yang Kai. Yang Kai responded by unleashing a palm strike towards this twisted face. But as he struck it, there was no resistance. Instead, the tormented soul rushed into the body. Yang Kai could not help but shiver as his whole arm quickly covered with frost. Yu Changkuan instantly let out a burst of wicked laughter. "You're dead!" This was the Ghost King Valley's unique evil martial skill, the Ghost King Seal. It formed from the soul of a human cultivator whom they captured alive, then constantly tortured and humiliated without letting him or her die, so that the soul filled with anger, hatred, and resentment. Finally, once the soul built up a certain amount of malice, they killed the cultivator. Using a special method, they extracted the tormented soul and implanted it into the body of a Ghost King Valley cultivator. When a Ghost King Valley disciple used this attack, it was extremely difficult to defend against, and once the wraith had infiltrated their opponent's body, they would essentially be a slaughtered lamb. Yu Changkuan did not want to waste time, so he naturally employed the fastest method. He had to kill Yang Kai and condense him into a blood bead. His attack succeeding, he unceremoniously reached out and grabbed Yang Kai, at last successfully capturing him. However, the next moment, Yu Changkuan's body convulsed. His face suddenly dyed as white as paper as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had felt the innate connection to his Ghost King Seal's soul cut off. He had carefully nurtured this soul with his own blood essence, true chi, and soul, so once it received any kind of damage, Yu Changkuan would also experience a negative feedback. What happened? Yu Changkuan was horrified as he looked down, only to see the frost on Yang Kai's arm retreat at a rate visible to the naked eye as a smug smile appeared on this wretched high heaven pavilion disciple's mouth. H. Old demon inside Yang Kai's body laughed evilly. What a surprise! This old master cannot come out and attack, but instead, someone was good enough to send this old master a delicious meal. Good. This resentment and evil chi is so good. Chewing happily, old demon had soon swallowed up this tormented soul, laughing happily as he licked his lips. Young master, ask him if he has any more of these things and tell him to bring them out, so that old servant doesn't have to remain only half full. I'm afraid he's fresh out. Yang Kai saw how devastated Yu Changkuan was after losing this wraith, so he was certain it was something precious, and definitely not something which he could casually brought out. Listening to Yang Kai talking to himself, Yu Changkuan's expression became ice cold. Bastard! How did you destroy my Ghost King Seal? Yang Kai only grinned and shouted, Why don't you make a guess? I'll kill you. Yu Changkuan shouted furiously, his free ghostly white hand radiating an eerie light as he swiped towards Yang Kai, his murderous intent surging. Whoosh! Two crimson lights suddenly burst forth from Yang Kai's back. Feeling this fierce yuan chi fluctuation, Yu Changkuan trembled, quickly releasing Yang Kai and forcibly pulling back his attacking claw in order to put up a defensive stance. But just as he finished this action, he saw that Yang Kai, who had leapt off the cliff before him, suddenly hover in place while he continued to fall faster and faster towards the valley below. Looking up, Yu Changkuan's pupils instantly shrank. He saw the high heaven pavilion disciple he had been chasing all this time standing mid-air, coldly gazing down at him like an eagle overlooking the earth, displaying a proud and awe-inspiring aura. And behind him, there was actually a pair of crimson wings, seemingly composed entirely of searing flames. The heat they gave off twisted and warped the atmosphere around them. Standing there, he looked down arrogantly, his eyes filled with disdain. Yu Changkuan almost could not believe his eyes. What kind of artifact is that? No, wait, in this isolated world, one can't summon artifacts, so it can't be an artifact. Is it a martial skill? But what kind of martial skill can produce such an amazing effect? What the hell kind of martial skill can allow a person to summon a pair of giant burning wings? His heart in turmoil, Yu Changkuan briefly lost his ability to think. However, now that Yang Kai had shown his flaming yang wings, he would not hold back any longer, quickly chasing after Yu Changkuan. The situation reversed, and the two young cultivators had completely switched positions. Although Yu Changkuan was deeply shocked, in such a dangerous situation, he did not dare show any neglect, immediately pushing his true qi in order to slow his rapid descent, trying to stabilize his position. Yet how could Yang Kai give him such an opportunity? Rapidly arriving above Yu Changkuan, he punched down heavily. Yu Changkuan cursed bitterly inside. Although he was a true element boundary cultivator, in the end, he had only reached the true element boundary third stage. If nothing distracted him, flying was not too difficult. Unfortunately, when facing such fierce attacks, how could he possibly have time to concentrate on flying stably? In other words, even though a true element boundary cultivator could fly to a certain extent, it was nearly impossible for them to engage in combat while doing so. In order to block Yang Kai's punch, he had to divert the true qi in his body away from keeping himself afloat in order to counterattack. As soon as he did so, the speed at which Yu Changkuan fell increased dramatically. His descent rate now so fast it was difficult to keep his eyes open as the harsh winds burned against his face. As he desperately tried to circulate his true qi in order to stabilize himself, Yang Kai dealt a devastating blow to him from above once again. Yu Changkuan's heart jumped. He had never dreamed that Yang Kai could move so fast. Caught off guard again and only awkwardly able to defend himself, how could he hope to stop Yang Kai's full-powered strike? Yu Changkuan only felt a burst of pain from his hand as a scorching hot yuan qi flooded into his meridians, almost bursting into his dantian. It was not until now that he realized that this high heaven pavilion disciple was not as easily to deal with as he seemed. Along with somehow being able to easily resolve his Ghost King seal and his shocking martial skill which produced those flaming wings on his back, his yuan qi was also extremely dense and pure. He was the perfect example someone playing a pig to eat a tiger. All the weakness he had shown up to now was just to lure him into this hopeless situation. Remorse filled Yu Changkuan. He should not have coveted those few bottles of pill and followed this little brat off the cliff. Now that they were falling through the air, and he could not even bring out 30% of his full strength, it was only a matter of time before he died. Looking up, all he could see was Yang Kai swooping down towards him to attack. But where was the cliff? Clearly, the two of them had already fallen 5,000 meters or so. Even if he was somehow escaped this crisis, he would not be able to fly up so easily. Boom! Yu Changkuan cried out miserably, feeling a heavy impact on his shoulder as Yang Kai landed another blow, negating all his hard work to try to slow his descent and even causing him to fall slightly faster than before. Falling at such a speed, once he hit the ground, even his bones would shatter into dust. Aware that death was approaching, a cold chill ran down Yu Changkuan's spine as his stomach churned. Trying to beg for mercy, he opened his mouth to shout, but the strong winds around him drowned out his voice, denying him even the chance. The pair rapidly fell through the sky. The only difference was that Yu Changkuan on the bottom did so involuntarily, while Yang Kai above him furiously flapped his flaming yang wings, trying to catch up and attack him. Boom! 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 An increasingly large gap separated every attack since Yu Changkuan was falling faster. Therefore, each time Yang Kai wanted to catch up, it would take him slightly longer. Falling for what seemed like forever down this ridiculously high cliff, Yang Kai and Yu Changkuan both plunged into the misty layer enveloping the valley, like they had sudden dove into a cloud. Suffered a massive slew of attacks wasted Yu Changkuan's shoulders, and the bones in his arms were completely broken. Covered in blood, he looked extremely miserable. Fighting mid-air, with the aid of his flaming yang wings, Yang Kai was invincible. If not for Yu Changkuan desperately pushing his true qi in order to slow his descent, Yang Kai would have no way to catch up with him. But even so, Yu Changkuan continued to fall faster and faster. Once again looking up, as Yu Changkuan saw Yang Kai swooping in to attack again, panic and despair filled his eyes. His arms were already wasted, and he was now completely unable to resist. If this attack landed, he would no doubt die. Therefore, Yu Changkuan was briefly stunned to see Yang Kai's expression suddenly change as he aborted his attack and frantically flapped his crimson wings in order to slow himself down, gradually coming to a hover. Having just escaped death, Yu Changkuan did not feel the slightest joy, because he knew why Yang Kai had suddenly stopped and desperately tried to slow down his descent. Looking down, sure enough, as he had guessed, the ground was rapidly approaching. Frantically pushing his true chi, Yu Changkuan made one last desperate attempt to land safely. Nevertheless, in the end his speed was simply too fast, and with only a few dozen meters to go, the outcome was inevitable. Yang Kai, who was slowly falling through the air, could not help but cringe slightly. In the place where the falling Yu Changkuan hit the ground, a giant dark red splatter appeared like a blooming bloody red flower. Chunks of meat and pieces of limbs scattered everywhere and painted an appalling picture. If he had to face a true element boundary third-stage cultivator head-on, Yang Kai was certain he would have no chance of victory, but by using the terrain to his advantage, he managed to condemn such a foe to a death without burial and did not even receive a scratch. One must never underestimate or look down upon their opponent, Yang Kai quietly thought to himself. The moment Yu Changkuan died, at the top of the cliff, the expressions on Jin Hao and the young woman's faces suddenly became bitter. The three Ghost King Valley disciples had a special method with which they could determine each other's location and vitality. So when Yu Changkuan died, Jin Hao and the young woman were instantly aware. Is senior brother truly dead? The young woman's mouth slightly opened as she stared towards the cliff edge. Jin Hao rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked down, but all he could see below was clouds, letting out a shout filled with resentment. He must have been dragged down to his death by the High Heaven Pavilion brat. How could he have been so careless? The woman bitterly stomped her foot. Senior brother was a true element third-stage elite, so even if he really got dragged off this cliff, as long as he was a little cautious, he should have been able to fly back up. Jin Hao's face became uglier. It looks like we all underestimated that High Heaven Pavilion brat. He must have some incredible hidden methods that allowed him to entrap junior brother Yu. Ha! Jin Hao and the young woman both grieved as they mourned Yu Changkuan's death. The only comfort they had was that the little brat from High Heaven Pavilion was also dead. So at least their disciple brother would have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. After waiting by the cliffside for a while just in case, the two eventually decided to leave. This cliff was extremely high and, not knowing if there was any danger lurking below, they did not dare to descend in order to retrieve Yu Changkuan's body. They could only allow time to bury him in this strange wilderness. Beneath the cliff, Yang Kai hovered about with his flaming yang wings before softly landing beside Yu Changkuan's blood bead, swiftly collecting it. Worthy of a true element boundary elite, this blood bead is more than double the size of one condensed from a separation and reunion cultivator, roughly the size of a longan. The energy contained within this one is also significantly richer. Yang Kai had already experienced the sweetness of refining blood beads, so after obtaining such a large one, his thoughts began to wander. If he could kill every true element boundary cultivator that entered here, how great would his harvest be? Back at the lake, Yang Kai had estimated that the number of cultivators who had entered this isolated world was around 200 or 300. With 200 or 300 blood beads of this size, would it not be easy to break through to the true element boundary? Thinking until here, Yang Kai could not help trembling, quickly reining in his wild ideas for fear that they might permanently stain his heart with murderous hostility. Storing this blood bead in the universe bag in his sleeve, Yang Kai quickly scanned his surroundings before dashing off in a random direction. This huge valley obscured by clouds was surrounded on all sides by steep cliffs over 10,000 steps high. For an ordinary person, it would be absolutely impossible to climb down safely. Even if one's strength had reached the true element boundary, without knowing what dangers lay hidden beneath the clouds, they would be highly unlikely to descend here. Wandering around the valley for a day or so, Yang Kai gradually began to understand the terrain here, unable to suppress some joy from welling up inside him. Given the surrounding geography, he was certain he would not meet any other cultivators. Therefore, he would not have to worry about meeting any more opponents he could not handle. Along the way, he had also beheaded several fourth-order monster beasts and gained a small harvest. As long as he had enough time, his strength would definitely increase, meaning that when he eventually left here, he would no longer have to worry about those true element boundary cultivators. In this immense valley, Xianxia continued exploring and hunting, every day reaping some harvest, carefully avoiding the occasional fifth-order monster beast he encountered, not wanting conflict with such a beast yet. A dozen days later, Xianxia had gathered more than 30 monster beast blood beads. Finding a safe place to spend a few quiet hours, he quickly refined and absorbed them clean. Coupled with the blood bead condensed from the dead Yu Chang Kuan, Xianxia felt like had reached the bottleneck at the top of separation and reunion fourth stage, only needing a little more before he could break through again. It was a very satisfying harvest. However, the number of monster beasts within this valley seemed to be limited. With the passage of time, Xianxia began to find it difficult to find fourth-order monster beasts to behead, and although he had discovered a few fifth-order monster beasts, Xianxia really did not want to engage in a costly battle with them. After running a circle around the whole valley, Xianxia gradually returned to the place he had originally landed. Pondering for a while, Xianxia eventually decided to explore the valley's central region to see if he could find any more monster beasts. If there was also nothing there, his only choice would be to leave the valley and try to find a new hunting ground. Having made a decision, Xianxia dashed towards the middle of the valley, meeting a few monster beasts along the way and swiftly harvesting their blood beads. However, as he moved closer to the valley's center, he no longer encountered any monster beasts. In fact, he could not even see traces of monster beasts. A faint doubt rising in his heart, Xianxia continued to press forward. A few days later, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt and stared, wide-eyed in front of him, his face filled with an astonished and amazed expression. Before him was an enormous skeleton. 100 meters ahead, there was a white skeleton quietly lying on the ground. But even from so far away, Xianxia could feel an oppressive pressure from the aura it was radiating. This skeleton was at least 100 meters tall with a length that was uncertain, its bones flashing an ivory-like luster. Even after so long, it still maintained such a state, not yielding to the river of time, standing firm without crumbling into dust. Leaving behind such a massive skeleton, Xianxia could not even imagine what kind of power and majesty this monster beast possessed before its death. Eventually recovering from his initial shock, Xianxia slowly began to advance towards it. Approaching closer, Xianxia discovered that it was not just a single skeleton here. Rather, there were two. One of them grand enough to be seen from afar, the other somewhat smaller but no less exquisite. At first glance, these two skeletons seemed to be a single entity, but if one looked carefully, they would notice that the smaller skeleton embedded into the bigger one's chest. These two monster beasts must have killed one another, Old Demon asserted. Xianxia nodded, agreeing with his inference as, through these two skeletons, he could vaguely sense traces of a violent struggle. These two monster beasts, one great and one small, had fought to mutual annihilation here. Monster beasts were prideful. Neither of these two would have ever shown cowardice or retreated from the fight. The smaller monster beast had clearly torn through giant one's belly, but the former dealt it a fatal blow in the process, falling dead along with its foe. Countless years later, the wind and sun, along with the dust and rain, had buried all traces of this heaven-shaking battle. However, what remained, buried within these colossal bones, was an unyielding, murderous aura. Xianxia's shock was not small, his eyes never once leaving the giant skeleton. He had no idea what kind of monster beast could possess such a huge body. Falling to the ground, it still towered over 100 meters high, and this was only the part of its frame that was exposed. There was still more of its body buried beneath the dust. Even just its bones gave off such a strong and powerful aura, with such a towering body. It must have been an extraordinarily strong monster beast. Considering this, what kind of earth-shattering heritage did the smaller monster beast hail from that it could allow the beast to fight evenly with such an opponent? Old Demon, Do you know what monster beasts they were? Xianxia stood dazed for a long time before gradually regaining his wits, eventually posing this question. From only their remains, it's impossible to tell. Old Demon responded. Xianxia stretched out his hand and gently touched one of the giant white bones. But as soon as he did, a burst of noise rang out and the bone instantly crumbled. This unexpected event suddenly set off a chain reaction as all the other bones in these two skeletons gave of a cracking sound, soon after collapsing into a pile of dust. These two had died and were buried here. Had their souls also ceased to exist here? Even this unfathomably strong pair of monster beasts could not escape such a fate. It was truly sad. However, after pondering for a while, a light flashed across Xianxia's eyes, quickly glancing around the remains. "What are you looking for, young master?" Old Demon asked, slightly puzzled. "Their blood beads. These two monster beasts were so powerful. How could their blood beads not be extraordinary?" Xianxia replied with excitement. "These two have been dead for so many years. Wouldn't their blood beads already be gone? I bet they're still here. Do you believe it?" Xianxia confident smile. "Please enlighten this old servant," Old Demon humbly asked. "This place is in a tremendously deep valley shrouded in clouds, so very few, if any, true element boundary cultivators should have been here, right?" Xianxia laughed lightly. "Even for me, I only wound up here because I was desperately escaping and had no other choice. Normally, I would never have considered exploring down here. However, young master, even if no cultivators have come here before, that doesn't mean that no monster beasts." Old Demon suddenly paused, realizing that for the past few days as they were journeying here they had not seen any traces of monster beast activity. With no cultivators exploring here, and no monster beasts daring to approach here, the blood beads of these two monster beasts really might still be here. Xianxia was too lazy to keep explaining, and having already laid things out up to here, Old Demon would certainly be able to draw his own conclusions. Finished speaking, Xianxia drew out a drop of yang liquid, shaped it into a shovel, and began digging. Xianxia did not dig aimlessly, instead choosing to excavate along the places where the giant bones had been. Since the blood beads he was searching for condensed from these two monster beasts immediately after their deaths, they would certainly be buried in the sand near the bottom of their resting place. Dirt and dust flying out, Xianxia quickly dug a deep pit, careful not to miss any suspicious places along the way. After the pit had expanded to more than 100 meters around and many meters deep, a ray of crimson light suddenly flashed from the ground. "Found it!" Xianxia let out a joyous shout, quickly and carefully removing the surrounding soil, his eyes flashing an anxious and impatient light. He suspected that the blood beads condensed from the remains of such powerful monster beasts would be the size of a head, if not, at least as big as a fist. However, things did not turn out like he had expected. The blood bead he found at the bottom of the pit was smaller than the one condensed after Yu Cheng Kuan's death, only slightly larger than one from a fourth-order monster beast. Did he guess wrong? Were these two monster beasts actually not as strong as he had believed? His heart filled with doubts, Xianxia continued to dig and soon found a second blood bead close by. However, it too was of a similar size to the first one he found. These two monster beasts had similar strength when they were alive, so it made sense that their blood beads would be of similar size. Frowning slightly as he held the two blood beads, Xianxia slightly circulated his true yang secret art in an attempt to probe the amount of energy they had. Unfortunately, the instant he started revolving his secret art, Xianxia immediately convulsed, hurriedly sitting cross-legged, and his face showing a look of unbridled dismay. "Young master!" These actions had frightened Old Demon into shouting out, but he was unable to get a response from Xianxia. However, in the next moment, his soul trembled as he felt an overwhelming surge of energy flood into his young master's body. On top of that, this energy was not pure. Mixed in was a thick evil spirit chi and beast aura. This level of beast aura and evil spirit chi was something Old Demon had only ever felt when he had encountered supreme devil lords, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Xianxia also trembled violently, his meridians saturated in a flash as the torrent of energy rushing into them greatly exceeding the rate at which his true yang secret art could refine the impurities and then store it into his unyielding golden body. At this moment, he put aside all his previous doubts. Only one question flashing across his mind. What the hell kind of monster beasts were these two? Why are the blood beads condensed after their deaths so different from all the others? For all the other blood beads he had absorbed, the energy contained within was extremely pure and could be easily refined, but these two blood beads were completely different. Wild monster beast aura and evil spirit chi filled them. If any of it were haphazardly absorbed, the cultivator doing so would definitely lose their human nature and become akin to a monster beast in human skin. Was it that, when an entity's strength reached a certain level, the blood bead condensed after its death would show such a difference? Xianxia wanted to stop absorbing this energy, but all his attempts to do so were futile. The surging energy from the two blood beads was far beyond what he could control. His only choice was to try to bear with it by refining it as quickly as possible. After only a short time, Xianxia felt the bottleneck at the peak of separation and reunion boundary 4th stage break as his cultivation surged upwards and soon arrived at the separation and reunion 5th stage before it continued to climb. This sudden breakthrough caused Xianxia to panic slightly. Although he desperately wanted to become strong quickly, this raging torrent of energy pouring into his body was beyond the limits of what he could safely accept. His flesh became taut, and Xianxia's whole body began to bloat. His blood vessels swelled to the point where they were visible on his exposed skin, like countless earthworms squirming just beneath the surface, making for an extremely terrible sight. After a moment, Xianxia's skin cracked and split in various places as all his muscles began to tear with blood oozing out. His whole body became a bloody mess. Under this great pressure, his proud golden body became more active than ever before, ravenously devouring and refining the energy. However, even combined with Xianxia circulating his true yang secret art to the absolute limit, he still could not fully control the incoming rush of energy. Poo poo poo. From Xianxia's body, countless small, muffled huffs accompanied splattering noises as a bloody mist burst forth, immediately followed by countless crimson lights radiating out, which instantly enveloped a half-kilometer radius in an extremely violent world energy. Old Demon cried out in horror, anxious like an ant on a hot wok, but he was incapable of doing anything to help, as he did not receive any response from Xianxia. Xianxia desperately endured the overwhelming pain, gritting his teeth tightly as his body trembled violently. At this moment, he could not help feeling a sense of despair and hopelessness. The tremendous pressure on his body made him feel like he was teetering on the edge of death, unable to resist. With the huge flood of yuan energy still pouring into him, Xianxia could feel his body continue to bloat. If this continued, eventually he would lose control and burst from the inside out. To make matters worse, Xianxia's crisis did not just consist of this turbulent influx of energy, but also the unparalleled hostility and evil spirit chi that seemed to accompany this energy. It was the aura of the two monstrous beasts, because they possessed such immense strength even after their deaths. Although the rules of heaven and earth here had condensed their beast cores and essence into blood beads, it could not destroy their original spirits. Fortunately, the threat of this evil spirit chi, compared to the impact of raging yuan energy, was somewhat less. Xianxia only had to steadfastly focus his mind and not let the monstrous beast's aura affect him, while he thought about a solution to his current predicament. In fact, the solution was very simple. As long as his body could absorb and refine this energy at the same rate it was flooding into him, everything would eventually be resolved. However, knowing this method and implementing it were two very different things. He was already operating his true yang secret art as fast as he could. There was no way for him to circulate it faster. The only other solution would be to let his true yang yuan qi become purer and denser. His true yang yuan qi was like fire, while the energy flowing into his body was like a piece of wrought iron. If his flame was stronger, its temperature would naturally be higher, and it would be able to melt the iron faster. With no time to hesitate, as soon as this idea popped into his head, Xianxia grit his teeth and burst a drop of yang liquid inside his dantian. One drop of yang liquid was equal to the total amount of yang qi in his meridians when they were fully saturated. Once he burst that drop, his already bulging meridians engorged further. Puffing up, they sent a wave of surging pain, as if his body had torn apart, which caused Yang Kai to tremble violently. Holding his breath, Yang Kai frantically squeezed his meridians, trying to us this burst of true Yang Yuan Qi to refine the violent flood of Yuan energy. This tested his willpower immensely. Fortunately, his unyielding will played a key role in this critical moment, temporarily increasing his realm so that his strength was high enough to withstand the surging energy. Persevering for what seemed like an eternity, the pressure suddenly began to subside. The drop of Yang liquid Yang Kai had desperately burst was fusing with the true Yang Yuan Qi already in his meridians, becoming more pure than before. As his Yuan Qi became more pure, even the speed at which he could circulate his secret art increased. With this approach, the energy flowing into his body could be refined faster. Aware of this, Yang Kai's spirits rose, and he quickly applied even more pressure to his meridians to increase the rate at which his Yuan Qi was fusing. As time passed and the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body became more and more pure, the efficiency of refining the inflowing energy also became higher and higher, soon increasing by more than 50%. In addition, Yang Kai's bloated body slowly began to return to its original appearance, like someone had poked a small hole in an inflated sack and allowed the air to leak out. Old Demon finally breathed a sigh of relief and retreated into the Soul Breaker all as he continued to pray non-stop. Since Yang Kai's death would mean his death as well, how could he not be worried? When the fusion speed of the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians began to slow, Yang Kai would burst a drop of Yang liquid and again increase the pressure on his Yuan Qi. Half a day later, when his true Yang Yuan Qi purified to a certain extent, Yang Kai circulated his true Yang secret art. He could almost hear a gentle humming sound from his body. It was the sound of his Yuan Qi flowing unimpeded through his meridians. Feeling this sensation, Yang Kai knew that the rate at which his true Yang Yuan Qi refined the Yuan energy from the two blood beads was now equal to the rate at which it poured into his body, which gradually allowed him to restore his normal form. "I'm alive!" Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as he looked around himself and discovered that the two blood beads had not changed much. In fact, they appeared to have not changed at all. "It seems I have severely underestimated the energy contained in these blood beads." This life and death struggle had sparked some thoughts within Yang Kai and allowed him to gain a new kind of insight in addition to his upgrade in strength. The most important task of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was to prepare for the breakthrough to the true element boundary. They would constantly increase the purity and richness of their Yuan Qi until it reached a certain limit, at which point it converted into true Qi, and they would successfully step into the true element boundary. Previously, in order to enhance his strength, Yang Kai would simply try to increase the amount of energy stored within himself. But having experienced this life and death trial, he found that this was not the only way to achieve a breakthrough. There were other methods as well. He found that even if the amount of energy in his body did not increase, it would still be possible to raise his cultivation. When his Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, he would naturally break through. Moreover, with each successive breakthrough, his Yuan Qi would become more and more pure, gradually transforming into true Qi. However, for an ordinary cultivator without Yang Kai's unique advantages, namely that his dantian could store a massive quantity of energy, their only option would be to assimilate energy from external sources, then slowly compress and fuse it together with their Yuan Qi in order to cause a purifying effect. Just half a day ago, Yang Kai was facing a desperate life-threatening situation, but having survived, he inadvertently found a new cultivation method uniquely suited to him. This discovery made it clear what he should do from now on while he remained at the separation and reunion boundary. Gaining this new enlightenment made Yang Kai's whole body feel light. It was the wonderful feeling of having a clear path and objective. Meanwhile, the energy from the two blood beads continued to flow into his body without pause, surging forward like a vast, majestic river, all of which added to his own personal strength. The evil spirit Qi, along with its accompanying hostility, was also refined, but instead of fusing with Yang Kai, it gradually squeezed out of his meridians and gathered on the surface of his body before being scattered into the wind. Yang Kai was naturally aware of this unusual situation, but now that he was at a critical juncture in absorbing this inflow of energy, he had no time to worry about such matters. Nevertheless, this also served to confirm just how tyrannical these two monstrous beasts had been. Even after being dead for countless years, even after condensing into blood beads, their innate presence remained. In order to absorb these two blood beads completely, Yang Kai expended a full 10 days of effort and consumed more than half the yang liquid in his dantian before he purified the energy they contained. What confused old demon, however, was that even though Yang Kai had absorbed such a massive amount of energy, his cultivation had not continued to rise. His realm remained firmly at the separation and reunion fifth stage. This discovery could not help but leave him puzzled, uncertain of the reasons behind this mysterious situation. When the two blood beads finally completely disappeared, the last ray of evil spirit qi also leaked out from Yang Kai's body and gathered with the rest of the qi in the periphery. After 10 days of effort, the area around where Yang Kai meditated filled with a thick murderous aura as the evil spirit qi divided into two parts. The two monstrous beasts were reborn to fight once more, and they swirled around him as they fought one another. The evil spirit qi had already enveloped a radius of half a kilometer, and with the last ray finally emerging, the spirit qi forms that had faced off against one another suddenly began to clash. As the battle began, the spirit qi forms gradually coalesced into the shape of two monstrous beasts. On the left was a 150-meter-tall figure with a snow-white body. Its entire form was without the slightest impurity. A proud, majestic face, two razor-sharp fangs adorning the sides of its mouth, a long whip-like tail as strong as steel, swayed evenly in the wind. Without a doubt, it was a white tiger. On the right, an enormous beast stood 300 or 400 meters high. Its body seemed to tower into the clouds, almost as if it went on without end. But from its giant form one could faintly make out the shape of an ox, which shook the earth every time one of its four hoofs fell. Heaven-shaking white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox. Old demon could not help but exclaim. When the two beasts fully formed, they both roared towards the heavens. The whole atmosphere of the valley instantly changed. Like all the color had drained from the world as this all-encompassing aura suddenly enveloped Yang Kai's whole being. Yang Kai only felt his whole body freeze. An overwhelming hostility gripped him so tightly, he could no longer move a muscle. What appeared in his eyes was no longer the surrounding jungle. There were only the two monstrous beast prints engaged in mortal combat. A variety of monstrous beast arts flew, which caused the heavens to shake and the earth to crack, waves of wind and energy thrashing about violently. This was an epic struggle. These two monstrous beasts had built up resentments towards each other when they were alive, which eventually lead to their mutual destruction. Reduced to only their essences, even after death, their fight continued. The battlefield they fought on now was inside Yang Kai's body, which had absorbed their essence. When they were alive, they had been evenly matched, neither one managing to triumph, and after death it was still so. Each one was an opponent worthy of respect. Despite the situation, Yang Kai was comfortable, but after his initial surprise his mood soon became calm as he watched these two monstrous beasts engage in their life and death struggle. This kind of heaven-shaking war was not something a cultivator of his level could easily witness, and although it was a battle between monstrous beasts, there were still many insights and enlightenments that he could still obtain. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot the passage of time. His mind entirely focused on the two monstrous beasts and attentively observing as the only witness present. He sat cross-legged on the ground, the mass of swirling hostility around him, visible to the naked eye, seemed unable to affect him in the slightest. In the center of the valley there was a huge pit. It was the pit Yang Kai had dug in order to excavate the two blood beads, but over time the blowing sand and dust refilled the pit, eventually leaving only a foot-deep depression. Now, a thick spirit qi quickly surrounded the pit, but if one were to observe carefully, they could vaguely see that the spirit qi divided into two halves, with phantom images engaged in a ferocious and bloody battle. The two spirit qi phantoms' battle seemed to go on without end, as neither side triumphed over the other. One day, the two spirit qi phantoms suddenly rushed towards the center of the pit, fell silent, and vanished from the world. The thick gray atmosphere gradually cleared, and the space between the heavens and the earth slowly returned to its natural state. After a long time, a loud bang occurred, and a silhouette suddenly flew up from the pit, like an eagle soaring into the sky, before gently landing on the ground. Shaking off a thick layer of dust before taking a deep breath, this man quietly stood in place, his brow thoroughly wrinkled, as if in deep contemplation. Xianxia had finally emerged. The two monster beasts' resentment had persisted even after death, and it had essentially been mandatory for him to observe their epic struggle from beginning to end. One could only describe this battle as earth-shattering, something from an ancient legend that no one could witness today. Xianxia was transfixed as he watched the two monster beasts viciously clash, bleed profusely, but continue to persevere, never showing the slightest fear. Again and again charging towards one another, again and again ripping into their opponent for the sake of ultimately destroying one another. Both of them seemed to understand that their own death was inevitable even before the fight began, so knowing that survival was impossible, they instead fought only for their own majesty and honor. Prior to now, Xianxia had never thought that monster beasts could exude such boldness, which paralleled any supreme human cultivator. This white-hot melee made the only audience members, Xianxia's, blood boil, and granted him a bountiful harvest. In addition, after the disappearance of the two monstrous beasts, Xianxia faintly felt something more added to his body. When the two monster beasts fought, while still alive, they had failed to decide a victor, but after death, with Xianxia's help, they managed to confront one another once again and fulfilled their long-cherished wish. Perhaps, these two monster beasts had left something to him as a gift, or perhaps it was something he had achieved through his own sentiment. He might never solve the mystery. Stretching out his hands, Xianxia looked down and put away all distracting thoughts, while pushing the yuan qi in his body to run in a particular pattern. A moment later, the loud roar of a beast resounded from his body, and as he pushed his palm forward, a fiery red figure suddenly flew out together with the wind. A tiger roar shook the heavens as a fierce and lifelike tiger, purely composed of yuan qi, appeared. This tiger phantom was supremely majestic and swiftly jumped forward, its jaw snapping savagely, full of proud and noble bearing, while the fangs adorning the sides of its mouth radiated a demonic chill. Pushing his other palm forward, a mighty and magnificent ox burst forth, roaring as it trampled the ground beneath its hoofs. The pressure it exuded was like 1,000 galloping war horses, suppressing everything in its surroundings, grinding any that stood in its way to dust. Nothing, nor no one, could block its path, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox. However, at the moment, this white tiger and divine ox had been composed from Xianxia's yuan qi, so their entire bodies were a fiery crimson-red color, which gave them an even more ferocious and murderous appearance. The two illusory phantoms rushed out several thousand meters and gradually dissipated into glowing particles scattering in the wind. Xianxia started for a moment before bursting into a hearty laugh, very satisfied with his gains. This could classify as a type of martial skill. The only difference was that its origin was from a pair of monster beasts. It should probably end up considered as a type of beast soul skill. There are many martial skills in this world, and those that imitated the shape of the monster beasts were not few. Back when he had traveled to the Nine Valley, Xianxia had witnessed when Fei Chun of the Blood Battle Gang cast a similar martial skill, but the tiger he created was only a vague image, somewhat ethereal and incomplete. It was simply incomparable to the beast soul skill Xianxia had just cast. Whether it was the heaven-shaking white tiger or earth-splitting divine ox's beast soul skill, what Xianxia condensed appeared no different from the original monster beast's true body, and included their vividly realistic demeanor. The two phantoms were basically no different from real monster beasts, and as such, the lethality they could show was naturally much greater. With these two similar beast soul skills, Xianxia's combat strength had once again risen to new heights. Xianxia gave these two skills, in accordance with their form, the names White Tiger Seal and Divine Ox Seal. Turning around and checking his surroundings, Xianxia could not help but wrinkle his brow, considering that he had to dig himself out of a once empty pit now filled with sand. He knew the time he had spent in retreat was not short. "Old demon, how long has it been?" Xianxia asked in a nervous voice. "Half a year, young master." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but inhale a sharp breath. No wonder his stomach was craving sustenance. If it had not been such a long time, at his current cultivation realm, it would be impossible to experience such a feeling. However, now was not the time for foraging. Yang Kai quickly shook off the rest of the sand on his body and sat down to organize and reflect upon all the insights and gains he had obtained from the 2 blood beads over the past 6 months. After a long time, a slight smile emerged on his face. "Old demon, let me show you a little trick." "A little trick?" Old demon repeated, slightly puzzled. Yang Kai laughed and did not answer. Instead, he immediately focused his mind and burst the yang liquid drops in his dantian one by one. Half a day later, the air surrounding him suddenly began to stir as Yang Kai's body slightly trembled, and the momentum he radiated suddenly climbed. Old demon was extremely stunned. Somehow, completely bypassing the normal process, Yang Kai had broken through to the separation and reunion 6th stage. How did he do it? Half a year ago, this young master of his had indeed absorbed a massive amount of energy. But until now he showed no signs of a breakthrough, instead firmly remaining at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage. However, now, after only meditating for half a day, he somehow managed to increase his cultivation by an entire minor realm. Moreover, he did not run his secret art, nor did he absorb any yuan energy. In other words, his body's energy had not increased at all. How did he manage to break through? Old demon was truly confused. Although his heart itched with curiosity, Yang Kai's eyes were still closed in meditation. So for now he could only hold down his suspicions. After another half a day, Yang Kai's momentum rose once again. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage. Old demon's thoughts completely stopped. Yang Kai's breakthroughs were just too strange, and they were completely beyond old demon's own understanding. It was not until after performing a thorough examination that he finally found some clues. What old demon found was that the yuan qi inside Yang Kai's body had undergone a big change from before. Although the total quantity he possessed had not changed, its purity and density had increased several times. This change must have led to Yang Kai's unusual promotion. Was this even possible? Old demon was again thoroughly shocked. After his breakthrough to separation and reunion 7th stage, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. The amount of yang liquid in his dantian had reduced by 1/3, and though the number of drops was less, the total amount of energy contained within them had not changed. This meant that the energy in every drop of yang liquid was significantly more pure and vigorous. So any skill that used his yang liquid would display greater power and higher lethality. It was like he had refined and recast all the yang liquid in his dantian. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage was Yang Kai's current limit. As of right now, he was unable to purify and compress his true yang yuan qi any further. Young master's trick is truly enlightening. Even old servant has benefited greatly. When old demon saw Yang Kai open his eyes, he hurriedly heaped praise upon him. And although there was some excess flattery thrown in, old demon's admiration was indeed sincere. Yang Kai simply grinned. Now that he had received a new martial skill, naturally he wanted to try it out. Searching around for a long time in the valley, he finally found a 5th-order monster beast. Casting his beast soul skill, an ox and tiger monstrous beast phantom appeared and rushed out to attack the 5th-order monster beast, very quickly suppressing it to the point where it was unable to fight back. After observing for a while, Yang Kai also came forward, and after a few moments, the beast lay dead and soon condensed into a new blood bead. The whole process was quick and easy, which gave Yang Kai an incredible feeling. Half a year ago, if he met a 5th-order monster beast, he would have to consider his options carefully before quietly trying to sneak around it. However, now he could kill them as easy as cutting down grass, and even though this 5th-order monstrous beast was not very strong, Yang Kai was still convinced about his own estimations. The blood bead he retrieved was neither big nor small, but compared to one condensed from a slain true element boundary expert, it was somewhat shabby. Storing the blood bead away, Yang Kai quickly checked to make sure no one was observing him before he activated his flaming yang wings and flew up. To ascend such lofty cliffs, even a true element boundary expert would have to expend a lot of effort, but with his flaming yang wings, it was not the same. After only half an hour, Xianxia succeeded in leaving the valley. Half a day later, the now quite famished Xianxia succeeded in finding a fruit tree and harvesting a great deal of them before casually sitting in the tree's shade. As he happily ate the fruit, Xianxia began to think about his next course of action. Not long after he entered this isolated world, he had entered a half-year-long retreat, so right now he had no idea of current situation inside this place. All he knew from his previous experiences was that there did not seem to be any spirit grasses here, only an endless stream of monster beasts. There was also that soul-cleansing dew and brilliant flame liquid. It would be good if he had the opportunity to collect some. The soul-cleansing dew was extremely useful for him, and as for the brilliant flame liquid, if he could not acquire any, it did not matter too much. Unfortunately, Xianxia had no idea where to look for these two precious treasures. While he was meditating, Xianxia suddenly jumped up and carefully listened to his surroundings. From the distance, he faintly heard the sounds of howling, and there seemed to be a battle taking place. Raising his brow, Xianxia quickly packed the remaining fruit into his universe bag and then activated his movement skill, dashing toward the direction of the disturbance, as he had to find someone to inquire about what had happened while he was in closed retreat. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Xianxia arrived in the vicinity of the fight. Stealthily hiding himself in a large tree, he planned to observe the situation secretly before acting, but his expression changed greatly once he looked. He found two people, a man and a woman, engaged in a desperate fight, but what surprised him was that he was familiar with this young man and woman. Reflecting moon sects Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, the two of them were under siege from more than a dozen monster beasts, but not all of them were of the same species. Instead, there was a wide variety gathered together, with most of them fourth order. If that were all, Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu would still be able to cope with the situation, but there were also 3 fifth-order monster beasts. With these fifth-order monster beasts mixed in, even if Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu coordinated well with each other, they still could not break through and instead winded up surrounded by this group of beasts, looking exhausted and embarrassed. Chen Xueshu's body had many scars. Blood dyed his left leg red, while Su Xiaoyu was also panting, her breathing ragged as she sweated profusely. The strength of this senior brother-junior sister couple was not weak. Both of them were true element boundary experts with an array of extraordinarily powerful martial skills at their disposal, and although they were trapped, they would not fall into a dangerous situation within a short period. However, it looked like they had been fighting this group of monster beasts for quite a while now, and their physical strength had nearly been drained. In the end, Su Xiaoyu was still a young woman, and her physical strength was unable to keep up with the current excessive demand. If it were not for Chen Xueshu often covering for her, then she would probably have long been seriously injured. If monster beasts had attacked someone else, Xianxia would simply sit back and observe the situation. Rushing out to assist them would only be a foolish move, and may even lead to negative consequences for him. In this strange, isolated world, where all these young cultivators had come for life experience, who would not take extra precautions? It was best to wait and see if others would behave honorably or treacherously. However, since the two in danger were the couple from the Reflecting Moon sect, Xianxia was not too worried about such things. Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu both gave him a good impression. From his interactions with them, he knew they were not scheming or malicious. In fact, Xianxia believed them to be rather upright people. Since he wanted to inquire about this isolated world's current situation, asking them was undoubtedly his best option. Considering all this, Xianxia no longer hesitated, quietly dropping down from the trees and then swiftly moving towards the battlefield. Both Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu's expressions were grim, their true qi swirling about wantonly and lashing out in ferocious bursts. Although they had managed to kill a few fourth-order monster beasts, their situation had not improved. The number of monster beasts was simply too great, enough to completely encircle and trap them here. The 3 fifth-order monster beasts were especially troublesome. With their keen senses and higher intelligence, they would constantly take advantage of openings created by the fourth-order monster beasts to attack the couple, causing Chen Xueshu's wounds to increase steadily. If it were not for the two of them having superb teamwork and a tacit understanding of one another, it is likely they would have already fallen. In the midst of the battle, Chen Xueshu's eyes suddenly flashed a determined light, solemnly saying, "Junior sister, I will use my full strength to open up a gap, so use your fastest speed to escape while I hold back the rest of these monster beasts." Hearing his desperate words, Su Xiaoyu immediately understood what he was planning to do, and shook her head. "No. If we go together. If we are to die, then we'll also do that together. Do as I say." Chan Shueshu roared. "We're both running out of true qi, and there are still too many of them left. We'll never be able to kill them all. Only if one of us stays behind will the other have a slim chance to escape. Once you have made it out, never look back. Find a safe place to hide and don't come out again. If you wait until this damned place closes, you'll be able to return to the sect." "No, I don't want to hear it." Su Xiaoyu cried out miserably as she frantically shook her head. Chan Shueshu was about to try persuading her again, but Su Xiaoyu suddenly said in a firm tone, "If you dare say one more word about this, I'll immediately rush into these monster beasts and let them tear me apart." "You!" Chan Shueshu's voice filled with anger and distress. "Do you think I won't?" Su Xiaoyu glared at him with her big round eyes. "Good. Senior brother won't say another word. If we are both to fall here, then we'll take these beasts with us. Let's let them taste our reflecting moon sect's supreme martial skill." Chan Shueshu fighting spirit suddenly soared, his original despair and depression instantly blown away. Su Xiaoyu also smiled, quietly standing side by side with Chan Shueshu, their bodies' true qi surging rapidly as they slowly raised their joined hands. A half-moon suddenly filled the sky as beams of silvery light radiated forth. These seemingly gentle moonbeams hid an unparalleled destructive force, scorching holes through the surrounding dozen or so monster beasts. Many fourth-order monster beasts died on the spot, and even one of the fifth-order monster beasts received a lethal wound, its blood splashing out onto the ground. Reflecting Moon Sect's supreme martial skill, Soaring Full Moon. If they could fully activate this martial skill, the surrounding dozen or so monster beasts would have no hope of survival. Unfortunately, Chan Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were now both arrows at the end of their flight. Even with both of them joining mustering all their remaining strength, they could only summon a half-moon image, so the skill's power was severely limited. However, the surrounding monster beasts which had been hit by this attack all quickly retreated, granting Chan Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu a short reprieve, allowing the two of them to gaze into each other's eyes, neither of them holding any regrets. They had done their best, consumed over 90% of their true qi, and no longer had any power to resist. The next time the monster beasts rushed them would certainly kill them. The monster beasts that survived seemed to understand this, and after a brief hesitation, they once again bared their fangs, a thick murderous intent filling their eyes as they stared at their prey. Suddenly they charged. The pair, however, did not sit still. Chan Shueshu put himself between Su Xiaoyu and the oncoming beasts, using his own body to shield her, his expression extremely solemn. Shwa shwa shwa. As the remaining monster beasts rushed over, Chan Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu struck at the same time, pushing the last remnants of their true qi in a final show of defiance. A fourth-order monster beast that was leading the charge had its head smashed open and died on the spot. They sent another fourth-order monster beast flying as well, crashing to the ground, clearly not far from death. However, the number of monster beasts attacking was still overwhelming. Two fists could not block 4 strikes. On top of that, the two uninjured fifth-order monster beasts had circled around to their sides and were pouncing towards the battered Chan Shueshu. A bloody smell and an air of death surrounded the couple as the cold, sharp fangs closed in. Fortunately, in their final moment, a silhouette suddenly fell from the sky, planting itself firmly in front of Chan Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu like a tranquil mountain. The senior brother and junior sister pair's eyes flashed with astonishment. The next moment, they saw this man's palms land on the backs of the two fifth-order monster beasts. 2 cries rang out at the same time, and the 2 fifth-order monster beasts that had nearly sunk their teeth into Chan Shueshu simply fell to the ground. A series of muffled thuds reverberated from the 2 monster beasts' bodies as a fiery heat spread out from them. After this, the man shot forward and delivered 4 lightning-fast punches the oncoming beasts. Pung 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 pung. The man had sent the 4 remaining fourth-order monster beasts flying simultaneously, struggling a bit after landing but eventually failing to stand up, their mouths leaking a conspicuous amount of blood. "It's you!" Su Xiaoyu cried out in shock, her mouth hanging slightly open as she immediately directed a delighted look towards Yang Kai. "Junior brother Yang." Chen Xueshu also could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, filled with the wondrous feeling of narrowly escaping death. "And please wait a moment." Yang Kai nodded before swiftly dashing forward. Although his palm strike had knocked them to the ground, the 2 fifth-order monster beasts were still alive. Sensing that the situation was becoming dangerous, these 2 monster beasts growled loudly, trying to intimidate this newcomer as they slowly to back away, attempting to escape. Nevertheless, Yang Kai remained indifferent to their obviously empty threat, charging straight towards them without the slightest fear, raising his hand above one of their heads and viciously chopping down. The monster beast's reaction was also quite quick, managing to avoid this blow narrowly. But before it had time to steady itself, this downward chop turned into a sweeping palm strike. Pa! Yang Kai's palm landed right on the fifth-order monster beast's cheek. The huge monster beast's body crashed into a tree and fell to the ground after having awkwardly spun tens of meters through the air. Not pausing at all, Yang Kai quickly targeted the other fifth-order monster beast, delivering a burning sun's 3-layer blast squarely to its forehead. After 3 muffled thuds, the monster beast began staggering about, as if it was drunk and dazed, while on its thick forehead, a blood-red crack appeared. Yang Kai delivered a vicious kick, sending the unsteady beast flying towards the first monster beast. Swiftly chasing after it, he followed up with several heavy palm strikes and fists. The 2 monster beasts constantly let out tragic howls, gradually becoming weak until eventually falling silent. The reflecting moon pair could only stand there stunned. Su Xiaoyu's mouth was agape, while Chen Xueshu could not hide his surprise either. A few moments later, Yang Kai, now stained with blood, let out a long breath and casually walked back, only to find the couple he had just rescued suspiciously looking at him. "What's wrong?" Hearing his question, Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu finally recovered, an awkward smile blooming on their faces as they cautiously asked, "Junior brother Yang, what realm is your cultivation now?" "Separation and reunion 7th stage." Yang Kai smiled and then stretched out his hand, flicking a blood bead condensed from one of the fifth-order monster beasts into Su Xiaoyu's mouth. "Ah!" Su Xiaoyu yelped before hurriedly closing her mouth, waiting for the refinement reaction to come, her brow showing a mix of surprise and gratitude. "Separation and reunion 7th stage?" Chen Xueshu's face clearly showed his disbelief. "That's impossible." Although Su Xiaoyu was grateful to Yang Kai for giving her the blood bead, she was also a little annoyed that he had tossed it into her mouth without saying a word. If it had been covered in dirt and grime, what would she have done? He had not even given her a chance to refuse. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Kai smiled and handed another blood bead to Chen Xueshu. Chen Xueshu frowned slightly but still immediately reached out and accepted it. "Thank you. I will remember this favor. No need to be polite. I know your true qi is nearly depleted. We should collect these blood beads and then restore ourselves as quickly as possible." Yang Kai casually pointed towards the battlefield. The pair silently nodded and walked over to recover the recently condensed blood beads. "We should leave here first." Chen Xueshu cautiously glanced around before leading Yang Kai and Su Xiaoyu away. Both of them seemed to be in a hurry, not even stopping to carefully refine and absorb the energy from the blood beads they had just swallowed. With blood beads' help, the pair quickly restored their true qi as they continued forward, and after less than half a stick of incense, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sounds of combat in the distance. "Over there!" Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu both broke into a sprint, rapidly moving towards the battle. Given the circumstances, Yang Kai temporarily set aside his curiosity and quickly followed behind them. A short while later, the trio arrived at the source of the noise, but the scene which greeted them only made Yang Kai's brow wrinkle even more. In front of him were several monstrous beasts attacking a group of cultivators, quite similar to the situation he had found Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu in before. "Junior brother Yang, If you don't want to intervene, then please wait here. After we finish up here, we'll bring you over and explain. Chen Xueshu solemnly told him, and then together with Su Xiaoyu joined the fight. Brother Chen came back. As soon as they discovered Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu's figures, someone in the group could not help cheering. Brother Chen's strength is really amazing. He managed to escape all those monster beasts and return. Someone else shouted. Chen Xueshu simply smiled back wryly. Only he and Su Xiaoyu knew that those monster beasts had nearly torn them apart. If it were not for Yang Kai showing up at the crucial moment, how would they have been able to return alive? The praise he was receiving right now felt rather grating. Without explaining anything, the reflecting moon sect pair quickly came to the aid of the group of cultivators, pushing back against the monster beast horde. Because of Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu's safe return, the group's spirits lifted, perhaps sensing this. The group of monster beasts determined that the fight was unfavorable, and after a moment, a loud roar rang out. Hearing this roar, the several tens of monster beasts began falling back, quickly disappearing into the jungle. In the aftermath, a dozen monster beast bodies, along with a single cultivator. Yang Kai could only stand there in a daze, unable to hide his surprise and confusion. From what he could tell, the people gathered here were actually all from various different sects but had somehow banded together to fight these monster beasts. Yang Kai saw a lot of familiar faces, most of which he had met for the first time at the mountain lake. The 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 girls were among them, along with disciples from Pure Heart Palace, Water Moon Hall, 9-Star Sword Sect, Raging Fire Temple, Soaring Feather Pavilion. Disciples of these various factions had all gathered here, totaling around 30 people, all of them leaders and elites from their respective forces. But now, the state of these people did not look very good. Their true chi consumption was severe, and many of them had varying degrees of injuries. Clearly, they had just experienced a hard fight. Thus, most of the 30 or so disciples were in meditative recovery. Only one person was moving about the battlefield, gathering up the blood beads left behind by the defeated monster beasts. Looking around, Yang Kai saw a young man about 27 or 28 years old glaring at him coldly. This young man had a tall stature with an arrogant bearing. Although his clothes had many rips and tears, they were still neatly arranged without the slightest wrinkle. Even the numerous blood stains on him only added to his cold and imposing aura. He stood there quietly, like a sharp, unsheathed sword, ready to strike at a moment's notice. After staring at Yang Kai for a moment, the young man's interest faded as he turned his eyes away and talked to the person who had just been collecting the blood beads, reaching out and receiving them from him. As Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu came over, both of them revealed a tired expression as they scanned the aftermath of the battle. What happened here? Yang Kai frowned. He really could not see how the situation had developed into this. These younger generation disciples had all come here from different sects for life experience, so the relationship between them was akin to rivals and enemies. If there were no special circumstances, even if they didn't attack one another, gathering together en masse like this would simply be impossible. It's a long story. Chen Xueshu grit his teeth and motioned for Yang Kai to sit down. Seeing that Chen Xueshu's injury was not light, Yang Kai reached his hand into his sleeve and pulled out of a bottle, from which he poured out a couple pills. Healing pills? Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Chen Xueshu hastily signaled to her with his eyes and quickly whispered, "Brother Yang, quickly hide those." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled even more, and although he was confused, he quietly put the bottle back into his sleeve while stealthily placing the pills he had taken out into Chen Xueshu's hand. He was truly puzzled. After all, it was just a few healing pills, so why had Su Xiaoyu made such a fuss? Every young disciple who came here for life experience had certainly brought a few bottles of these with them to use from time to time. Inside his universe bag, he himself had more than 10 bottles of pills prepared for him by his Grand Master Ling Tai Su, although he had barely used any of them. Su Xiaoyu quickly turned around and stuck out her tongue, an apologetic look upon her face. "Senior Brother Chen, why are all of you gathered together?" Yang Kai whispered. This was what he was most uncertain about. "We had no choice." Chen Xueshu wryly smiled. "Somebody threatened you?" Yang Kai's expression went cold. Not quite. Chen Shueshu shook his head repeatedly. We didn't gather together voluntarily, but out of self-protection. You see, if we hadn't converged, none of us would have been able to survive up till now. There's some kind of danger here that forced all of you to join hands? Yang Kai questioned. N. Chen Shueshu nodded his head. Is it some terrible monster beast? It's a group of people. Well, the monster beasts are also a problem. Chen Shueshu sighed deeply, glancing over and asking, do you remember when we were waiting by the lakeside? There was a group of people whose looks and clothes were somewhat different from the rest of us Great Han Dynasty cultivators. How could Yang Kai not remember? The impression given by that group of people was quite strong after all. You mean those Tianlang Dynasty cultivators? Chen Shueshu looked at him stunned. Brother Yang even knew their origin. Our group had to pay a big price before we finally figured out that they weren't from our Great Han Dynasty. Grand Master told me before. Chen Shueshu's face revealed both shock and admiration. Predecessor Ling is truly well informed. What is the relationship between those Tianlang Dynasty cultivators and your current situation? I know they are really strong, but in the end, there are only 4 of them. With so many of you here, how could they pose a threat to you? Yang Kai frowned, only more confused by Chen Shueshu's explanation so far. If it was just the 4 of them, we would never fear them. If those damn Tianlang Dynasty dogs dared act presumptuous in front of us Great Han Dynasty cultivators, we would never tolerate it. Just a few of us together here would easily be able to destroy them. Chen Shueshu spat out angrily before putting on a wry smile. But now it's not just the 4 of them. Ha! We don't know what kind of strange secret art or martial skill they've cultivated, but whatever it is, it allows them to enslave monster beasts, forcing them to fight for them. Those 4 people now have hundreds of monster beast servants, so how could we possibly fight back against them? Hearing this, many things that confused Yang Kai suddenly made sense. Just now, when you were surrounded by monster beasts, are you saying those Tianlang Dynasty cultivators were the ones who arranged that? Chen Shueshu nodded heavily. The disciples from hundreds of sects and various forces in the Great Han Dynasty entered this isolated world. But none of us were prepared for that group from Tianlang Dynasty. The first month or 2, that group of bastards didn't make any big movements, mostly ignoring us Great Han Dynasty cultivators, letting us kill monster beasts and fight amongst ourselves. However, 2 months later, after they had enslaved a considerable number of monster beasts, they immediately began launching attacks on us, who were still scattered and unaware. Many people were caught off guard and were hunted down by those monster beasts while those Tianlang Dynasty people just sat back and watched, reaping all the rewards from our deaths without having to exert any effort themselves. Yang Kai was astonished, unable to regain his composure for a long time. But now, at least all the doubts had been cleared up. No wonder he found a group of monster beasts from various different species attacking the 2 of them. Someone else had driven them. These past few days, those Tianlang Dynasty people's monster beasts are only increasing in number. There's simply too many of them for us to kill. On the other hand, our Great Han Dynasty group has been continuously shrinking. When we first gathered together, there were nearly 50 of us, but since then more than a dozen have died. And now, aside from those you see here, I'm afraid everyone else has perished. In other words, the only living people in this isolated world now were those 4 Tianlang Dynasty cultivators and the 30 or so disciples here. Yang Kai took a deep breath and tried to gather his wits. In the beginning, there were about 200 or 300 people who entered this isolated world, but half a year later, only about 1/10 remained. Those who had died were all elites from their respective forces, so the loss to the Great Han Dynasty couldn't be simply described as heavy. Exasperated, Chen Shueshu ground his teeth in frustration as his face flushed red with anger. This is beyond shameful. Once this news spreads out, all the sects which sent disciples here are bound to lose all face. So many Great Han Dynasty young elites had gathered together, but they were all swiftly and decisively beaten down by only 4 Tianlang Dynasty youths. If this really spread out, everyone here would become the world's laughingstock, so he had good reason to be upset. Senior brother, it's not your fault, Su Xiaoyu softly comforted. It's not that we are weak. It's just that those people are too treacherous, plotting too deeply. Ha! Chun Shui sighed dispiritedly. I just hope that this damned place closes quickly so those of us left can escape. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and asked, with so many of you gathered together, who is in charge? Everyone here was an elite. In their respective forces, they were all capable of summoning the wind and rain, so naturally many of them were rebellious, arrogant, and highly self-confident. If there was no one here capable of suppressing all these egos, this group would only be a mess. Chun Shui glanced towards the side and motioned. Him, 9-star sword sex Wu Changyi, a true element boundary 7th stage master. Of everyone gathered here, his strength is the strongest, so for now we're all following his lead. As he turned his eyes, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the one Chun Shui talked about was the young man who had previously been staring at him. No wonder he gave off the feeling of an unsheathed sword. Turns out he's an elite disciple from the 9-star sword sect. Yang Kai secretly thought. The 9-star sword sect's disciples all cultivated the way of the sword. It was an extremely famous sect whose reputation echoed throughout the Great Han Dynasty. 9-star sword sect could be considered the first sect just beneath 8 great families. A sect of such great standing in the Great Han Dynasty can be considered a sect meant to train up dragons and phoenixes. Wu Changyi possessed great personal strength and came from an extraordinary background. Such a person temporarily commanding this group made sense. In addition to him, there was likely no one else in this group young elites who could serve as leader without drawing public criticism. Yang Kai nodded and said, "This man's temperament and demeanor really does make him look like a leader. It seems that 9-star sword sect has placed a lot of emphasis on cultivating him." Su Xiaoyu, who had been listening quietly up till now, suddenly whispered angrily, "Humph, he's just an arrogant man who treats the rest of us like his henchmen. He demanded that all the blood beads we obtained by killing monster beasts be handed over to him so he can distribute them. Who knows how many he's greedily tucked away." Chun Shui softly looked towards Su Xiaoyu. "Don't say that. If not for him taking charge, it's unlikely we would be able to gather together like this, and would have long been picked off one by those Tianlang dynasty people. His combat strength is the highest, and he's also made the most contributions, so getting more benefits is also reasonable. Besides, more than 80% of the monstrous beasts in this isolate world have been enslaved by that Tianlang dynasty group. Either way, we wouldn't be able to obtain many blood beads. If he wants them, he can have them. My only wish is to be able to escape here alive. Everything else isn't important anymore." However, Su Xiaoyu was clearly not convinced. "If it was just that, I wouldn't care so much. But what bothers me is he doesn't take the lives of other people seriously. Just now, we were sent out to contain more than a dozen monster beasts. If not for junior brother Yang saving us, senior brother, you?" Thinking of the danger the pair had encountered, Su Xiaoyu suddenly burst into tears, her eyes quickly becoming red and swollen like a child's. Now, what are you crying for? Do you want to show brother Yang here such a miserable look? Didn't we make it out safe and sound?" Chun Shui laughed while comforting her, directing a grateful smile towards Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Were you being surrounded by those monster beasts because of his orders?" Chun Shui smiled wryly. "We all take turns. It's just our senior brother and junior sister's bad luck that there were more than usual this time, almost causing us to fall." Watching him let out a deep sigh, Yang Kai could feel Chun Shui's helplessness. In their current situation, even if he was dissatisfied with Wu Changyi, he could only endure it and act in the best interests of the group. If the two of them were to leave, with his and Su Xiaoyu's strength, they would only end up dying faster. Thinking through all of this, he finally understood why, when he took out those few healing pills, Su Xiaoyu had been so pleasantly surprised. Over the past few months, this group must have suffered countless battles, and although each of them had brought many spare pills, by now, they had certainly run out. In addition, this isolated world did not seem to have any herbs or flowers with medicinal properties. So, even his commonplace healing pills were considered extremely rare and valuable treasures. Hearing all this, Yang Kai's expression sank as he secretly regretted his own careless actions. Uncertain if anyone else had observed this scene. If they had, it would likely lead to something troublesome. How could he have known that a trivial healing pill had actually become a rare and valuable treasure? Brother Chun, can you come here for a moment? Wu Changyi suddenly called out, which prompted Chen Shueishu to whisper to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. N. Yang Kai simply nodded. After Chen Shueishu left, Yang Kai looked around and found that many people were staring at him with great interest. This group of people had not seen a new face for a very long time. They had long since thought that the scattered Great Han Dynasty cultivators had all died. But now, seeing this unfamiliar Yang Kai, naturally their curiosity was piqued, especially since it seemed Yang Kai was alone. They could not understand how a single person could escape the grasp of the Tianlang Dynasty cultivators. Yang Kai also swept his eyes over the crowd and received a slight nod from the 4 10,000 Flower Palace girls. These 4 girls had entered Nether Mountain together with Yang Kai, and although they had not spoken, they had once traveled and faced danger together, so naturally they were more comfortable with each other. Yang Kai smiled in return. While observing this group, 2 people suddenly stood up and walked over, led by an exceptionally beautiful woman. She had a tall stature and wore a tight-fitting green dress, which completely outlined her enchanting body. Her full breasts and well-rounded bottom were naturally highlighted along with her slender legs and fully exposed lotus-like arms. Her skin resembled a pure white jade-like crystal, sparkling like fine porcelain tinged with a slight seductive luster. Even her delicate fingers, adorned with a bright red nail polish, seemed to enhance her charm. She was no doubt an alluring beauty. However, what drew everyone's attention the most was no doubt this woman's towering pair of trembling breasts, full and shapely, exquisite in every way. Among the women Yang Kai had met, only Lan Chudai could possibly be compared with her. She exuded a mature and dangerous charm, like a beautiful snake charming its prey. Leisurely standing there, her pair of spring-like eyes stared towards Yang Kai, a meaningful smile adorning her seductive lips. Behind her followed a towering bear of a man, a proud tiger-like presence with an exceptionally sturdy figure. His stature was several times more grand than anyone else there, and he stood with a cold, indifferent face completing his imposing look. A 10-centimeter scar adorned his cheek. All around, his domineering physique gave him a murderous appearance. His eyes sparked with lightning and revealed a kind of frigid and ruthless taste. Whether it was the woman or the man, both of them gave off a kind of savage, bloody aura. Su Xiaoyu wrinkled her brow. Are they coming to us? Apparently. Yang Kai also frowned. He had found that this glamorous woman had actually been staring at him for a while before deciding to come over. Junior brother Yang, do you know them? Su Xiaoyu asked, somewhat puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head in a confused manner. He had never met these 2 before, and although Ling Tai Su had previously informed him about the majority of the sects present and the strength of their disciples, the lake was simply too large. So for the people occupying the opposite shore, Ling Tai Su could not provide any information. So Yang Kai really didn't even know where these 2 had come from, much less who they were. Perhaps it's because they saw you take out those healing pills? Su Xiaoyu's expression suddenly changed. Yang Kai's face also became heavy, secretly becoming angered. Junior brother Yang, you must not argue with them. The 2 of them are very strong, Su Xiaoyu quickly warned, a trace of worry appearing on her face. I'll try. Yang Kai nodded slightly. After all, in the current situation, he did not want to start a conflict with the people here. If he suddenly became enemies with these 2, then he would inevitably be seen as an enemy by everyone here, and if that happened, a bad ending was destined. However, if someone insisted on bullying him, Yang Kai wouldn't show any weakness. As the hot, glamorous woman and the cold, towering man came over to him, all other eyes in the group turned towards them. They all wanted to know what this seemingly lascivious woman intended to do. After a moment, the woman came up to Yang Kai and carefully looked over him. Without so much as a word, the man behind her also observed him intensely. His cold pair of eyes, like razor-sharp swords, stared at him, as if to look directly into Yang Kai's heart and soul. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Do you 2 need something? The woman did not answer but instead continued looking at him seriously, and slowly leaned towards him. Her mouth still showed a pleasant smile while her beautiful face came right up next to Yang Kai's and breathed in gently through her delicate nose. Yang Kai's face was now completely flabbergasted. Although he did not feel the slightest murderous or malicious intent from this woman, her current actions left him and everyone else around him scratching their heads. However, the woman completely ignored all of these stares and, like a playful little puppy, kept sniffing around Yang Kai's body. A few strands of her hair brushed past his neck and cheeks and tickled him in more ways than one. Her own alluring scent wafted into Yang Kai's nose, a strange mix of flowers and feminine sweat, which simulated a strange sense of arousal. With her deep open collar, the sight of a deep and uncharted valley sandwiched between her breathtaking snow-white mountains was firmly imprinted into Yang Kai's eyes. Facing such a fantastical scene, Yang Kai could not help swallowing. His throat was now completely parched. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoyu finally recovered from her shock and cried out, her cheeks a deep shade of crimson, as her pulse racing rapidly. This woman's actions. She was blatantly teasing him. Other than those who were in meditative recovery, everyone present felt like their hearts had suddenly sped up, not to mention Su Xiaoyu, this young innocent girl. She was sitting next to Yang Kai, so the view she saw was clearer than anyone else. The sound of men swallowing their saliva came from all directions, and many of these young cultivators' hearts burned with jealousy. Since they had assembled together, each of them had fantasized about this woman's full enchanting breasts. But because of the towering presence of the man behind her, none of them had dared to act presumptuously. They had not even gotten the chance to speak with her, so how could they possibly be able to get so close to her? But now this woman seemed to have taken a strong interest towards Yang Kai's body, not even waiting for permission to get close to him. The scene that played out before them was simply too hot and spicy, especially in this crisis-filled place right after a fierce battle. Everyone's blood was already boiling. "Girl, you?" Yang Kai's whole body felt uncomfortable. Although he was certain she had no harmful intent, this woman was just too strange. They had never met before, yet she was openly being so intimate, and it was completely baffling. "Shoo!" The woman smiled even more sweetly as she stretched out a jade-like finger and gently pressed it onto Yang Kai's lips, which instantly suppressed his question. She then continued to sniff him and scrupulously as Yang Kai turned bright red all the way to his ears. Junior brother Yang. Su Xiaoyu finally could not stand it and swiftly delivered a kick to Yang Kai's backside. "Ha ha ha!" Seeing the scene, the woman suddenly giggled happily before looking straight at Yang Kai. Her delicate, beautiful face gradually showed a puzzled expression and gazed at him as if in some kind of trance, her big wet eyes clearly flashing a confused light. "What do you think?" The woman suddenly looked back at her towering companion. A thick, bloody, murderous aura. The man obviously treated his words like gold and offered only this comment. "N." The woman nodded slightly, then suddenly laughed while putting on a warm smile. "Little brother, don't be alarmed. It's just because we senior sister and junior brother pair felt a sense of intimacy with you that we've acted so forward." "Humph." Su Xiaoyu gave a firm snort before turning her head. She obviously did not believe these naive words. Of course, Yang Kai did not believe them either. Seeing his reaction, the woman still just laughed. "I know this reason is not very convincing, but I truly am not lying to you. In fact, I do not understand why I have this feeling either. Alright, my name is Yi Qingxi, and this is my junior brother Zhou Ba." "Yang Kai. So you are junior brother Yang?" Yi Qingxi smiled warmly, a carefree expression upon her face, like a gentle autumn breeze. She quickly followed up, "We senior sister and junior brother are from the Endless Sea Islands, Azura sect. I'm afraid junior brother Yang may not have heard of it." Yang Kai's face twitched imperceptibly before he quickly hid his reaction. He now understood why this woman had suddenly come up to him and acted so familiar. Endless Sea Islands Azura sect, a first-class great force. Since the two of them were elite disciples from the Azura sect, they had certainly cultivated their sect's most profound secret arts, and the Azura sect's hallowed treasure, the Azura sword, at the moment lay refined inside his body. Perhaps they had vaguely sensed its presence. No wonder she said they felt a sense of intimacy. Knowing this, Yang Kai did not dare to show any outward signs. Right now, these two felt a sense of intimacy with him, but if they knew the Azura sect's sacred treasure was in his possession, that intimacy would immediately become murderous intent. Of this he had no doubt. Pretending to be ignorant, Yang Kai put on a puzzled expression and asked, "Endless Sea Islands?" Xianxia nodded. At the southernmost end of the Great Han Dynasty lays the Endless Sea, and within that sea there are many sects. Junior brother Yang comes from deep inland, so it's reasonable you don't know about us. Is it only for you who have come here? Yang Kai showed interest in a timely manner. He was actually quite interested in this point, seeing how he had many other hallowed treasures on him right now. Xianxia laughed. A few people came from Gemini Island, but only one that is left now is that guy over there. Done with the explanation, she lightly pointed out this person. Yang Kai casually glanced over, and his nerves settled greatly. Thankfully, no one from the Falling Blossom Temple had come, or else they would likely show intimacy towards him for no reason as well, which would force him to explain himself. Where does junior brother Yang come from? Xianxia inquired. It was clear that the doubts in her mind had not yet been dispelled. For no apparent reason, a complete stranger produced a sense of intimacy with both senior sister and junior brother. Naturally, they would be curious. High Heaven Pavilion, he replied, and in an attempt to not conceal his origins he gave a plausible explanation. Perhaps because my secret art and martial skills emphasize slaughtering intent, and because, in this isolated world, I have been stained with a lot of blood, you two have produced a sense of intimacy with me. Perhaps so. Xianxia slightly pursed her lips and slightly nodded before returning to her friendly demeanor. Well, even if we've met by chance, junior brother Yang should act with us. Don't worry, just stick by elder sister's side and I'll protect you. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your kind intentions. Yang Kai quickly began pondering how to say he wanted to leave, but then he saw Wu Changyi and Chen Xueshu coming towards him. Enough with the idle chatter, Wu Changyi said with a serious face and walked up to Yang Kai while looking down at him. I heard Brother Chan say you're a disciple from High Heaven Pavilion, correct? Yang Kai frowned, slightly unhappy with Wu Changyi's domineering attitude, his overbearing and arrogant tone indicating that no dissent would be tolerated. That's right. Yang Kai decided to play along and nodded for now. What's your cultivation level? Wu Changyi continued questioning. Separation and reunion 7th stage. As he answered, Yang Kai clearly saw the disdain and annoyance in Wu Changyi's eyes. But that was to be expected. Of those who were still alive who had not at least reached the true element boundary. Yang Kai, with his separation and reunion 7th stage cultivation, could definitely be considered weak. Azura Sect's Xianxia's face also showed a look of surprise. Apparently, she had not thought Yang Kai's strength would be so low. Originally, she had believed that since he had survived alone in this dangerous place for more than half a year, Yang Kai would at least be a true element cultivator. But Yang Kai himself had declared that he was a separation and reunion 7th stage, shocking almost everyone around him. Little brother, are you really only at the separation and reunion 7th stage? Xianxia could not help but ask. Yang Kai simply nodded and circulated the Yuan Qi in his body, emitting a Yuan Qi wave to clearly display his current strength. Many of the surrounding cultivators were stunned, while a burst of chuckles also emerged from somewhere. What are you laughing about? Su Xiaoyu immediately stuck up for Yang Kai and fiercely scolded the group of blind fools. Although junior brother Yang's cultivation had only reached separation and reunion boundary 7th stage, his combat strength was many times greater than an ordinary true element cultivator. When Yang Kai had saved the two of them just now, he had killed 2 5th-order monster beasts and 4 4th-order monster beasts. Against those foes, Shi and Chen Xueshu could only desperately struggle for their lives, so killing them off so effortlessly was a testament to his strength. Although there were a variety of reasons for him to be able to accomplish such a feat, his strength was definitely beyond doubt. No one here was more aware of just how strong Yang Kai was than Su Xiaoyu and Chen Xueshu. To have such a master join them was a great blessing for this group. However, some people, in their ignorance, actually dared to ridicule him. Su Xiaoyu felt indignant, but in the end did not press the issue. She was not some silly naive girl who would go around exposing Yang Kai's true abilities. You're only a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage. How have you survived until now? Xianxia asked with a puzzled expression, clearly quite confused. I accidentally fell into a deep valley and spent the last half a year trying to find a way to climb back up. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When he spoke these words, the many in the group around him laughed even harder. Su Xiaoyu's breathing became rough as she held down her anger, but she could not say anything because what he said was true. Wu Changyi remained indifferent, unceremoniously declaring, "Your cultivation is too low, so you're nothing but another body bag. However, Brother Chen brought you here, so just stick with him and Sister Su. If you can at least contain 1 or 2 4th-order monstrous beasts, then I suppose you'll have some use." Finished speaking, Wu Changyi hurriedly turned away, not wanting to waste any more time talking with Yang Kai. "I'm not staying," Yang Kai said with a frown. After leaving the valley, all he wanted to do was find someone to inquire about the current situation, but he had somehow ended up following Chen Shueshu here. Now that he had obtained the information he wanted, naturally he planned to leave. Acting together with so many people simply made them an easier target. If everyone was from the same sect, having a mutual trust and understanding of one another, then things might be different. However, in this mixed bag of goods, who could know when their neighbor might betray them? If he joined them, with his realm being amongst the lowest, then in the event when they encountered any critical danger, he would likely be the first to be sacrificed. Knowing this, how could Yang Kai deliver his life into someone else's hands? So he might as well act alone. Although there were many dangers and uncertainties, Yang Kai was confident in his current strength, so as long as he was careful he shouldn't encounter any real problems. Even if he became surrounded by the Tianlang dynasty group, with his flaming yang wings, he could still easily escape. Why would he bother joining together with these people? In addition to all this, Yang Kai also had another major concern. If Xianxia or Zhou Ba managed to sense the presence of the Azura sword, it would certainly create trouble for him. Therefore, although the possibility was very low, he still needed to take precautions. Neither Yang Kai nor this group of people wanted to travel together, so why should he insist on sticking around? "What did you say?" Wu Changyi turned around and stared at Yang Kai, squinting his eyes before confirming, "You want to act alone?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Brother Yang." Chen Shueshu's expression changed, as he quickly came forward and whispered, "Acting on your own is too dangerous. If you stay here with senior brother and senior sister, at least we can watch out for each other. It's definitely safer than you trying to move alone." Chen Shueshu had no doubt what he said was true and did not have the slightest ulterior intent. Xianxia also tried to persuade him, "Junior brother Yang, there's no need for you to try to be brave. Just stay here with us. Although we've only just met, elder sister really feels cordial with you. It has been many years since our senior sister and junior brother have had such a strong feeling, so we don't want you to encounter any unnecessary misfortune." "Zhou Ba, you agree, right?" The giant tower of a man with a cold gaze simply nodded slightly. "Thank you for your kind words," Yang Kai chuckled. "But I'm quite lazy and don't like to be ordered around like someone's henchman. Everyone is free to choose if they want to stay or go. There's no need to try retaining him." Wu Changyi quipped disdainfully but then reached out his hand. "However, before you leave all the pills you have on you." Yang Kai, Chen Shueshu, and Su Xiaoyu's faces all went cold. Just now, others had apparently noticed the scene where Yang Kai had taken out those few healing pills. Chen Shueshu frowned. "Brother Wu, how can you do this?" Wu Changyi snorted lightly. "What's wrong with my decision? He is just a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage. Those Tianlang bastards will kill him soon enough, and when they do, the healing pills he has will fall into their hands. It's better if he just leaves them for us instead." Su Xiaoyu ground her teeth and yelled, "Wu Changyi, you just want to rob him." Xianxia and Zhou Ba also frowned. The two of them were obviously unhappy about Wu Changyi's behavior, but both of them held their tongues. However, Wu Changyi just sneered, "Take a look around you. How many of us have been injured? Without any healing pills, how much of their strength will they be able to use? Only by quickly healing everyone can we hope to resist those Tianlang cultivators' attacks and protect ourselves. Taking his pills is not for me but for everyone in this group. Chen Xueshu angrily shot back. Wu Changyi, don't pretend to be so righteous. If you insist on forcing Brother Yang, then we brother and sister will not agree. Wu Changyi shifted his sight towards Chen Xueshu and arrogantly said, So what if you don't agree with me? What do you intend to do about it? The atmosphere around them instantly became tense. I also think it's a bad idea. Xianxia smiled sweetly, and her seductive eyes stared at Wu Changyi. This just looks like the act of a robber. Wu Changyi, whatever your motives are, you're still an elite disciple of a great sect. Don't you think being so domineering is bad for your face? The latter's face twitched. It seems he was somewhat suppressed by Xianxia, but after hesitating for a long while he chuckled. If that's the case, then we should let everyone decide. Should he be forced to leave his pills behind, or allowed to take them away? He should leave them with us, someone immediately said. Brother Wu is right, with his weak cultivation he won't last more than a few days out there alone. Why should we allow those Tianlang animals to snatch his pills for free? To this statement, many people nodded in agreement. The youth quickly followed up, Brother Chan, please calm your anger. I'm just saying what I believe is right. This high heaven pavilion brother's strength is really too low. If he was going to stay with us and help support the group with his healing pills, then if someone was seriously injured, presumably he would not be stingy, but since he is determined to leave and wants to act alone, I think he should contribute his pills to us. Most of the people here seem to agree with Wu Changyi's practice, which made Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu's faces very ugly. Arguing back, Chen Xueshu sneered, You really believe your actions are correct? If someone wanted to rob you of your life-saving pills, what would you do? Hearing his words, many of these people couldn't help but frown or turn away. Although they knew what they were doing was immoral, right now, everyone's healing pills had nearly been spent. Even if they could only obtain just one more bottle, perhaps at a critical time it would allow them to save a few people's lives. Do unto others as you'd have them do to you, a cold voice echoed. Yang Kai looked up and saw a girl wearing a 10,000 flower palace robe and nodded slightly. Wu Changyi had not expected that there would be so many people speaking up for Yang Kai, so having been forced into a corner, he said, Fine then, I will give him a choice, so no one can say I'm just using strength to bully the weak. Glaring at Yang Kai, he declared, Stay with us, or leave your pills, it's your decision. Ho! Yang Kai chuckled. Staring back at Wu Changyi, he slowly said, I choose the latter. He had never wanted to work together with these people, and seeing Wu Changyi act so arrogantly only further reinforced this thought. How could he possibly choose to stay now? But now, with so many people eyeing him, if he really did not leave some pills, those who had just pressured him would definitely not just let him go. This is your own choice. Wu Changyi stretched out a hand to Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai shook his head and grinned deviously. Seeing this, Wu Changyi wrinkled his brow. What do you mean? I only said I'd leave the pills. I didn't say I'd leave them to you. Don't be so presumptuous. Yang Kai sneered, and ignoring the extended hand before him, he took out a bottle of healing pill and threw it to Chen Xueshu while staring coldly at Wu Changyi. Senior Brother Chan, I'll leave those pills to you. As Chen Xueshu caught the pill bottle, his brow furrowed angrily. He had brought Yang Kai over, but now his own group of people were strong-arming him. How could he remain indifferent? Taking a deep breath, Chen Xueshu loudly said, Brother Yang, rest assured. Senior Brother will distribute these pills well. His meaning was clear. Those who had just stood on Wu Changyi's side knew they should never expected to see the healing pills inside this bottle. Yang Kai nodded and hurriedly cupped his fists. Then I bid you farewell. I hope we shall meet again. Finished speaking, Yang Kai instantly disappeared into the jungle. I doubt we'll see each other again. Wu Changyi coldly snorted and awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand. His face was clearly still angry as he loudly barked towards the group. We've rested here long enough, it's time we get moving. Those Tianlang dogs will certainly launch another attack soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The more than 30 people quickly organized themselves according to Wu Changyi's instructions and began to carefully walk into the jungle. No one noticed when the last person in their ranks quietly hid his presence. After the group had moved away, this youth looked in a certain direction and hurriedly dashed out. The direction he went was clearly the same as the path Xianxia had taken. Xianxia had left a single bottle of pill before leaving, but which disciple who came to this place for life experience would only bring a single bottle of healing pills? Moreover, Xianxia said before that he had accidentally fell into a valley and spent half a year looking for a way to climb out. Since that was the case, for this past half a year he certainly did not encounter much fighting, and if he had not been fighting, then he would not have been hurt, nor would he have used any healing pills. Therefore, he must have more pills. So Wu Changyi had secretly ordered this person to go cut down Xianxia and bring back any pills he may have on him. A meticulous plan set up by Wu Changyi to only send a single person to complete this task so as to not arouse suspicions. In the jungle, Xianxia's figure flashed like an agile monkey, weaving over and through the treetops. His body floated as light as a feather in the breeze, not disturbing a single leaf along his path. His expression was solemn, and he maintained a high level of vigilance towards his surroundings as he planned his next move. While he was dissatisfied about the way Wu Changyi's group had acted towards him, in the end, it did not affect him, and he managed to achieve his purpose. However, he did not expect the news he obtained to be so grim. Over the years, disciples from the various factions who entered this isolate world for life experience had often formed their own groups. Even temporary large-scale alliances had occasionally been forged, but this time, because of the actions taken by the cultivators from Tianlang dynasty, all the great Han dynasty cultivators had been thoroughly bound together. This was something that had never happened before, and it had even risen to the level of a life and death struggle between the younger generations of the two countries. Who the winner would eventually be, Xianxia was uncertain, but he was, after all, a great Han dynasty cultivator. Simply put, he did not like the idea of people from Tianlang dynasty dominating them. If it were not for the two disciples from the Azura sect and the overbearing arrogance of that Wu Changyi, Xianxia might have remained with Chen Xueshu and others to do his part in this battle. But what was done was done. So Xianxia rid his thoughts of these distractions and continued forward, when suddenly he paused and looked back with a trace of suspicion flashing through his eyes. Standing there for a moment, Xianxia grinned, dropped to the ground, and then ducked behind a large tree to hide while he concealed his breath. Shortly after, another figure flew over his head from the direction he had just come. As he passed, Xianxia caught a good look at this person's face and clothes. This man carried a sword and wore a blue uniform. He was slightly older, probably in his early 20s, and had a solemn face. Xianxia coldly snorted under his breath, and his eyes flashed a murderous intent. This person was the one he had seen sweeping the battlefield, the one collecting all the blood beads. The sword he carried on his back made it easy to identify him. He was a 9-star sword school's disciple, one of Wu Changyi's junior brothers. He had not acted together with their group and instead chased after Xianxia, which made his intention quite obvious. Xianxia's face went cold. Earlier, he had not wanted to start a fight with Wu Changyi, afraid of involving Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu. But now that he had sent someone to chase after him, there was no reason for him to hold back. Even clay is limited to 3 phases of heating within the kiln. There is a limit to his patience, not to mention Xianxia's lack of a forgiving nature to begin with. The 9-star sword school's disciple had stopped not far away, and then circled back. His eyes carefully scanned the vicinity. If one listened carefully, they could hear him mutter under his breath, "Strange. Where did he go?" He was a true element boundary master and was certain his speed was much higher than Xianxia's. But now, after chasing him for so long, the trail he followed had suddenly disappeared. Naturally, he decided to double back and check the surrounding jungle more carefully. Xianxia could not help admiring this man a bit. He really had some outstanding tracking ability. Along the way, Xianxia had been very careful not to leave any clues about his direction. But this guy had still traced him. A moment later, the 9-star sword school disciple stopped about 100 meters from Xianxia with his brow thoroughly wrinkled as he looked around. Xianxia remained patient, quietly hiding amongst the trees, and secretly observed this person. After a long time, the man grinned ferociously, reached behind his back, and, along with a wind-splitting noise, drew his sword from its scabbard. With his sword in hand, his momentum suddenly climbed to new heights. His whole aura became as sharp as a blade. The 9-star sword school definitely deserved its reputation. This momentum alone was vastly superior to an ordinary true element cultivator. I know you're here. Qi Jianxing smiled meaningfully, gripped his sword, and shouted in a confident tone. Obediently come out and I won't embarrass you. Yang Kai frowned. He was not sure if this 9-star sword school disciple had really found him or was just trying to trick him into exposing himself. Qi Jianxing added, Little brat, I admire your guts. To this day, people who dare talk to my big brother like that, in addition to the young masters of the 8 great families, besides you there is no one else. For this alone, I promise not to hurt you as long as you hand over every pill on your body, so I can complete the mission Big Brother has given me. After a few moments of silence, Qi Jianxing's voice became cold as he threatened. Do not reject a toast or you will suffer a loss. My offer is good only until I find your hiding place. Come out now and discuss things while I am still in a good mood. Still receiving no response, Qi Jianxing no longer bothered to speak. He swung his sword forward, and crisp sword cries began to ring out from all directions. Yang Kai's face stiffened as he suddenly felt a faint chill spread all around him, which caused him to hurriedly dash out from his hiding spot. One by one, blades of invisible sword qi shot out, and toppled every tree in a radius of 100 meters, only leaving behind smoothly cut stumps as they fell to the ground. Yang Kai's face sank. He now understood this 9-star sword school disciple's ruthlessness. His talking with him until just now was just a trick to stall for time, but in reality he had been secretly setting up this attack. Those invisible sword chi threads had been spread around while he spoke, so once his arrangement was finished and he activated this sword chi, then, as long as Yang Kai was still hiding in the trees, he would not be able to escape unharmed. Fortunately, Yang Kai had been alert and dodged out quickly, or else this sword chi attack would have definitely taken him by surprise and undoubtedly caused him heavy injuries. Yang Kai no longer dared to underestimate this person. The 9-star sword school being called the first sect under the 8 great families was not without cause. How could one of its elite disciples be weak? Found you! Qi Jianxing turned and stared coldly at Yang Kai, looking down at him from his position in midair, eyes filled with disdain. However, he no longer attacked and instead chose to quietly observe Yang Kai. Facing a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, Qi Jianxing was naturally fearless. His opponent was only at such a level and came from a second-class sect, so he was certain that a single sword would be enough to behead him. Your ability to hide yourself is quite ingenious. Qi Jianxing praised him without reserve. Who did you learn it from? He was obviously interested in Yang Kai's concealment skill. In a crisis, if he had such a technique, it would increase his ability to survive, which was why he did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai only sneered. You have already seen through my ability, so how exactly is it so great? Qi Jianxing slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with greed while showing a trace of admiration. I did not see through it, but I sensed your hostility towards me and my sword qi instinctively responded a bit. In fact, I only knew that you were hidden somewhere close by, but I could not pinpoint your location, so I took a chance and tried to force you out. It seems I got lucky. After he had patiently explained, Qi Jianxing smiled coldly. You're a smart brat. Me standing here until now, you should understand my intentions from just that. Surrender all the pills you have on you. Tell me your concealment art, and I'll consider letting you live. Yang Kai simply sneered. Do you think you've already beaten me? Qi Jianxing froze for a moment before he burst into laughter. What do you think? He was a mere separation and reunion boundary 7th stage, not even a true element boundary cultivator, so how was he any threat at all? After laughing for a while, Qi Jianxing's smiles disappeared before he slightly nodded. Very well. Once I cripple you, I can leisurely ask about your techniques. Before he had even finished speaking, the sword in his hands flickered. With a zhung sound, A few sword waves suddenly appeared in front of him in a fan-shaped arrangement that glowed with an icy cold light. Each sword wave certainly contained a massive hidden lethalness. Ha! Qi Jianxing's name was spelled with the character for sword. There was no doubt that his ability with the sword was great, and just this attack alone had fully displayed his extraordinary skill. The sword waves flew out, like a burst of lightning, to attack Yang Kai. Feeling the threat of these sword waves, Yang Kai quickly retreated. The leisurely look on his face quickly disappeared. This guy was indeed a first-class sex core disciple. He was so young yet still possessed such strength. In less than a breath of time, the sword waves had arrived in front of Yang Kai and directly penetrated his body. Qi Jianxing frowned. He had not thought things would go this smoothly. He did not want to kill Yang Kai outright because he wanted to force him to reveal the cultivation technique of his concealment art, so when he attacked just now he had still held back. The next moment, Qi Jianxing's eyes flashed as his sword struck out and chopped towards his side. Another sword wave appeared and seemed to pierce the void beside him. Just as Yang Kai's figure emerged, the other side's second attack flew towards him, which forced him to use his movement skill again to dodge the blow. Good, good, good. Qi Jianxing's face was filled with excitement as he applauded. After only 2 strikes, he no longer attacked, but instead greedily stared at Yang Kai. Your movement skill is also fantastic, a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage being able to move at such speed. I will be sure to accept it from you later as well. Yang Kai let out a deep breath, stood firm, and grinned. Since you want my concealment art and movement skill, how about we make a trade? What kind of trade? Qi Jianxing's interest was piqued. I'll give you what you want, and you teach me some of your 9-star sword school's sword skills. How about it? You want to learn the sword? Qi Jianxing looked curiously at Yang Kai, carefully scanning his body, but he found no traces of a sword. If he had no weapon, why did he want to learn sword skills? Yes, we both get what we want, and nobody needs to suffer. Yang Kai nodded. Right now he had no sword on him, but inside his body was the Azura sword. In terms of exquisite sword skills, the 9-star sword school's arts could be described as the best. Even the powerful 8 great families could not deny this. You dream. How can the 9-star sword school's swordsmanship be taught to outsiders? Qi Jianxing sneered. Moreover, you are so much weaker than me. I can take your life easily. Why should I trade with you? Yang Kai laughed viciously. The pride and malice soaked into his bones were stimulated as he spoke. I'll ask you again. Do you think you've already beaten me? Your movement skill really is superb. Just wait until I waste you. Then you can elaborate on it for me. Qi Jianxing coldly snorted and no longer sent out sword waves. He knew that they could not take Yang Kai down, so instead he flourished his sword and charged toward Yang Kai himself. Sword Qi instantly burst forth, and Qi Jianxing's figure radiated streams of light like a rainbow as he dashed straight in front of Yang Kai. The sword in his hand slashed down towards him like a curtain to trap Yang Kai beneath it, creating an inescapable shroud of death tens of meters in radius around him. A screeching sound came from all around, like someone from the void was snapping the strings of a zither. If one looked carefully, they would see tiny sword Qi blades crisscrossing mid-air, which completely enveloped Yang Kai. Within this flickering storm, Yang Kai's expression became even more dignified as he ferociously pushed his Yuan Qi. His whole body exuded a sweltering heat, and he released 2 ferocious palm strikes to create a burst of Yuan Qi. The 2's Yuan Qi collided, and a loud bang rang out seemingly from every direction. In that instant, more than half of the hundreds of sword waves were annihilated. Qi Jianxing's face went cold as he cried out, "Brat! Don't get overconfident." Raising his sword to gather the remaining sword Qi in the surroundings, he condensed them into a single shimmering blade and slashed down towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes shrunk, and he pushed his palms forward and drew out a drop of yang liquid from his dantian. Then he transformed it into a blood-red shield to block the sword strike before him. Pong! A metallic ring burst forth as the sword Qi struck the shield dead center. The blood-red shield rippled and cracked. However, it did not shatter. It did, however, exhaust Qi Jianxing's strike and caused its remnants to disappear. In a flash, Yang Kai lifted the blood-red shield in front of himself and charged towards Qi Jianxing. The latter was obviously shocked but still quickly retreated, and was instantly pursued by Yang Kai. The two became engaged in close-quarter combat. Each one displayed their own exquisite movement skills, and while their cultivation levels were drastically different, they were actually evenly matched in terms of speed. The two figures became entangled, and each one fiercely stuck towards the other. Qi Jianxing was stunned. He had never imagined that a second-class sex separation and reunion boundary 7th-stage disciple could unleash such immense combat strength, which allowed Yang Kai to fight with him. Rapidly becoming annoyed, Qi Jianxing attacked more and more ferociously. His sword sliced through the wind, slashing and stabbing with the speed of a snake striking from its hole, fully displaying his extraordinary swordsmanship. His moves were fluid, ever-changing, wild, and unpredictable. The surrounding trees were all chopped to pieces as the two darted in and amongst them, causing dirt and sand to fly everywhere. Their battle became more intense with every clash. After only 10 breaths of time, the two had already exchanged more than 30 blows, and neither one managed to land a decisive hit. But anyone who was watching could see that Qi Jianxing occupied the absolute advantage. For every 10 moves made, 8 would be him attacking. Along with a sneer, Qi Jianxing focused his sword qi and stabbed it straight into Yang Kai's shield. The blood-red shield, which had been formed by a drop of yang liquid, was finally unable to withstand this high-intensity attack. Yang Kai's face went stiff, and he anxiously jumped back to leave Qi Jianxing's attack range. But how could his opponent let him get away so easily? As if the sword had its own spirituality, after shattering the shield, it immediately flashed towards Yang Kai's arm. Shua shua shao, Yang Kai's sleeve was ripped apart, and cloth pieces flew everywhere. Yang Kai roared furiously, and his yuan qi erupted forth to resist this attack. He rapidly retreated and simultaneously sent out a heavy punch. His fist was seemingly engulfed in burning flames that distorted the air around it. Aware of this fist's terrible power, Qi Jianxing's eyes showed a trace of fear. He swiftly stabbed his sword into Yang Kai's shoulder, piercing 3 inches into his flesh, and used the ensuing rebound from his strike to withdraw. However, he was still a bit too late, and Yang Kai's Burning Sun's 3-layer blast managed to impact his chest. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Qi Jianxing was forced back 10 steps to dispel the momentum of this strike, while at the same time he circulated his true qi to resolve the hot yuan qi which had invaded his body. For a moment, Qi Jianxing's face went pale, which forced him to take a deep breath. He had managed to completely resolve the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast and eventually came out unharmed. In contrast, Yang Kai's right sleeve had been cut to pieces by Qi Jianxing's sword. His exposing bare arm now had countless small bloody lines, which instantly dyed his arm red and gave it a hideous look. While Qi Jianxing was neutralizing the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast's qi, Yang Kai was also lightly panting and shaking his arm as he tried to burn clean the other side's invading sword qi. Ha ha ha! Qi Jianxing's eyes flashed a ferocious light and viciously glared towards Yang Kai. A mere separation and reunion boundary 7th stage brat having such strength. You are truly impressive. Speaking casually, he pointed his sword towards Yang Kai. You are, without a doubt, the most powerful separation and reunion boundary cultivator I have ever seen. Your yuan qi's purity is already no less than a common true element cultivator. Your martial talent even exceeds my own. However, we were simply born different. My 9-star sword school's sword skills are supreme. How could a random nobody like you compete with them? His face full of arrogance and his voice filled with indifference, Qi Jianxing calmly continued. Just now, I had only used 70% of my strength. If I used my full force, can you still resist? Gripping his sword before his chest, Qi Jianxing's face became serious, and with his true qi bursting forth, he cried out, Sword body! Zhang! A loud and piercing sword cry rang out as the sword in his hands trembled. A sharp sword aura broke out from Qi Jianxing's body. The aura then channeled through his true qi, where it merged with his entire presence and instantly pushed his momentum to its peak. which created a fierce wind as countless tiny sword blades enveloped him. Looking at him, it was as if 10,000 swords were guarding his body. The 9-star sword school's sword skills were really profound. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as his face became even more dignified. Qi Jianxing was obviously enraged that he had been struck by a punch just now, so he did not hesitate to cast this sword body martial skill. By shaping his true qi, Qi Jianxing had become like a hedgehog. If Yang Kai wanted to strike him now, he would have to bear a certain amount of self-inflicted injury. Forcing me to use sword body, you should be proud of yourself. Qi Jianxing stared coldly at Yang Kai. His face was filled with arrogance and disdain, like he was looking down upon all creation, while he casually talked, as he slowly came over, step by step. Yang Kai did not dare hold back, and activated unyielding will. His separation and reunion 7th stage cultivation instantly surged to peak separation and reunion boundary. When he was just separation and reunion boundary 1st stage, Yang Kai was able to use unyielding will to temporarily reach peak separation and reunion. Unfortunately, now that he had reached the 7th stage, it was still the same. This showed just how massive the watershed between the separation and reunion and true element boundary was. Once a cultivator completely transformed their yuan qi into true qi, the difference in their strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Aware of the surge in Yang Kai's aura, Qi Jianxing's face went cold as he sneered in disdain. Good, so you've been holding back as well, but even so, you are now only peak separation and reunion boundary. You are still not my opponent. Whether or not I am your opponent, once we fight, you will know. Yang Kai grinned deviously, and stretched his hand forward as a new blood-red shield appeared. Qi Jianxing's expression darkened. Just now he had suffered a small loss when he confronted this shield head-on and was unable to break it with his attacks for quite some time. Now, he saw Yang Kai easily form another, so naturally he was annoyed and shouted in anger. Watch me shatter your piece of trash shield and beat you down. Qi Jianxing suddenly accelerated, stabbing forward rapidly with his sword. The true qi he had condensed outside his arm erupted out in all directions before ferociously flew toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly tried to dodge, but these true qi swords were different from the ones he had previously faced. They seemed to be able to respond to Qi Jianxing's will. As Yang Kai desperately evaded 3 or 4 times, Qi Jianxing's eyes filled with ruthlessness and he grinned, launching an extremely powerful sword skill, which ferociously slashed his sword qi towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai swiftly lifted his shield to guard himself. Boom! His shield trembled violently, and was almost unable to maintain its shape, which caused Qi Jianxing to laugh viciously. Strike after strike, Yang Kai was being suppressed and constantly needed to block the sword qi attacks from Qi Jianxing's sword, while being harassed by the unpredictable true qi swords which swirled around him, and forced him to retreat, as he complained bitterly inside. During the battle, both of them were rapidly consuming their yuan qi. Engaging in such a high-intensity life and death fight was a massive load for any cultivator. In this case, physical strength was secondary, while yuan qi consumption was the most critical issue. A powerful cultivator who could efficiently use their yuan qi would be able to pay the smallest price to cause his opponent the greatest damage. Such control was currently impossible for Yang Kai and Qi Jianxing. Their strength and experience had not reached that kind of realm yet. Both of them were only trying to push their yuan qi to its maximum extent in order to maintain their own attacks and momentum. After just half a stick of incense, Yang Kai was unable to launch any offensive strikes. He was now completely on the defensive, which caused Qi Jianxing's killing intent to rise to a peak. Laughing as he ridiculed and tormented him, his eyes now saw Yang Kai as meat on the chopping block only. Losing strength, Yang Kai seemed like he would collapse at any moment. Suddenly, he staggered slightly, and this misstep nearly caused him to fall to the ground. Seeing such an opening, how could Qi Jianxing let it pass? Finally striking with his real sword, he slashed straight towards Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai lifted his shield in a panic to block the strike, but Qi Jianxing was already prepared, and his sword flickered in mid-strike, abruptly changing its path as it swept towards Yang Kai's shield and fiercely slammed into it, which caused it to experience immense strain. As Qi Jianxing sneered even more, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of calm. At the moment, his shield, which was about to be sliced by Qi Jianxing's sword, suddenly emitted a burst of light and quickly transformed into a blood-red dagger. Qi Jianxing's face was stunned as he watched this blood-red dagger slice into his sword. His sword was instantly cut in two. Back when he was just an initial element stage cultivator, Xianxia could already destroy a common-grade defensive artifact with a weapon condensed out of his yang liquid, and now that his cultivation had reached the separation and reunion boundary, his yang yuan qi was significantly more pure and rich, so with Qi Jianxing's sword being a plain steel-forged weapon, and not even a real artifact, how could it possibly not be cut apart? Xianxia had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time and rapidly slashed his dagger forward. As a soft ringing noise sounded out, Qi Jianxing's sword was sliced into several pieces, and if he had not retreated quickly, even the hand he was using to grip his sword might have been cut off. You? Qi Jianxing's eyes filled with disbelief as he stared in shock at Xianxia. Before, he had only used his sword qi and true qi to attack and never needed to engage Xianxia in a head-on collision. Therefore, until now, there was never any worry about his sword being damaged. But how could he have known this tough defensive shield could actually transform? All of a sudden, his weapon had been destroyed. A 9-star sword school disciple without his sword was bound to suffer a drop in combat strength. Now it's my turn. Xianxia took a deep breath, and his former look of weakness and embarrassment disappeared as his eyes filled with confidence and emitted a thick, murderous aura. While he stared arrogantly at Qi Jianxing, the latter also suddenly woke up. All along his opponent had only been acting, including when he had let his previously condensed shield be shattered. Everything had been deliberate. Xianxia put on a good show to reduce his own wariness and make sure his guard was down, all for this single chance to destroy his sword. Such a bold strategy, such unwavering determination. This was the first time since their battle had begun that Qi Jianxing truly admired Xianxia, and not just for his martial skills. But despite all this, Qi Jianxing remained fearless, and while tossing away the hilt of his broken sword, he proudly said, "So what if you have destroyed my weapon? You are still not my opponent." Having lost his sword, Qi Jianxing could still display sword skills with his finger sword. Any cultivator at the true element boundary could naturally do this, but the power they could bring out would still fall and perhaps not even reach 90% of their maximum potential. Even with 10% less power, I can still easily crush waste like you. Qi Jianxing sneered to himself. However, just as he was preparing to attack, he saw Xianxia laugh proudly as he thrust out both his palms. Beast soul skill. After holding back for so long, Xianxia was ecstatic that he could finally show his full strength. White tiger seal, divine ox seal, both seals burst forth simultaneously. Suddenly, the roar of a tiger shook the heavens, and the bellow of an ox split the earth. Qi Jianxing's expression became dark as he saw two vicious monster beast phantoms appear out of thin air and rush towards him. These two monster beast phantoms were extremely lifelike, like flesh and blood living beings. Their red bodies radiated incomparable power and majesty, while their scarlet eyes emitted an awe-inspiring murderous aura. These two beast phantoms gave Qi Jianxing a life-threatening feeling. How could he possibly be negligent? Holding two fingers together, he formed a temporary sword, pushed his true qi to create a sword aura at his fingertips, and slashed out, flashing thunder sword. A dazzling sword wave flew from his fingertips and directly struck the middle of the monster beast's body, which caused its radiance to fade slightly, but completely failed to stop its charge. Rising wind sword. Qi Jianxing quickly retreated as he used his finger sword to display numerous 9-star sword school sword skills, but nothing he tried could defeat the two monster beast phantoms. Seeing the two beasts pounce towards him, Qi Jianxing bent his legs and leapt up to dodge, but just 10 feet off the ground, a sharp murderous intent fell onto his head. Shifting his gaze above him, he saw Xianxia maliciously grinning while in the process of launching a punch towards him. His only escape route was blocked. In a panic, Qi Jianxing grit his teeth and quickly sent out 3 sword waves. Xianxia quickly countered with 3 fists and shattered the 3 sword waves. But during this moment of delay, Qi Jianxing managed to twist his body to avoid the blow to his vitals. Nevertheless, he still suffered a heavy palm strike to his shoulder. Letting out a cry of pain, Qi Jianxing fell back towards the ground. Facing this life and death crisis, the 9-star sword school disciple pushed his combat capabilities to their max. His finger sword rapidly slashed and hacked towards the 2 monster beast phantoms and almost managed to make them collapse completely. The white tiger and divine ox simultaneously attacked, but neither could hurt Qi Jianxing, nor collapse his sword. Surrounding his body were countless tiny sword waves, which staunchly served as protection. Every time the white tiger and divine ox struck, these sword waves would automatically deflect them away. After a brief but violent exchange, the white tiger and divine ox completely disappeared. After all, these 2 phantoms were condensed from Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. They only looked like monster beasts, and once the Yuan Qi they were composed of was exhausted, naturally they ceased to exist. Hey hey! Qi Jianxing laughed arrogantly as he looked towards Yang Kai. He must have consumed a massive amount of Yuan Qi to summon these 2 monstrous beasts phantoms, and ultimately they had failed to even hurt him. For Yang Kai, who was only separation and reunion 7th stage, he was certain it was impossible for him to execute this skill a second time. This risk-all strategy was obviously not good at preserving his Yuan Qi in order to keep fighting. But as soon as he started laughing, a shocking scene took place. Yang Kai looked at him with eyes filled with contempt, effortlessly summoned another white tiger and divine ox phantom, and sent them rushing towards him, exactly the same as before. Impossible! Qi Jianxing exclaimed. I don't even need to act anymore. Just this move is enough to grind you down. Yang Kai glared coldly at Qi Jianxing. Qi Jianxing was forced into a defensive impasse, and his face rapidly became gloomy. He knew that what Yang Kai had just declared was not an exaggeration. These 2 Yuan Qi monster beast phantoms were extremely difficult to deal with. The Qi composing his finger sword was already cracking, and would certainly collapse soon, while his true Qi consumption itself was massive. His former disdain and arrogance had long since disappeared. However, I am different from you. I will never underestimate any of the opponents, so I will be attacking too. Finished speaking, Yang Kai launched a coordinated attack at Qi Jianxing along with the divine ox and white tiger. Seeing this, Qi Jianxing did not sit still. He roared as his finger sword flashed through the air again. The 2 youths no longer held anything back. Both of them pushed their strength to the limit. Any negligence or reservation would only lead to mortal danger, if not death. The battle was extremely fierce and dangerous. As the 2 monster beast phantoms collapsed again, Qi Jianxing attacked Yang Kai with his finger sword, nearly skewering the latter through completely as blood spurted from the wound and quickly dyed his cloths crimson. On the other hand, Qi Jianxing was significantly more miserable. Facing 3 enemies by himself, his sword body skill had been completely exhausted, his true Qi almost completely consumed. His appearance and breath were both ragged, and one of his arms drooped by his side, the forearm section covered in blood as massive teeth marks showed where the white tiger had ripped into his flesh. His chest injuries were even more unsightly. Several of his ribs had been broken and collapsed. This injury was caused when the divine ox had rammed him, and its horns almost pierced out his back. Standing more than 100 feet apart, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, while Qi Jianxing's expression switched back and forth between rage and depression. Never had he dreamed that one day he would lose to a little separation and reunion brat, but now this reality was staring him in the face. The shame and frustration nearly drove him mad. Yang Kai did not immediately go for the kill because he knew that a true element boundary cultivator's last desperate struggle before death would be incredibly fierce. So he decided to wait for Qi Jianxing's momentum to fade. Ha! Ha ha ha! Qi Jianxing also seemed to be in no rush and suddenly sneering while taking a few deep breaths to calm his mood and gradually regained his calm. I admit that you are really strong, stronger than an average true element cultivator. But so what if you can beat me? I am an actual true element cultivator, so it is impossible for you to kill me. If I want to leave, you cannot stop me. Letting out a scornful laugh, Qi Jianxing's feet kicked the ground, and directly leaped 300 feet into the air, and his whole body trembled slightly. One arm hung loosely by his side while the other clutched his chest wound, but he still gloated condescendingly. This is the biggest difference between true element boundary and separation and reunion boundary. I can fly and you cannot, so I can leave at any time I want. As he spoke, Qi Jianxing vomited some blood and struggled to maintain his posture, staring toward Yang Kai filled with hatred, and loudly declared, "I will remember this shame you have delivered me today. The next time I see your face, I swear I will end your dog life. You'd better pray that you can live that day." Finished speaking, Qi Jianxing paused and stared for a while, as if trying to burn Yang Kai's face deep into his eyes. Standing below him, Yang Kai remained indifferent. His face showed total lack of concern for the situation. After a short time, Qi Jianxing turned and his figure began to stagger away through the sky, while his whole being was filled with rage and humiliation. "This hatred, I will definitely repay," Qi Jianxing swore to himself. However, after flying less than 300 feet, a burst of heat came from behind him along with an ice-cold voice. "Where are you trying to run?" Qi Jianxing's face went white as sudden terror gripped his soul. He rapidly turned his face and saw that same high heaven pavilion disciple actually flying right up behind him. And extending from his back, there was a giant pair of radiant burning wings. These wings flapped through the wind, like a great pong, proud and mighty. "You?" Qi Jianxing's face filled with indescribable horror. He had never heard of a cultivator who could sprout such flaming wings from his body. Before he could spit out a second word, Yang Kai was already upon him, and a palm strike landed on his abdomen. In the next instant, a big hand gripped his neck as the pair fell from the sky like lightning, now just inches away from each other. All Qi Jianxing could see was the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, frigid and devoid of any emotion. Shua! Like a meteor blazing across the sky, in the blink of an eye they had approached the ground. Just as they reached 10 feet above the earth, Yang Kai roared, mercilessly throwing Qi Jianxing down as he abruptly pulled up. Bang! Dust flew up as Qi Jianxing's body slammed into the ground. The impact created a small pit and shattered many of his bones. Like a broken sack, Qi Jianxing bounced and rolled for a distance before he gradually came to a stop. Struggling to open his eyes, he could somewhat make out Yang Kai's pair of flaming wings as they slowly descended towards him. Arriving in front of him and dismissing his flaming yang wings, Yang Kai dropped to the ground lightly, walked up to Qi Jianxing, and stared at him with indifference, just as Qi Jianxing had done before. The disgrace. Qi Jianxing's shameful last resort in front of Yang Kai had actually not played any role at all. Such a death. It is worthy of a true element master. Yang Kai ridiculed, lifted his foot, and stepped on Qi Jianxing's neck. "Don't kill me," Qi Jianxing barely managed to say as he coughed and struggled. Blood constantly spilled from the edge of his mouth. "Don't you want to learn 9-star sword school sword skills? I can teach you what you want to learn. I can teach you everything. Inside the 9-star sword school, I am also a rising star. I have learned all of the school's advanced sword skills." "Kiki." "No need, I don't believe you." Yang Kai remained indifferent. The 9-star sword school sword skills were very tempting for Yang Kai, but he simply could not believe Qi Jianxing would really teach him these. Considering this person's personality and means, once he had restored his true Qi, he would definitely seek revenge, so the only choice was to end his life. Hearing this, Qi Jianxing's already sad face became even more depressed. "Why are you trying to make my 9-star sword school your enemy? If you kill me, Vicky, my first senior brother will know, and he will not forgive you. With his strength you will be unable to resist." Yang Kai stared down at him as his eyes became cold. "Wu Changyi, don't worry about your great first senior brother. Even if he does not come looking for me, I will definitely go to find him. You really want to be so ruthless." "It was you who wanted to be ruthless," Yang Kai sneered, refusing to say any more nonsense. He pressed down hard with his foot and he pushed his yuan qi. With a crisp snapping sound, Qi Jianxing's neck was broken. His head softly slumped to the side, his body now lifeless. At the moment when Qi Jianxing died, Wu Changyi, who stood at least a few tens of miles away, suddenly stopped and gazed off towards the distance. Like how the Ghost King Valley's 3 disciples had a special method to determine each other's position and whether they were alive or dead, the 9-star Sword School disciples also had a similar technique. What Wu Changyi found difficult to understand was, how did Qi Jianxing die? Could he have met the Tianlang dynasty's cultivators? If not, with his true element boundary 3rd stage cultivation, there was simply no other explanation. Wu Changyi's face showed a touch of sadness. He did not care about whether Qi Jianxing lived or died, but Qi Jianxing still had a priceless treasure on him. It was something he and his junior brothers had found in this isolated world and split amongst themselves. According to Wu Changyi's memory, Qi Jianxing had not refined his portion. "Brother Wu, what's wrong?" a raging fire temple disciple asked when he saw Wu Changyi's unsettled expression. He looked around, unable to hide the nervousness in his voice. "Are the Tianlang cultivators nearby?" "Possibly." Wu Changyi nodded before whispering, "We should increase our pace and try to find a safe place to hide." Hearing him say so, everyone's expression became a bit more solemn as they suddenly moved more swiftly and cautiously. These months, they had all suffered a great deal at the hands of these few Tianlang dynasty cultivators. When Qi Jianxing died, as expected, a new blood bead condensed. Its final size was roughly the same as the one formed when the Ghost King Valley's disciple had died. The 2 of them were both young true element cultivators, and the gap in their strength was obviously not great. As Xianxia began to steady his breath, he reached out and seized this blood bead before scavenging Qi Jianxing's remains. In just a few moments, Xianxia had found a number of different-sized blood beads. These were the spoils of Qi Jianxing's battles, which he had not yet found time to refine. In addition, there were some silver coins and a single dark green-colored bottle. This was his entire harvest. Storing these items in his universe bag, Xianxia quickly left the scene. Half a day later, inside a remote mountain, Xianxia sat cross-legged, swallowed a few healing pills, and replaced his blood-stained clothes, doing his best to remove any trace smell of blood. The mountainside cave was something he had dug out himself, and now that he knew that the Tianlang dynasty's cultivators were enslaving monster beasts to serve as combat potential, Xianxia had to consider his future actions more carefully. Therefore, when he dug this cave to rest and recover, he also sealed the entrance to further conceal himself and avoid potential problems. The intense fight with Qi Jianxing had given him a number of injuries. None were life-threatening, but they definitely were not light either. With his current cultivation and his greatly enhanced physical restoration ability, Xianxia would only need a few days to fully heal, especially with the assistance of his healing pills. Just 3 days later, the 3 bloody wounds on his body had healed significantly. Although they were not fully recovered, they would not cause any impediment to his actions. Over these past days, Xianxia had been going over his battle with Qi Jianxing, using his overconfidence against him, his own cautious and careful observations to find his opponent's flaws, and constantly reflecting upon his actions and decisions. He had gained a lot. Opening his eyes, his body teemed with energy, full of fighting spirit that gave him a comfortable and confident feeling. The yang liquid in his dantian needed a little replenishing, but with the few bottles of yang attribute pills his Grand Master Ling Tai Su's had left in his universe bag, Xianxia was not overly concerned about this. Swallowing a full bottle of yang pills, he managed to add more than a dozen drops of yang liquid to his reserve. As his yuan qi became more pure, the amount of yang qi required to form a drop of yang liquid increased proportionally. This was a good thing. After considering for a moment, Xianxia appended the other bottle yang attribute pills and caused the amount of yang liquid in his dantian to surge. Searching through his universe bag, Xianxia took out a green bottle. This was something he had seized from Qi Jianxing, but until now he didn't know what was stored within it. Opening the bottle, Xianxia was instantly struck by a wave of heat. This heat gave him a comfortable feeling, which affected both his body and spirit. He was aware that the energy contained within this bottle was extremely rich, and although it gave off a similar feel to his own yang yuan qi, there were still some differences. Looking inside, Yang Kai could only see a liquid the color of crimson flames within the glass bottle. There was also not much, only 4 or 5 drops at most. Other than this bottle of liquid, Qi Jianxing kept almost nothing else on him, as if this was an extremely valuable treasure, so obviously its value was not low. But what exactly was this? Yang Kai carefully observed, smelled, and secretly had his suspicions, while his curiosity bothered him to death. Old demon, Yang Kai summoned. Yes, old servant is ready to serve. Old demon quickly began to flatter. Look at this liquid. Do you know what it is? Asked Yang Kai. Old demon coughed lightly a few times, apparently a bit embarrassed. Forget it. Yang Kai instantly understood that old demon had no clue. This old devil's memory was fragmented, and sometimes he could provide vital information, but sometimes he was useless. Yang Kai had long since become accustomed to this. If old demon really knew what this liquid was, he would certainly try to show off his knowledge to prove his worthy. So how could he have waited until Yang Kai asked? Examining it for a long while, Yang Kai concluded that this liquid was likely non-toxic, which after his own observation old demon also agreed with. But in the end, Yang Kai still had some concerns, so he rushed out from his hidden cave, and after a lengthy search, he found a single 4th-order monster beast. He instantly struck its head, knocked it unconscious, and proceeded to haul it back to the cave. On the way back, Yang Kai plucked a long strand of grass, and upon returning, he carefully dipped it into the bottle of liquid before feeding it to the monster beast. Quietly, Yang Kai monitored its reaction. After just a few breaths of time, the monster beast began letting out miserable and tragic howls, as if some terrible poison was causing it extreme pain, as it twitched violently while white foam vomited from its mouth, and its whole body emitting flashes of light. Yang Kai's face went stiff as he thanked the heavens for his abundant caution, or else he would not have even known how he had died. However, while Yang Kai was thinking this, the energy fluctuations coming from the 4th-order monster beast suddenly surged, and it instantly broke free of its restraints and attacked Yang Kai. Its might was as strong as a dragon and fierce as a tiger, transforming this once quiet cave into a raging battlefield with Yang Kai. Judging by its current state, where were the slightest signs of poisoning? After a long intense fight, the beast finally fell to Yang Kai's wrath. Once again examining its body, Yang Kai was completely confused. When he brought it back, it was clearly a 4th-order monster beast, weak enough for him to easily stun it. But how was it that the strength it had just displayed was so much more powerful? It was more comparable to a 5th-order monster beast. While he was pondering this, a blood bead quietly condensed. As Yang Kai's eyes landed on this blood bead, he became stunned for a long time. His face twitched violently, and he immediately spit out a hail of curses. "Young master, please calm yourself." Old demon quickly tried to comfort. The reason why Yang Kai was so angry was obviously because his previous speculation about the identity of the liquid in the green bottle was right. He was certain of it when he saw the blood bead which had condensed from this monster beast after its death. This blood bead was the size of a small thumbnail. Though not as large as a blood bead condensed from a 5th-order monster beast, it was still much larger than one from a 4th-order monster beast. Something which could allow a 4th-order monster beast to enhance its strength to a 5th-order level in such a short amount of time was clearly a super rare treasure. Combined with the knowledge he had heard more than half a year ago, and observing the form and color of the liquid in the bottle, Yang Kai's face filled with regret. Brilliant flame liquid, a precious treasure used specifically to refine one's yuan qi, allowing it to increase in richness and purity, subsequently enhancing one's overall strength and potential. In this world, precious treasures which could refine one's yuan qi were extremely rare, so each one was priceless. Things like the 9-yin yuan condensing dew were amongst the most high-end of these treasures, and this brilliant flame liquid was definitely in the same league. When Yang Kai had heard the reflecting moon sect's elder Zhou speak about the brilliant flame liquid back at the Nether Mountain Lake, Yang Kai had not been too tempted because he already had the 9-yin yuan condensing dew. But now that he had luckily acquired this brilliant flame liquid, the situation was different. The 9-yin yuan condensing dew would be used when Yang Kai tried to break through to the true element boundary. Meanwhile, the brilliant flame liquid could be used right now, and using both would obviously lead to an even better result. Unfortunately, half a drop of such a priceless treasure had been fed to a monstrous beast, which greatly distressed Xianxia, causing his stomach to flip and his lungs to burn. His whole body was filled with grief. Yet, ultimately, what was done was done. Regret would gain him nothing. He should instead be thankful for the 9-star sword school's good luck. So he calmed himself and sat down cross-legged, carefully extracting a drop of brilliant flame liquid from the bottle and placing it in his mouth. Xianxia quickly shut his eyes, sealed off his senses, and meditated, rapidly circulating his true Yang secret art. Xianxia felt like his dantian had been set on fire, and the flames were gradually spreading. For someone who cultivated Yang or flame attribute secret arts, encountering such a feeling was extremely rare. Just this alone showed how intense and scorching the hidden energy within the brilliant flame liquid was. The burning sensation was not very strong at first, but as time passed, Xianxia felt like he was being roasted alive inside a blazing oven. Steam poured out of his skin, and his new set of clothes instantly became soaked in sweat. This violent burning sensation began in his lower abdomen and remained there for a moment, but was soon pulled out by his circulating true Yang secret art, and spread out in all directions until it gradually enveloped every part of his body. The pain was searing his meridians. Xianxia tightly grit his teeth, not daring to relax in the slightest, and desperately pushed his secret art to operate faster. This heat felt akin to flames that could burn the heavens, as if molten magma, which could incinerate the earth, had been poured into his meridians, constantly smelting the yuan qi inside. After several circulations, Xianxia was shocked to find that his yuan qi, which he had previously felt had been purified and compressed to the limit, actually began to become even more so. Stunned for a moment, he quickly regained his focus and began to operate his secret art to the limit. A moment later, the yuan qi in his meridians had reached its limit and could be refined no further. So Xianxia channeled the remaining energy of the brilliant flame liquid into his dantian. Within his dantian, there were nearly 100 drops of Yang liquid to be refined. Time slowly passed, and a few days later Xianxia opened his eyes. A radiant light seemingly overflowed from within them, and he involuntarily let out a long breath. Amazing! With a single drop of brilliant flame liquid, his whole body's yuan qi had been refined again and again, and the 100 drops of Yang liquid had been condensed down into a dozen drops. Each one contained a significantly richer and more powerful energy than before. Not only had his yuan qi undergone such refinement, even his meridians and physique had experienced some enhancement. His meridians expanded and became tougher, while his body became more solid, and every inch of his skin plus every cell in his body was rejuvenated from inside to out. It was like he was reborn. His cultivation at the separation and reunion boundary 7th stage had been largely consolidated and was not far from breaking through to separation and reunion 8th stage. This is the effect of refining yuan qi, and it sometimes promoted breakthrough, so was not only a way to increase the energy of the body. Old demon, do you think I can directly break through if I refine another drop of brilliant flame liquid? Xianxia asked somewhat eagerly. Although old demon was not very reliable sometimes, he still had a wealth of experience. It is probably useless. Young master being able to quench his yuan qi to this level is the greatest effect of this kind of precious treasure. This is not something which taking more leads to better results. If young master wants to further refine his yuan qi, the only option is to find a stronger and more precious treasure. I thought so. Xianxia sighed slightly and carefully placed the green vial back into his universe bag. I wonder where the 9-star sword school disciples found this brilliant flame liquid. Qi Jianxing had a few drops on him, so as their leader, shouldn't Wu Changyi also have some? Wouldn't he also have a larger amount? Thinking until here, Xianxia grinned maliciously. Wu Changyi had sent Qi Jianxing to kill him, so how could Xianxia let this go? They already had an irresolvable grudge between them, and now knowing the other has such a priceless treasure on him, it would be strange for Xianxia not to desire his death. But Wu Changyi was currently much stronger than him, and he was also the temporary leader of that group of young cultivators. If Xianxia really wanted to directly confront him, he was bound to suffer. This matter had to be planned out carefully. Settling his thoughts, Yang Kai decided it was time to leave. For the next month, Yang Kai spent his time killing monster beasts in different places. During this time he did not encounter a single other person, but even so, the number of monstrous beasts around were very few. It seemed that things were really as Chen Xueshu had explained that day. Tianlang dynasty cultivators had enslaved most of the various monster beasts. After a whole month, Yang Kai's harvest was meager at best. If he could not kill any monster beasts, then he naturally could not get any blood beads, but this was only a secondary problem. The key was that the monster beasts he encountered were too weak. Fourth-order monster beasts could not stand a single blow from the current Yang Kai. Even the strength of most fifth-order monster beasts was not a significant threat to him, so without experiencing a difficult fight, he was unable to stimulate his own potential in order to break through to the next minor realm. Thus, all this time, Yang Kai had been eager to baptize himself in the blood of strong enemies. Since he could not gain any opportunities this past month, Yang Kai inadvertently spent more time exploring other uses of his beast soul skills. The beast soul skills he had received from the two monster beasts were not just a simple means of attack. However, Yang Kai was still just in the testing phases of this second application and had yet to perfect its use. On this day, when Yang Kai killed 3 fourth-order monster beasts, in a certain place 30 kilometers away, hidden amongst the jungle, a young woman suddenly opened her eyes, and her expression showed a hint of viciousness and surprise. The clothing and facial features of this woman were slightly different from those of the Great Han Dynasty. She was clearly one of the Tianlang Dynasty cultivators. She was by no means ugly, and could easily be described as a great beauty, but somehow she gave off a very strange feeling. It was as though her beauty was simply a guise for a viper that could strike at any moment, piercing down with her venomous fangs and condemning one to death. Anyone who laid eyes upon her would know instinctively that she was not to be underestimated. She dressed quite seductively. Her pair of jade arms were fully exposed, and her upper body was wrapped in a tight-fitting bandeau, which could barely contain her proud chest. When she raised her hands, her flat belly and delicate navel left little to the imagination, while her lower body's covering was even more simple, a short skirt, which seemed to highlight her enchanting bottom, from which her 2 slender, alluring legs extended. Looking towards Yang Kai's direction, a faint sneer appeared on her face as she slowly stood up, her exquisite, petite body seemingly filled with an incomparably explosive force. When she got up, the 2 people standing behind her quietly retreated a few steps and stared at this young Tianlang dynasty woman's back. Their eyes were filled with fear and resentment. These 2 were a young man and woman. If Yang Kai were here, he would certainly be surprised because these 2 were actually the Ghost King Valley disciples Jin Hao and Leng Shan. As the Ghost King Valley's 2 elite disciples were staring at this young woman's back, their true chi involuntarily surged slightly, and their eyes flashed some murderous intent. Roar! At that moment, the surrounding several tens of monster beasts suddenly bared their fangs towards Jin Hao and Leng Shan and snarled, clearly warning them not to act. The young Tianlang dynasty woman slowly turned around, gazing at Jin Hao and Leng Shan with great meaning, causing both of them to tremble and quickly suppress their killing intent and true chi. "You're not able to kill me." This woman's name was ZMO. Even after having stayed by her side for 1 or 2 months, this was the full extent of the personal information Jin Hao and Leng Shan knew about her. ZMO ruthlessly sneered. "Such an offense will only happen once. If you dare to have such thoughts again, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Jin Hao and Leng Shan's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but they did not dare to act presumptuously. Jin Hao quickly bowed. "This servant and junior sister dare not. Please rest assured, young lady Z." ZMO glared at him before smirking. "You should be thankful you fell into my hands. If you had met with my 2 senior brothers or senior sister, you would probably be dead by now." Finished speaking, ZMO casually strolled forward, and her enchanting waist lightly swayed with grace, as if she were floating on air, and on her pink lips a seductive smile blossomed. As Jin Hao quietly watched her, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva. ZMO's body was superb, and her style was extremely bold, completely different from the great Han dynasty's women. Although he had been following her for quite some time now, every time he looked at her it gave him a never-before-felt stimulus, especially her flat belly and exquisite navel. The combination, for some reason, held an unspeakable attraction to him. She had become a focus of his fantasies. If he could strip this gorgeous woman and mercilessly ravage and taste her exquisite body, causing her to scream and beg for mercy, how wondrous would that be? But Xianxia could only dream about such things. In front of ZMO, he did not have the courage to show any of these thoughts. This young woman from the Tianlang dynasty was simply a murderous snake. She was crueler and more bloodthirsty than any Ghost King Valley disciple he had ever known. As ZMO walked up to Lang Shan, while still wearing the same mischievous smile, Lang Shan's expression became cold, and a disgusted look spread across her face. Her body also began to tremble, but she somehow managed to hold her voice in. ZMO giggled as she stretched out her hand, gently lifted Lang Shan's delicate chin, and focused all her attention at her bright red lips. In the next instant, she suddenly leaned in towards her and pressed her own lips softly onto Lang Shan's mouth. Xianxia quickly sucked in a deep breath, and he awkwardly bent his butt out, trying to hide his lower body as his heart rapidly beating and his blood seemed to boil. The sounds of passionate kissing became more and more intense while Lang Shan desperately tried to resist. However, this only intensified ZMO's sadistic interest. Accompanied by a seductive laugh, ZMO pushed her other hand into Lang Shan's clothes and wantonly groped her body. At this point, Xianxia's eyes had turned red with envy. Inside the sect, Lang Shan's position was lofty, enough so that he did not dare to act presumptuously in front of her. But these days he had watched her be fully tasted and defiled in front of him, and the one to do so had actually been another beautiful and exotic woman. Xianxia watched as a snake-like tongue explored the inside of his junior sister's mouth as her proud chest was brazenly kneaded. Her well-rounded hips and bottom were groped and squeezed by those jade-like hands. The whole scene exuded a raw and beguiling sensuality. This scene had not happened just once or twice. Xianxia had been forced to watch this act play out 7 or 8 times already, and every time caused his nether region to engorge and burn with desire. Lang Shan's futile resistance gradually gave way to obedience, and the two women eventually lost themselves in erotic pleasure. The sounds of gasping breaths and rapid heartbeats spread around them and provoked an atmosphere of excitement and revelry. Xianxia forced himself to turn his head, afraid that if he continued to watch he would not be able to hold himself back. After what seemed like an eternity, ZMO finally released Lang Shan. A fine crystal line was drawn between the pair's lips as they slowly parted. Lang Shan's breath was ragged as she trembled lightly. The tears slowly fell from her dyed red eyes and were gently wiped by ZMO as she lightly laughed, akin to a gentleman comforting his lover. "Don't you also want to have her like this?" ZMO suddenly turned around and looked at Xianxia. Ah! Xianxia was stunned by her question. A look of confusion plastered on his face. ZMO smiled playfully. "You like your junior sister, right?" Xianxia shifted his gaze to Lang Shan and eventually nodded his head. "Then I can provide you such a chance." ZMO looked at Xianxia with great meaning. "But it is up to you if you can seize it." Xianxia looked like he was struggling as his face contorted, but ZMO was not anxious as she quietly watched him and waited for his reply. She knew Xianxia would not refuse her proposal because he was definitely not a gentleman. Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, Xianxia suddenly kneeled on the ground and earnestly replied, "This servant is willing to sincerely submit himself, henceforth only obeying the orders of young Miss, come hell or high water, until the end of his days." Ha ha ha! ZMO laughed proudly while lightly tossing her hair and nodded her approval. "Very good! A wise man will submit to his circumstances. I like wise men. Senior brother?" Lang Shan's face sank as she looked nervously at Xianxia. Xianxia simply scratched his face, somewhat embarrassed. "Junior sister, you and I only live now so long as young lady wishes us to. Why bother struggling in vain? Young lady has already showed us great benevolence, and is now willing to give us such an opportunity to be together. So submitting to her now is naturally our life's opportunity." Lung Shan could only look at Jin Hao with disgust, and no longer cared about him as she slowly closed her eyes. Watching this scene, ZMO simply chuckled, leaned her back against a great tree, and relaxed her lithe body, her demeanor still exuding an amorous style, as she softly said, "I want you to help me capture an individual and bring them here. After you complete this task, you may have your way with your junior sister. Whatever you wish to do with or to her, you may do." Hearing this, Lung Shan's face went pale while Jin Hao's filled with a look of excitement. "If you are fast enough, and you complete this task efficiently, completely satisfying me?" ZMO paused as her red tongue seductively licked her lips. "Letting me accompany you once along with your junior sister is possible. After all, be they young women or young men, I thoroughly enjoy them all." Jin Hao could not help but swallow hard. Not only being able to wantonly violate his junior sister, but also obtaining this Tianlang dynasty's exotic woman as well. One dragon ravaging two phoenixes. Such an occurrence could only occur in a wondrous dream. Jin Hao could not contain his excitement and loudly exclaimed, "Young lady, please direct this servant." Zemo's look became cold, and she reached out and pointed towards the distance. 30 kilometers in that direction you will find your goal. Move quickly. If you are too slow, you might not catch up. Jin Hao's brow wrinkled. "If this servant may ask, how many people are there?" "There should only be one," ZMO replied confidently. "Only one." Jin Hao's complexion became slightly worse, and he quickly commented, "Someone who could survive this long on their own. Their strength is obviously not weak. Young miss, I would like to bring my junior sister along just in case. Please allow this." ZMO smiled deviously. "I want your junior sister to stay with me, so she cannot accompany you, but I can send a few monster beasts to help you. 3 fifth-order monster beasts should be enough, right?" Jin Hao's face suddenly went bitter, as he completely understood that this young woman did not trust him. 3 fifth-order monster beasts were enough to suppress him. Rather than them being sent to help him, they were obviously there to monitor his actions. Certainly enough. Jin Hao did not dare to show any dissatisfaction and quickly agreed. "Go on then. Remember that your junior sister will be waiting back here for you, and if you're swift enough about it, so will I." ZMO winked at him. "Yes." Jin Hao's bitterness was instantly blown away, and he jumped up and dashed along the direction ZMO had pointed. 3 fifth-order monster beasts were also quick to keep up. Different fifth-order monster beasts had different levels of strength. As Jin Hao flew out, he glanced back to see which 3 beasts had been sent to accompany him. Upon checking their appearances, his heart could not help but curse this little slut. If it had only been 3 ordinary fifth-order monster beasts, Jin Hao could have handled them, but the 3 that were sent were all mid-level fifth-order monster beasts, and each one was comparable to a true element 5th or 6th stage cultivator. With such monitoring, how could he have any unscrupulous thoughts? For the moment, he could only focus on his task and completely devote himself to pleasing ZMO. Jin Hao moved rapidly. The thought of indulging himself with Lung Shan and ZMO's tender bodies pushed him forward, and he arrived at his destination in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Concealing his breath, he looked around but did not find any traces of people. The only thing left here was some dust. However, this dust was clearly the remains of recently killed monster beasts. The 3 monster beasts quickly came up and sniffed the remains before darting off in a new direction. Jin Hao following closely behind. After tracking this person for a half-hour or so, the 3 fifth-order monster beasts suddenly stopped and growled towards a spot in the jungle while baring their fangs. Jin Hao swiftly landed, stared at the jungle, and lightly called out, "Fellow brother, please come out and show yourself." Shortly after Jin Hao called out, a hidden figure emerged from within the dark jungle. The other side so brazenly revealing themselves caused Jin Hao to tense up as he secretly circulated his true chi. He felt the other side's fearless actions proved that his previous conjecture had been correct. This person was likely a hidden master. But when the figure's appearance became clear, Jin Hao's pupils suddenly shrunk as he stood there stunned, like he had just seen a ghost, his face showing an expression of total disbelief. In fact, Xianxia, who stood in front of him, also felt quite helpless. The other side had confirmed his hiding place. So what meaning was there in continuing to conceal himself? Staying put would mean losing the initiative, so he decided it would be better to just honestly come out. Sweeping his eyes over the surroundings, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, instantly gaining a lot of insight into his current predicament. "It's you," Jinhao shouted. "How did you know? How could you survive?" Yang Kai grinned. "Exactly. How could you still be alive?" Jinhao's voice was filled with confusion. More than half a year ago, the three Ghost King Valley disciples had tried to kill Yang Kai. Yu Chung Kuan, who was the fastest, had closely pursued him while Jin Hao and Leng Shan had followed slightly further behind. But just before the two of them arrived at the top of a high cliff, they felt Yu Chung Kuan die. At that time, Jin Hao thought that Yang Kai had managed to drag Yu Chung Kuan off the cliff, killing both of them. But more than half a year later, they had actually met again. And this time, this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not only in perfect health, he had also increased his strength substantially compared to half a year ago. "Then why should I be dead?" Yang Kai sneered. "Didn't you fall off that cliff?" Jin Hao tried to think of an explanation. "No, I fell down, but then I climbed back up again. By the way, your junior brother did not have such good luck. When he fell to the bottom of the cliff, he became a splatter of meat and blood, dying without a burial place. It was all very tragic," Yang Kai said dismissively. His plan was to use these words to disturb Jin Hao's focus, stimulate his anger, and force him into making a mistake. But Yang Kai had not expected that Jin Hao remained completely indifferent, just standing there sneering at him. If this had happened half a year ago, Jin Hao probably would have been angered. But now, with his own life held within the palm of another's hand and unable to guarantee his own survival, how would he have time to worry about others? Aware of Jin Hao's indifference, Yang Kai frowned as he examined the three ferocious fifth-order monster beasts behind him, suddenly speaking with utter disdain. "So you've abandoned your sect and joined up with those cultivators from the Tianlang dynasty." The three fifth-order monster beasts were not the same species, yet they were just sitting there together, not fighting amongst themselves. Instead, they directed all their hostility towards him, so the only explanation was that they had been enslaved by someone. Jin Hao did not have this ability. Only the disciples from the Tianlang dynasty could enslave these monster beasts. "What do you know?" Jin Hao suddenly became furious, roaring at Yang Kai. "You know nothing. How dare you slander me, deciding on your own what is right and wrong? If you have so much energy to spare, why don't you first take care of yourself?" Gesturing to the beasts behind him, Jin Hao ordered, "Kill him!" Yang Kai's expression was tense, vigilantly watching these three fifth-order monster beasts. But the three beasts only continued snarling at Yang Kai, completely ignoring Jin Hao's orders to attack him. "Damn it, that little slut!" Jin Hao could not help but curse. ZMO had let these three monster beasts follow him. But since they refused to obey his commands, what use were they? Pfft! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Seeing this farce play out before him, Yang Kai burst out laughing. Jin Hao's complexion went from red to blue, like he had been roasted over a fire then frozen in ice, too embarrassed to even retort. Yang Kai's ridicule coupled with this embarrassing situation had completely infuriated him. Gripping his fists so hard that they bled, he cursed at his still laughing opponent. "Go ahead, laugh all you want. When I'm finished with you, you'll never be able to laugh again." Done talking, two ghastly white claws suddenly burst forth, giving off a biting chill, and shot towards Yang Kai as swiftly as the wind. These ghost claws swept forward, creating a gloomy light and a frigid aura which enveloped Yang Kai, seemingly eroding away his life force. Yang Kai's face became serious, rapidly pushing his Yuan Qi to resist this erosion while defending himself from Jin Hao's attacks. The gap in cultivation between them was quite large. Jin Hao had reached the true element boundary 5th stage, 2 minor realms higher than Qi Jianxing's. However, if one compared them, their individual combat strengths were nearly the same. This was the result of having different origins. Qi Jianxing was a rising star disciple of the 9-star sword school, a famous first-class sect, while Jin Hao was only from the Ghost King Valley, a second-class sect. Thus, even while Yang Kai fell into a detrimental situation, he had no concerns that he could keep his life. Over the past month, his strength had also grown significantly. The only uncertain factors for Yang Kai were the 3 fifth-order monster beasts that waited to the side. These 3 possessed extraordinary strength. If they were to really attack together, his only hope would be to escape. But after fighting for such a long time, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the 3 monster beasts were content to simply spectate, showing no intention of intervening. This development significantly bolstered his courage. In the next instant he activated unyielding will, causing his cultivation to soar straight to peak separation and reunion. Xianxia was ruthless, every attack more ferocious than the last, seemingly venting all his pent-up anger and frustration here, while completely forgetting Zemo's orders for him to capture Yang Kai. He only focused all his might on tearing this little brat to shreds. Seizing the upper hand, after a half cup of tea's time, Xianxia had left more than a dozen scars on Yang Kai, and although these were not mortal wounds, he had drawn a lot of blood. "Haha, little brat, today you won't escape death." In the middle of this fierce battle, Xianxia did not forget to show off his dominance, sneering at Yang Kai while he taunting him endlessly. Yang Kai grit his teeth, throwing out a heavy punch, causing Xianxia to take a defensive stance while he retreated. Seeing an opening, Yang Kai raised both his palms, thrusting them towards Xianxia's chest. 2 energy fluctuations that seemed to contain a breath of life suddenly appeared. Aware of the strike's unusual power and murderous aura, Xianxia instantly became vigilant. The sound of a tiger's roar and an ox's bellow rang out as Yang Kai activated his beast soul skill. Flowing from his palms, 2 crimson lifelike figures thundered out. Xianxia's face immediately went pale as he rapidly fell back. Facing these 2 monster beast phantoms, he no longer dared to underestimate his opponent, pushing his true chi to its limit and releasing one deadly attack after another. Yang Kai cursed under his breath, attacking together with the 2 beast phantoms. Although he successfully displayed the beast soul skill, it was not what Yang Kai had wanted. During the past month, he had been researching this beast soul skill's other usage and had hoped he could successfully apply it to defeat Xianxia here, but the heavens seemed unwilling to let him succeed, forcing him to give up for the time being. Xianxia was indeed a master at the true element 5th stage. Even fighting together with the 2 beast phantoms, Yang Kai still could not gain a decisive advantage, only managing to create a stalemate at best. After a short time, the Yuan Qi which composed the 2 beast phantoms was exhausted and they faded away. Taking this opportunity, Xianxia quickly charged forward, grinning as he yelled, "Little brat, time for you to die." Yang Kai wore a serious expression, lifting his palms again. Seeing this familiar action, Xianxia despaired. He was extremely unwilling to face those 2 deadly yet phantasmal monster beasts again. Feeling pressured into a corner, he decided to play his trump card. The sound of cries and howls rang out as a black gas erupted from Xianxia's palm, the distorted image of a face ferociously roaring from within it, filled with a mix of demonic qi and murderous hostility. This apparition composed of grudges and resentment flew towards Yang Kai. This scene was like déjà vu. On the day when Yu Chengkuan and Yang Kai had both fallen from the top of that cliff, he had seen him use such a move. Seeing this attack come out, Yang Kai was completely unafraid. He had actually been looking forward to Xianxia resorting to this technique. It had simply not appeared until now. A sneer appearing on his face, Yang Kai suddenly stopped moving, his entire mood becoming calm, as if he was totally unaware a crisis was approaching. Pushing his palms out, the 2 strands of energy that appeared combined into one. No white tiger, no divine ox, no beast roar, only a softly glowing light emerged. With a single step, Xianxia dodged this light, avoiding it with extreme ease. However, in the next instant, this soft light drilled into the body of one of the 5th-order monster beasts behind him. However, the monster beast did not produce any movement as it did so. Success. Yang Kai was extremely happy. Xianxia was furious, quickly snapping, "You little brat, playing tricks and trying to scare your father, Jin?" Having just suffered greatly in his fight against those 2 beast phantoms, Jin Hao's heart still had some lingering fear, so when he saw Yang Kai assume the same posture he had used to summon them the first time, he had not hesitated to play his own trump card. But the other side had only conjured up some fluff with no trace of those two ferocious beasts in sight. How could he not be angered? However, just as his voice faded, Jin Hao's anger turned to shock as an excruciating pain suddenly burst out from inside his head, causing his expression to go pale as he writhed in agony. The circulation of his true chi became turbulent as a look of horror spread across his face. Quickly staring at Yang Kai in shock. You were hit with my Ghost King seal. How come nothing happened? At that moment, Jin Hao clearly felt that his Ghost King seal had disappeared. Like how that day Yu Cheng Kuan had suffered great pain with his Ghost King seal being devoured, Jin Hao was also currently experiencing this backlash. Ha ha ha. Looks like it's you who's going to die. Yang Kai grinned deviously. How are you able to destroy my Ghost King seal? Jin Hao's face was filled with confusion and horror. How could he have guessed that, inside Yang Kai's body right now, Old Demon was celebrating while feasting on his technique? A Ghost King seal was formed from a remnant devil soul fragment. It was cultivated by a Ghost King Valley disciple, feeding it their own true chi and blood essence, creating a symbiotic bond between the two. But to Old Demon it was just a delicious snack. Go ask your junior brother when you see him in the Yellow River. He also experienced this before he died. Done talking, Yang Kai summoned a drop of Yang liquid into his hand and shaped it into a blood-red sword. Jin Hao's hands had been tempered with Ghost King Valley's unique secret art, resulting in his white ghostly claws being as hard as iron, not inferior to a common grade low-rank artifact in strength or sharpness. Thus, in order to deal with him, a weapon formed from his Yang liquid was the best choice. Although Jin Hao still had the strength to fight back, with the inexplicable disappearance of his Ghost King seal, his mental state had become unstable, and he no longer had the confidence to confront Yang Kai again, immediately deciding to retreat temporarily. But before he could take more than 3 steps back, a sharp murderous intent emerged behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. Unable to respond in time, he was suddenly struck by the scent of blood as a burst of pain came from his neck. Falling to the ground, Jin Hao struggled desperately to resist as his eyes caught sight of one of his allied monster beasts that had accompanied him biting into him. His heart instantly freezing over, Jin Hao roared towards the heavens, "ZMO, you treacherous bitch!" In that instant, he was convinced that ZMO had decided to kill him. Facing this life and death crisis, Jin Hao suddenly pushed his strength to the limit, finally managing to free himself from the fifth-order monster beast's fangs, and awkwardly stumbled to his feet, blood pouring out of the gash which had been left on his neck. Barely managing to regain his footing, he was instantly assaulted by Yang Kai's sword. As the blood-red sword chopped down, Jin Hao quickly raised his hand to block, his ghost claw displaying its incredible resilience. Even after taking a direct hit, it had only suffered a deep cut rather than being severed from his arm. At the same time, that fifth-order monster beast had also rushed in, attacking together with Yang Kai against the battered Jin Hao. With his soul damaged and having suffered a heavy blow just now, Jin Hao could at most use 30% of his strength, so how could he possibly pose as Yang Kai's opponent? After only 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai had managed to cut off Jin Hao's ghost claws. Having lost his all-important hands, Jin Hao no longer had the ability to resist. Fleeing in panic, but lacking the strength to even fly, he was soon cut down by Yang Kai and the fifth-order monster beast. When Jin Hao died, the other 2 monster beasts which had been observing until now seemed to receive some instructions, quickly escaping together. Yang Kai had been wary of their movements since before the fight began. Knowing that they had been enslaved by the Tianlang dynasty cultivators, he fully intended to behead them, but they had escaped too swiftly and he was unable to keep up, so he reluctantly let them go. Gently breathing a sigh of relief, Yang Kai looked over to the fifth-order monster beast beside him, his wrinkled brow gradually relaxing, his eyes slowly revealing a touch of satisfaction. This battle had been significantly easier than the one he had against that 9-star sword school disciple. Old Demon's existence and this fifth-order monster beast's defection were the keys to him so smoothly dealing with Jin Hao. Up until he died, Jin Hao still did not understand why the monster beast, which had accompanied him, suddenly turned on him. The root of everything was the beast soul skill. This particular usage was something which Xianxia had unintentionally discovered. A few days ago, when he had encountered a fifth-order monster beast, Xianxia had tried to display his beast soul skill to summon the two beast phantoms to assist him, but for some inexplicable reason, the two beast souls merged together, turning into a glowing light which penetrated into the fifth-order monster beast's body. Immediately after, this fifth-order monster beast actually began to obey Xianxia's orders. This inadvertent discovery made Xianxia ecstatic, causing him to spend some time exploring just how and why this mysterious effect had come about. But his efforts had proven mostly fruitless. Unable to summon the same phenomenon again, he became quite frustrated. The main problem was that the number of monster beasts he encountered had become smaller and smaller, leaving him with virtually no test subjects. The one thing he had accomplished was naming this skill. He called this new martial skill, which was formed by merging the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal together, the beast slave seal. Now, he could either summon the two beast phantoms to assist him, or combine the two together to form this new martial skill. While fighting Jin Hao, the beast slave seal played a huge role. If not for the fifth-order monster beast's surprise attack at the end of the battle, with Jin Hao's means and strength, he most likely would have escaped. This skill was amazing, absolutely more powerful when compared to the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal's power. When he summoned the two beast phantoms, although their attack strength was extraordinary, their overall combat effectiveness was somewhat lacking. Each of the two phantoms' combat abilities were slightly less than this single fifth-order monster beast in front of him. They could only achieve victory against it because of superior numbers. 30 kilometers away, the meditating ZMO suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of surprise appearing on her face, while her expression became somewhat confused. Lung Shan, who was standing behind her, also had a startled look on her face, staring off towards Xianxia's direction in a trance. A trace of grief and pleasure appeared in her eyes, a complex mix of sympathy and gloating. Although Jin Hao was her senior brother in their sect, when he accepted Zemo's request, it had caused Lung Shan to detest him, and she prayed he would fail and die out there rather than returning and defiling her body, sparing her from that nightmare. But now that her wish had been granted, she was left alone at the mercy of this moody Tian Lang dynasty woman, her future filled with uncertainty. When Jin Hao died, both of these women had sensed it through different methods. Your senior brother is dead. ZMO slowly stood up, lightly glancing at Lung Shan. Humph. It's good that he died. Lung Shan sneered. He true. Such a useless man. I couldn't be more disappointed. ZMO grinned dismissively, her brow frowning shortly after as she pondered. But this person certainly has some means, managing to kill him in such a short period of time. He is definitely not some small fry. As ZMO talked, her eyes lit up, as if she had just received a new toy. Her pretty face showed a look of excitement. Even her breath became slightly more rapid. With a light step, ZMO began moving in Xianxia's direction, the dozens of monster beasts lying on the ground around her standing up and rapidly chasing after her. Lung Shan glanced around for a moment, and then silently followed as well. She knew that it was impossible for her to escape, even if she could somehow ignore the multitude of monster beasts surrounding her. That thing that ZMO had planted in her body was enough to decide whether she lived or died. Xianxia put away the blood bead which condensed after Jin Hao died and then turned to look at the fifth-order monster beast by his side. This thing was a malevolent golden shadow leopard, a majestic beast with a slim stature and smooth body lines. Its every muscle hid an explosive power, each limb adorned by claws sharp enough to rip apart 3 inches of steel. Xianxia could feel that this fifth-order monster beast was much more powerful than the few he had killed up till now. It was probably a mid-stage fifth-order beast, equivalent to a 5th or 6th stage true element boundary cultivator. Having said that, in a real fight it would not be a match for a true element boundary 5th or 6th stage cultivator. Someone at the true element boundary 2nd or 3rd stage would be enough to kill it. What was slightly puzzling to Xianxia was not its strength though, but rather its current state. He always had a feeling that it was not completely under his control. This feeling was very disconcerting and should be impossible under the effects of the beast slave seal. However, at the moment, this malevolent golden shadow leopard was restless, constantly shaking its head and tail, growling again and again. Something was wrong. Pondering for a moment, Xianxia began to speculate that the method used by the Tianlang dynasty cultivators to enslave these monster beasts was somehow in conflict with his own beast slave seal. Walking up to it, while trying to soothe the golden shadow leopard, Xianxia placed his hand on its forehead, injecting his yuan qi into its body, examining it for any abnormalities. After his yuan qi had circulated 5 or 6 times, Xianxia finally discovered something out of place. Inside the skull of the malevolent golden shadow leopard was something that exuded a different life essence. Xianxia's face became solemn as he stared at the malevolent golden shadow leopard, feeling it become more and more uncomfortable. Now completely aware that this other life form and his beast slave seal were fighting for control. When 2 tigers fought, both would receive injuries, and no matter which of them won, the one that would ultimately be hurt was malevolent golden shadow leopard. Frowning, Xianxia increased the output of his yuan qi while carefully controlling the path it traveled, because the foreign life form was adjacent to the malevolent golden shadow leopard's beast core. Once its beast core was damaged, it would certainly die. Only after the malevolent golden shadow leopard had adapted to his yuan qi did Xianxia dare to further raise the amount he injected. After repeating this process 3 or 4 times, the thing inside of the leopard's head was finally unable to bear it any longer and rapidly burst out, desperate to escape. Aware of this, Xianxia focused his efforts on capturing it, so he could figure out what method the Tianlang dynasty cultivators were using to enslave these monster beasts. After about 10 breaths of time, a roughly 3-centimeter insect emerged from the malevolent golden shadow leopard's forehead. Xianxia reacted quickly, reaching out and grasping it in his hand. Hastily examining it, he saw that this insect somewhat resembled a cross between a centipede and a leech, but before he could grasp anything more, the insect burrowed into his body along his finger. Xianxia's face sank, quickly running his yuan qi. Instantly, the insect was wrapped in his true yang yuan qi and imprisoned in his meridians. Wrinkling his brow, Xianxia paused instead of ruthlessly killing it. He could feel that this insect was very afraid of his true yang yuan qi. After all, if it wasn't, it would not have fled malevolent golden shadow leopard earlier when he had injected his yuan qi into it. Since his true yang yuan qi could restrain it, naturally he had nothing to worry about. Recalling his time on Hidden Island, the heaven-devouring insect had also burrowed into his body, but it had been overwhelmingly stronger than the insect which he was now facing. Carefully checking it, Xianxia could feel the insect in his meridians shivering, not daring to act frivolously, even more terrified than a mouse that had seen a cat. There was also some kind of inexplicable energy emanating from this insect. It was very faint, and had he not been carefully examining it, he simply would not have found it. Old demon, look at this bug. Something is odd about it. Xianxia frowned. Old demon quickly jumped into the Soulbreaker All and proceeded to the place Xianxia had imprisoned this insect, spending a long time examining it before concluding, "Young master, this insect has a thread of divine sense linking it to one of the Tianlang dynasty cultivators." A thread of divine sense? Xianxia furrowed his brow. Aren't they all only at the true element boundary? None of them should have cultivated their divine sense yet. So how did they accomplish this? Old demon chuckled. "Young master, have you forgotten? You have a ray of divine sense imprinted on this old servant. But you are the same as them, unable to cultivate your divine sense yet." Xianxia was suddenly enlightened. "What you mean is, someone helped them?" Old demon said. "Yes. Old servant suspects that their master back in their sect helped them inject a thread of divine sense into the souls of these insects so they can control them at will. They control these insects, while these insects burrow into the monster beasts, allowing them to enslave them." Xianxia's eyes shone as all the confusion weighing on his mind suddenly lifted. Some days ago, Chen Xueshu had told Xianxia that each Tianlang dynasty cultivator had enslaved hundreds of monster beasts. Since then, he had always wondered how these few could possibly control so many monster beasts. But now everything was clear. They were not controlling the monster beasts. Instead, they controlled these strange insects, and these insects could then direct the actions of the monster beasts. Thinking till here, Yang Kai hurriedly came to the spot where Jin Hao had died, sifted through the dust, and sure enough, as he suspected, buried inside the remains was another nearly identical insect. Grabbing it with his hand and allowing it to burrow into his body, Yang Kai ordered Old Demon to examine it, confirming shortly after that this insect also had a thread of divine sense embedded in it. Turns out that Jin Hao wasn't working with the Tianlang dynasty's cultivators. Yang Kai muttered. He was probably forced to collude with the Tianlang dynasty's cultivators because of this insect inside his body. This also explained why the 3 monster beasts who came with him did not obey his orders. They probably felt that Jin Hao's position was equal to their own. It was a bit sad, but that was likely the case. ZMO. That was the name Jin Hao cried out. Was the Tianlang dynasty cultivator controlling him called ZMO? As Yang Kai contemplated, a devious idea came to mind as a vicious smile emerged on his face, quickly asking, Old Demon, if I incinerate these insects with my true Yang Yuan Qi, will it hurt that Tianlang dynasty cultivator? Certainly, although you would only be destroying 2 threads of divine sense attached to these insects. If she is caught off guard, she will definitely suffer. Heh. Yang Kai could not help letting out a laugh as he instantly thought up several different plots he could use to take advantage of this. However, Old Demon suddenly interrupted. Young master, old servant has an interesting proposal. Heh. Oh? Let's hear it then. Yang Kai knew from Old Demon's cackling that this idea of his was certainly even more devious than his own. ZMO led her monster beast army to the spot where Jin Hao died and quickly began sifting through the pile of dust. However, even after spending a long time searching, she was unable to find her soul-controlling insect and her expression became colder by the second. Each soul-controlling insect the Tianlang dynasty cultivators had was extremely precious, not because the insect itself was valuable, but because each one had a thread of divine sense attached to it. This was a serious matter. Once any of the insects fell into the hands of an enemy who destroyed them, it was bound to damage the soul connected to the divine sense. If that happened in the middle of a fierce battle, it would no doubt lead to a crushing defeat, and even keeping their life was questionable. So whenever one of her controlled monster beasts died, ZMO would rush to the position it had fallen and recover her soul-controlling insect. But this time she couldn't find it. Aware of the changes in ZMO's expression, Lung Shan behind her couldn't help sneering again and again, a look of happiness spreading across her face. ZMO pouted a moment before closing her eyes and carefully scanning the surroundings. Although she had not cultivated her soul yet, and could not search a large area, the thread of divine sense was, after all, her own, so within a certain range she could still perceive it. After a little exploration, a surprised look surfaced on ZMO's glamorous face. Quickly turning and staring at a specific spot in the jungle, her beautiful, clear eyes radiated a mocking light. Several tens of monster beasts quickly spread out and began encircling the location ZMO was gazing towards. Lung Shan became stunned, instantly understanding from ZMO's actions and demeanor that the situation she was hoping for was not going to pass. She hated ZMO, hated that she had promised her purity to Jin Hao, and even more so that she had wantonly defiled her body before. So, now that Lang Shan thought that ZMO was doomed to suffer a big loss this time, she couldn't help feeling some joy, secretly waiting to watch this good show. But she had not expected the situation to develop in its current direction. Had the master who killed Jin Hao stuck around? Wasn't that like throwing himself into a trap? Rustle. A burst of noise came from the jungle as the leaves shook, and then Lung Shan's eyes caught sight of a figure dashing out. ZMO lightly gestured with her hand and several monster beasts instantly raced towards the escaping figure. Giggling as she smiled viciously, she shouted, "Don't try to run. You can't escape. With my soul-controlling insect inside your body, even if you fled to the ends of the earth, you would still have to come back to me and become my slave unless you want to learn the meaning of suffering." Shit. I knew that insect was strange. From the jungle, a furious bout of cursing rang out. The more the cursing sounded, the prouder the look on ZMO's face became, almost collapsing to the ground in laughter. Behind her, Lung Shan secretly sighed as the small hope she held in her heart instantly burst. In the end, the man who killed Jin Hao was now also under the control of the soul-controlling insect. Was he some kind of moron or idiot? The person hiding in the jungle really stopped trying to escape, and was swiftly surrounded by the pack of monstrous beasts, quickly becoming a prisoner. Only a moment later, they forced him to walk out and present himself to ZMO. When she saw the face of this person, Lung Shan couldn't help herself from trembling as her eyes flashed a look of shock. Jin Hao had recognized Yang Kai, so how could Lung Shan not? But it was because she recognized him that Lung Shan was so shocked. As she stared at Yang Kai, her thoughts quickly swirled, weighing her options. Yang Kai's face showed a look of reluctance and helplessness as he walked over. Eventually standing about 100 meters from ZMO and Lung Shan, he cracked a wry grin and asked, "Girl, what is this damned insect?" "It is my Tianlang dynasty's uniquely bred soul-controlling insect. As long as it remains inside of you, you are my slave," ZMO explained patiently as she looked over Yang Kai, her pretty face filling with surprise when she discovered that he was just a teenager, and wondered how the person who had so easily killed Jin Hao could be so young. "Ha! Damn it! I should never have bothered searching Jin Hao's remains." Yang Kai sighed deeply as a look of pain and grief filled his face, immediately grinning. "Girl, now that I am your servant, how do you want me to serve you? Should I help you warm your bed at night?" ZMO smiled seductively, his face filled with infinite charm. "You can try, but I doubt you'll be able to satisfy me." The other side being so unrestrained caused Yang Kai to roll his eyes. As she watched this, ZMO obviously took some pleasure in his distress, her smile suddenly becoming even brighter. "If I tell you some useful information, can you let me go?" Lung Shan suddenly interjected, her pair of dazzling eyes staring at Yang Kai as she spoke. "Useful information?" ZMO's interest was piqued. "It's about him." Lung Shan's face remained expressionless as she pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who had seemed relaxed up till now, suddenly became stiff, secretly pushing his Yuan Qi. Although he did not know what this Ghost King Valley female disciple would say, he was certain it would not be something beneficial to him. Surrounded by monstrous beasts, if it became necessary for him to escape, he could only rely on his flaming yang wings. "Promise me first," Lung Shan continued to bargain. "I cannot free you." ZMO slowly shook her head while Lung Shan's expression remained unchanged, quietly waiting for her to continue. After all, she did not really expect to gain her freedom here. "However, I can treat you better, at least no longer taking advantage of you. Remember what you just promised. Or even if I have to die with you, I won't suffer such humiliation again." Having achieved her purpose, Lung Shan pointed again at Yang Kai. This person's secret art is a pure Yang technique. Lung Shan had once fought with Yang Kai before, so naturally she knew his Yuan Qi's property, and this property was precisely those soul-controlling insects' nemesis. So when Lung Shan first recognized Yang Kai, she was certain that he was not under the influence of those insects. Instead, he was pretending he was in order to achieve some kind of scheme. Lung Shan felt that with his current strength, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to kill ZMO, especially considering he was surrounded by dozens of monstrous beasts. The instant he decided to attack, he would die. If he died, then nothing would change. But if she revealed this plot before then, she would have an opportunity to gain some benefits for herself. So after a moment of hesitation, Lung Shan decided to tell ZMO about it. What happened next was not her concern. She only cared about improving her own situation. ZMO's smile instantly went stiff, quickly turning around and coldly staring at Yang Kai, her eyes filling with murderous intent. The instant she turned her head, Yang Kai decisively forced the soul-controlling insect out of his body, pinching it in his hands as he grinned. "I know this insect has a thread of your divine sense attached to it, so if you don't want to suffer, you better be obedient. Otherwise, I'll immediately reduce it to ash." ZMO expression sank, her beautiful face becoming pale. Yang Kai sneered repeatedly, his demeanor now unbelievably calm. Lung Shan remained expressionless, indifferent to the whole situation. After a moment, ZMO suddenly grinned. You should have burned it while I was still unprepared so you could deal the most damage possible. Maybe if you had you could have escaped, but instead you made a big mistake and tried to blackmail me. Oh? Please do explain. Yang Kai raised his brow before resuming his calm expression. ZMO replied coldly. You seem to know a thread of my divine sense is attached to those insects, but did you know that I can take that thread back? As she spoke, ZMO's thoughts flashed, instantly retrieving that thread of divine sense attached to the soul-controlling insect back to herself. However, Yang Kai not only did not appear scared, and instead began laughing, his voice getting bigger and bigger, eventually roaring out like thunder. Listening to his rampant and unscrupulous laughter, ZMO felt something was very wrong. This little brat was too calm, or maybe he had already gone crazy, but given his arrogant and disdainful expression, he clearly showed no signs of madness. If it were someone else, ZMO would still be interested in forcing them to serve her. Unfortunately, since this kid's secret art cultivated Yang Yuan Qi, there was not even a 1 in 10,000 chance for her to control him. So ZMO's face filled with murderous intent as she raised her hand, intending to order her monstrous beasts to slaughter him. At that moment Yang Kai stopped laughing, coldly staring at ZMO. He sneered, "You want to kill me?" "Ah!" ZMO suddenly screamed and grabbed her head while her lithe body violently trembled. This sudden change startled Leng Shan as she completely froze, a look of shock spreading across her face as she watched ZMO writhe in agony, eventually turning her attention to Yang Kai only to see him still as calm and indifferent as before. The entire scene gave her a feeling like she was dreaming. What happened? Between the two of them, just now. What the hell happened? Leng Shan did not see the two of them fight in any way. Instead, he just laughed and ZMO suddenly collapsed in pain. Ah! ZMO's dramatic change caused a response among her monstrous beasts, some of them even baring their fangs as they growled towards Yang Kai, approaching him step by step. "Order your monster beasts to fall back, or I'll crush your soul and turn you into an idiot," Yang Kai threatened. Under a pain which felt like her soul was being ripped apart, ZMO did not hesitate to order her beasts to retreat. All of her monstrous beasts glanced at ZMO and retracted their hostility before they scattered, spreading out 1,000 meters before creating a perimeter. Wise choice. Yang Kai sneered as he stepped forward, grabbing ZMO's hair and lifting her up. Such a violent, cruel attitude sent a chill down Leng Shan back as she involuntarily took a few steps back. "Stay right there. I'll deal with you once I'm done with her." Yang Kai glared coldly at her, causing Leng Shan to immediately stop moving, petrified in fear of him. A little more than half a year ago, when she and her senior brothers had surrounded this high heaven pavilion disciple, he was only a weakling at the separation and reunion boundary third stage. At the time, he could only panic and flee like a beaten dog. But now that they had met again, after such a short time, he could effortlessly beat and capture the snake woman ZMO from the Tianlang dynasty. Leng Shan knew full well how arrogant and prideful ZMO was. With her soul-controlling insects, she could enslave numerous monster beasts and cultivators. Inside this isolated world, her combat strength was beyond extreme, so how could such a person, within less than half a cup of tea's time, now be at the completely mercy of this little brat Yang Kai? Thinking about how she had just tried to sell out this monster in exchange for some minor benefits, Leng Shan almost collapsed in terror. The situation had changed far too quickly. ZMO's screams gradually came to a stop. Covered in fragrant sweat, her completely soaked clothes clung to her body, fully exposing her exquisite figure in front of Yang Kai. Slowly turning her head towards Yang Kai, a stubbornness and displeasure filled her face as she glared at him, an undisguised hatred and killing intent radiating from her eyes. "It looks like you still don't understand who your master is now." Yang Kai slapped her across the face and threw her back onto the ground. The sound of ZMO's screams burst out again, and this time, it was even more miserable. Wailing in pain, ZMO kept rolling on the ground, as if she was experiencing the world's most unbearable torture. The sound of her cries filling Leng Shan's ears caused her to shiver unconsciously. "No, no more. Please, I beg you. Stop." ZMO somehow struggled to drag herself in front of Yang Kai, reaching out and grabbing hold of his ankle, gripping so tight her hand went white, her hair disheveled and her face covered in sweat. She looked up at him while desperately trying to put on a submissive expression, trembling as she pleaded, "I'll obey you. I'll do anything you want. Just please, make it stop." Yang Kai squatted down and stared at her leisurely before asking, "You're really willing to obey me?" ZMO quickly nodded. The pain she was experiencing from having her soul tortured made death seem preferable to life, but she was unable to resist. Such torture was impossible for anyone to resist. It had nothing to do with her will or determination. It was simply that Yang Kai had been too ruthless. "You swear not to disobey me later?" Yang Kai stretched out a hand and lifted her chin, his eyes staring into hers maliciously. ZMO desperately squeezed out a smile on her tear-stained face. "I swear not to disobey you." Yang Kai smiled viciously as he stretched out a finger, gently pushing it into ZMO's small red mouth and probing around, provoking her sweet tongue. ZMO stared at him wide-eyed, but did not dare reveal the slightest dissatisfaction, quickly fixing her expression and then obediently using her snake-like tongue to accept Yang Kai's finger, passionately licking and sucking it. Her skills were outstanding, or else it would have been impossible for her to make Lung Shan lose control of herself as she teased her, rolling her tongue around his finger, sometimes tightly, sometimes loosely. It only took a moment before she became wet with excitement, her breathing becoming ragged as she let out a perfectly timed seductive moan. Lung Shan quickly turned her head and cursed under her breath, "Shameless!" Yang Kai looked up at her and sneered, pulling back his finger from ZMO's mouth and wiping it on her clothes before ruthlessly pinching her cheek, causing her eyes to tear up again as she put on a pouting look while staring at him. "I know you're only acting, but your expression is still good." Yang Kai continued to mock her. ZMO simply laughed. "We Tianlang dynasty women worship strength above all else. You are strong, so my being attracted to you is normal. My separation and reunion 7th stage strength is considered powerful?" Yang Kai laughed dismissively. ZMO's smiling face twitched, but she quickly managed to recover. "Your realm isn't everything, and you are still so young. With enough time, you will definitely be stronger than anyone else." "Ha ha ha. You speak well. I like it." Yang Kai laughed as he stood, ordering her, "Get up." "Yes." ZMO stood up as well and quietly tidied her clothes. In front of Lung Shan and Jin Hao, she acted like a master, but in front of Yang Kai, she became an obedient servant, not daring to act out. Having tasted such torture, ZMO was determined not to experience it again. Finished with ZMO, Yang Kai turned his attention to Lung Shan and smiled pleasantly. Lung Shan's expression was quite unnatural, a strange mix of embarrassment, anger, humiliation, and unwillingness. Not to mention her past grievances with Yang Kai. Her betraying him just now was more than enough to sentence her to death. The person she took the initiative to sell out now had the power to decide if she lived or died. As the saying goes, the river flows 30 years to the east, then 30 years to the west, but 30 years will pass with a simple snap of the finger. ZMO looked at Yang Kai, and then at Lung Shan, before coldly whispering, "Do you want her life? I can easily let her die." ZMO was a smart woman. Naturally, she could see the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. Lung Shan's expression instantly sank as she hurriedly taking a few steps back, warily watching Yang Kai and ZMO, her face filled with resolve. If Yang Kai really wanted her dead, Lung Shan would definitely launch a desperate counterattack. But after a moment of silence, Yang Kai shook his head. Lung Shan could not help breathing a sigh of relief, glancing towards Yang Kai in confusion before asking, "Why? Why what?" Yang Kai said impatiently, "Why are you letting me go?" Lung Shan could not suppress the doubt in her heart. "Our elders have grievances. There is also resentment between us, and I do not believe you are such a good man to let me go now that my life is within your grasp. Actually, I am a very kind man. Isn't that reason enough?" Yang Kai laughed pleasantly. ZMO nearly collapsed while Lung Shan also contemptuously sneered, retorting, If you are really such a kind man, you should order her to remove the soul-controlling insect from me. You say you won't kill me now, but you still hold the power to decide my life or death. Is that something a good man would do? What qualifies you to question me? Yang Kai sneered. Are you, a Ghost King Valley evil sect disciple, a good person? Lung Shan scoffed. I never said I was. You have a sharp ivory tongue. Yang Kai coughed before glancing at ZMO, ordering her. Take your insect out of her, so she'll know what a real good man is like. Zemo's body twitched as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. She had never dreamt that this kid would make such a decision. Is he a moron? Without the soul-controlling insect, how does he plan to control this woman? Even Lung Shan was stunned for a moment when she heard this sentence, but a burst of joy surfaced in her eyes immediately after. Don't make me repeat myself. Yang Kai glared coldly at ZMO, the latter only able to wryly smile as she walked over to Lung Shan, her heart filled with a feeling of defeat. She and Lung Shan had a major difference. Although Lung Shan and this youth had their grudges, in the end, they were both great Han Dynasty cultivators, so in these circumstances they really should band together. You're lucky, ZMO whispered to her, her voice filled with envy, before stretched out her hand and resting it on Lang Shan's abdomen, concentrating her will while pushing her yuan qi. After a moment, Lung Shan's complexion went white as she made a vomiting sound, spitting out an insect from her mouth. ZMO quickly put away her insect while Lung Shan could no longer endure, rushing to the side and vomiting non-stop. After she wiped her mouth, she walked back slowly, her face filled with a complex expression as she looked at Yang Kai. Having suddenly regained her freedom, she was both surprised and confused. Did you kill Jin Hao? After a moment of silence, Lung Shan asked. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. If you want to take revenge, I can give you a chance. I won't seek vengeance for that bastard. Lung Shan slowly shook her head, a vicious glint suddenly flashing across her eyes as she shot a palm towards Yang Kai, coldly smiling. But I still do not believe you will really set me free. A ghastly howling face appeared from her palm, directly burrowing into Yang Kai's body. It was the Ghost King Valley's ultimate secret skill, Ghost King Seal. Zemo's expression sank as she stepped towards Lung Shan, but Yang Kai simply raised his hand to stop her. You? Lung Shan hurriedly retreated, staring at Yang Kai in shock. When someone was possessed by the Ghost King Seal, it was normally impossible for them to control their own actions. The remnant soul fragment's resentment would first destroy a person's sanity, and then occupy their body. Lung Shan's understood her situation quite clearly. Inside this isolated world, riddled with danger, even if she had regained her freedom, she didn't have much hope of survival, and if she encountered the other Tian Lang dynasty cultivators, she would certainly either be killed or worse, enslaved again. Having considered all this, she decided it would be better to destroy Yang Kai's consciousness and seize control of his body. Controlling Yang Kai was equivalent to controlling ZMO, which would give her enough capital to live. But now that her Ghost King Seal did not have any effect, how could she not be shocked? You really aren't a good woman. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He had already seen through Lung Shan's unwillingness and ambitions. His actions up till now were simply a ploy to get her to use her Ghost King Seal. What did you do with my Ghost King Seal? Lung Shan asked. You want it back? Fine. Take it. Yang Kai coldly snorted, that ghastly face suddenly escaping from his body, once again returning to Lung Shan. Lung Shan did not dare to remain any longer, quickly turning around and dashing into the jungle. Quietly watching this all happen from side, ZMO eventually couldn't help but ask, are you really going to just let her go? She tried to kill you just now, you know. Those who plot against me always pay the price. Yang Kai grinned maliciously, and as soon as his voice had faded, Lung Shan collapsed to the ground while howling miserably. Hearing this familiar sound, ZMO couldn't help trembling. Just now, she had experienced this very same torture. The unbearable pain was enough to make one beg for death while being completely helpless to resist. But this time she had only become a spectator. How the hell did he do it? ZMO was utterly confused. The torture Lung Shan suffered was far more miserable than what ZMO had endured. It was only after a full stick of incense that she stopped screaming, but that was only because Lung Shan had completely passed out. Yang Kai coldly ordered, "Bring her back here." "Yes." ZMO quickly went forward, picked up the unconscious Lung Shan, and carried her back. As she looked down at Lung Shan's sweat-drenched body, ZMO could not help giving birth to a feeling of camaraderie. "I'm going to recover. Do not disturb me." Yang Kai walked to the side, saw cross-legged, and began to meditate. Half a day later, Lung Shan slowly woke up, but just as she did, she began screaming again, falling into a coma shortly after. Seeing this sent a chill down ZMO's back, prompting her to serve Yang Kai even more carefully. She now knew just how ruthless this young man was, even against a woman. She and Lung Shan were both first-class beauties, but he still did not hesitate in the slightest to submit them to inhuman torture when they defied him. Such a person was too terrible. He was simply a cold-blooded monster. One day later, Lung Shan woke up again, but this time Yang Kai no longer tormented her. After all, she was still just a true element boundary cultivator who hadn't yet opened her knowledge sea and was unable to cultivate her soul. If he kept torturing her like he had, she really would become disabled. Lung Shan looked towards the distant cross-legged Yang Kai, still filled with lingering fear. It was only after ZMO spent most of the day persuading her that she finally walked over to Yang Kai, her lips still trembling, her face still drained of blood, giving off the feeling of someone afraid to even breathe too loudly. Although before she had been under ZMO's control, ultimately it was only an insect inside her body which could threaten her. But now, her very soul was being controlled. This high heaven pavilion disciple only needed a single thought to let her suffer endless torment or even just drop dead. She had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tigers. Lung Shan couldn't help feeling a sense of despair. Yang Kai breathed out, completely aware of the two women before him, but choosing to maintain his meditation, pretending not to notice them, curious to see what actions they would take while his guard completely down. After a while, he was quite satisfied with the test results, whether it was ZMO or Lung Shan. Both of them were now very well behaved, not daring to take the slightest aggressive action. Finally opening his eyes, he first looked towards Lung Shan, causing her to retreat backwards until ZMO caught her. "Quickly apologize." ZMO gently pushed Lung Shan forward, softly encouraging her, her own mood somewhat complex at the moment. Lung Shan's face flashed a trace of humiliation as she gently bit her lip, timidly looking up at Yang Kai before quickly avoiding his eyes again. "If you hesitate again, I won't help you anymore." ZMO was somewhat annoyed with her, but as a fellow woman, how could she stand by and do nothing? Even if they were women, they needed to act like a man and be resilient and adaptive to the situation. Lung Shan was truly unwilling, standing there silently. Yang Kai simply kept a light grin on his face while he stared at her. "I was wrong?" After a long time, Lung Shan finally managed to speak, her words almost inaudible while her two hands gripped her dress, thoroughly embarrassed. Yang Kai simply continued watching her, saying nothing. Lung Shan grit her teeth, obviously suffering greatly, until finally ZMO lightly sighed. "She understands her mistake. From now on she won't dare act against you. Come on now, don't cry." While speaking up for Lung Shan, ZMO reached out and gently wiped her eyes. "Don't touch me." Lung Shan swatted away ZMO's hand in disgust. "I'll let this pass only once," Yang Kai said indifferently. After hearing this, Lung Shan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, because she that as long as she stayed in line, she would not have to experience that inhuman torture again. "How did you do that?" Lung Shan hesitated for a long time before working up the courage to ask. Just before now, she had hit Yang Kai with her Ghost King seal, only to have it returned to her a moment later along with something else that took root in her conscience. However, because she had not cultivated her divine sense yet, Lung Shan was unsure what it was. Yet she knew that this thing was what he was relying on to control her. "I am also very curious about this. Could you please tell me?" ZMO smiled charmingly, batted her eyes at Yang Kai, and pursed her lips while putting on a slightly pouting look to form a truly attractive picture. It was simple. I just placed a brand onto your souls. Xianxia replied offhandedly. Hearing this, the two women were shocked. How was that simple? Although they had not cultivated their divine senses yet, they knew full well just how hard it was to implant a seal onto another's soul. Say they completely ignored the fact that Xianxia was only a separation and reunion cultivator. Then even if he was an immortal Ascension boundary master, it would still take a massive amount of effort to accomplish this. Not to mention that if he had screwed up even slightly, then he could have badly injured their souls, which would have left them essentially brain dead. It certainly was easy to say, but in what world was his casually given answer simple? Unfortunately, when they thought back on what had just happened to the two of them, the whole series of events could really be described as simple. In Lung Shan's case, she had sent out her ghost king seal and then received it back. The entire exchange took only a few breaths of time, but in that brief exchange, the right to decide if she lived or died had instantly changed hands. Similarly, ZMO had simply retrieved a thread of her divine sense, which had been attached to her soul-controlling insect, and thereafter suffered the same fate. On that point, this boy in front of them had killed Jin Hao, but had decided not to leave, so he had obviously been plotting all this from the start, just waiting for ZMO to follow the script he had laid out. Ridiculously, ZMO had actually ran over, fallen completely for his act, and behaved exactly how he wanted, which reduced her to being his slave. Remembering how all of this happened, ZMO felt her heart sink as it filled with endless regret. Even his threat to burn her soul-controlling insects was certainly a ploy to force her to recover that thread of divine sense. Obviously, he had branded that thread of divine sense in advance. Staring at Xianxia, ZMO let out a deep sigh. Are you really only at the separation and reunion boundary 7th stage? To her question, Xianxia shook his head slowly. ZMO patted her proud chest after hearing his answer and let out a flirtatious laugh. Good. How could a mere separation and reunion 7th stage cultivator accomplish all this? What realm have you really reached? Xianxia chuckled as his aura trembled, and an invisible pressure began to spread out from him. The yuan qi in his body swelled up greatly, but soon regained its tranquility. Breakthrough? ZMO and Lung Shan both stared at Xianxia with a surprised look on their faces. The scene just now was clearly a breakthrough of a small realm. However, the aura fluctuations he had emitted weren't very strong. They didn't even reach the extent of a true element boundary cultivator. Now I'm separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. Xianxia grinned stupidly at the two women. Seeing this, both ZMO and Lung Shan's expressions went stiff as they cursed inside. So he really is just a separation and reunion cultivator. What he said before was actually true. Facing this harsh reality, ZMO and Lung Shan blushed bright red with embarrassment. Between the two of them, one was a true element 4th stage while the other had reached true element 6th stage, and both of them were favored daughters of heaven in their respective sex. However, when facing Xianxia, both of them had instantly been defeated and reduced to mere servants. A fact that they felt ashamed about. A wry smile emerged on both of their faces, but the two women simply couldn't find any words to say. Both of you can act freely, although I control whether you live or die. As long as you obediently followed my orders and don't try to scheme against me, I will not embarrass you too much. So from now on, if you want to kill someone or a monstrous beast, feel free to. If I have need of you, I will summon you. Finished speaking, Xianxia closed his eyes again. Lung Shan and ZMO slowly walked back and finally stopped when they were a few dozen meters away. Neither of them wanted to stick too close to Xianxia lest he misunderstand their intentions. This boy is really unusual, ZMO mumbled as she observed the distant Xianxia. Humph. Lung Shan pouted and remembered how she had just humbled herself before him. She couldn't help feeling disgraced, and her smoldering hatred flared up again. Sooner or later, I'll make him pay for this. ZMO glanced at her and giggled. Only if you have the ability to escape his control first. You as well. Lung Shan's pair of beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at ZMO. Don't think I've forgotten about all the humiliation you put me through. ZMO smiled playfully. Why are you so upset? It's not like I hurt you in any way, and besides, didn't you enjoy it too? I know the way you responded to me was definitely real. You bitch! Lung Shan screamed in rage, and her face turned a bright shade of red. If you dare mention that again, I'll kill you. ZMO sneered at her dismissively. Whether we live or die is no longer up to us, so you'd be better off putting aside your hatred for me. The most important thing we should be worrying about is how to survive. You've seen his attitude towards us. He doesn't show the slightest mercy, so if we really make him unhappy, then he'll definitely kill us. Ha! Lung Shan smiled viciously as she taunted ZMO. Now you know how it feels. How do you like the taste of being another slave? Ha! The two of us are both women caught in this situation. Why do you insist on being so bitter? We should be helping each other from now on. ZMO frowned. Lung Shan paused and took a deep breath. Although she still held a lot of resentment, she had to admit that what ZMO had said was true. So hesitating for a while, she finally asked, "What do you want to do?" "Seduce him." ZMO's face flashed with excitement. He looks like a 16 or 17-year-old, just a few years younger than us. No matter how ruthless he acts, in the end he's still just a young man who thinks with his dick, right? You and I are both world-class beauties. So how hard could it be for us to wrap this little brat around our fingertips? I think you just want to jump into bed with him. Lung Shan mercilessly quipped. What are you talking about? ZMO couldn't help rolling her eyes before suddenly laughing flirtatiously. What I said to him before was true though. We Tianlang dynasty women all worship strength. Although his current strength isn't high, but he still managed to completely dominate me. That is something not even my senior brother could accomplish. Do it yourself? I won't humiliate myself any further. Lung Shan scoffed at her before walking away and sitting down to meditate. After falling into a coma twice while being tortured by Yang Kai, she desperately needed to restore herself. ZMO simply sneered at her and thought to herself, just wait till I've conquered him, then you'll know who was right. This world has always been so. Men conquer the world, and women conquer men. This was a truth passed down since the dawn of time. Yang Kai sat cross-legged and focused his attention on dealing with his own harvests and experiences, but he still quietly maintained some surveillance of ZMO and Lung Shan's actions via the brand he left on their souls. Although he could not hear what they were walking about, through this strange feedback he could still clearly tell what their intentions were. For now, both of them were being well-behaved, or at least neither of them held any thoughts of killing him right now. Being able to gain control of them was quite a surprise even to Yang Kai, mainly because all of the credit really belonged to Old Demon. Yang Kai's original plan was only to incinerate the two soul-controlling insects to severely injure ZMO, and then wait for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. But Old Demon offered a better option. He showed Yang Kai a special method to brand ZMO's thread of divine sense, so that once she recovered it, it would be equivalent to implanting a mark on her soul and allow him to enslave her. When he put this plan into action, it had worked even better than he had hoped. Having succeeded once already, Yang Kai immediately came up with the idea to rope Lung Shan in two. After all, the Ghost King seal was a Ghost King Valley disciple's symbiotic martial skill, so it would certainly have a connection to its owner's soul. In this regard, Old Demon certainly lived up to his expectations, and instantly succeeded in manipulating the divine sense thread attached to her Ghost King seal. On top of that, the methods used by Old Demon to accomplish all this were very high-end, so there was no fear of his control being removed. The soul was a very fragile thing, and now that ZMO and Lung Shan's souls had been branded with Yang Kai's mark, even if one of their sex experts wanted to help them remove it, they would still have to worry about whether doing so would damage their consciousness. It's unfortunate. That soul remnant could have helped restore my injuries. Old Demon suddenly complained. It's even worse for me. Yang Kai said even more sullenly. If I knew that I could do things this way, why would I have killed Jin Hao? I would have instead enslaved another Ghost King Valley disciple. Yang Kai complained bitterly. Old Demon simply grinned. You knew beforehand but didn't say anything, right? Yang Kai questioned angrily. Old Demon replied dismissively. Such a weak enemy would have made an even more useless slave. If young master hadn't asked if manipulating that Ghost King seal was possible, Old servant really would not have thought of it. Forget it, having a man as a slave is a bit hard to accept anyways, Xianxia said offhandedly. After secretly observing ZMO and Lung Shan for a moment, Xianxia quickly immersed himself in his own affairs. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia focused his thoughts and summoned over the malevolent golden shadow leopard he had previously subjugated. Placing his hand on its forehead, Xianxia recalled the beast slave seal he had planted in its soul. When this fifth-order monster beast regained its freedom, it immediately escaped into the jungle. Xianxia did not consider killing it or even chasing it. Instead, he ordered ZMO to get her monster beasts to capture it and then replant her soul-controlling insect inside it. Finished issuing his orders, Xianxia no longer paid any attention to her. He summoned the white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right and brought his palms together before pushing them forward. A ferocious beast roar rang out as the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox appeared. Attracted by this noise, ZMO and Lung Shan quickly turned to see what had happened and then unconsciously dropped their jaws as they saw the two lifelike beast phantoms. Neither of them had ever witnessed such a profound martial skill. Could actually take one's own yuan qi and forge two blood-red ethereal monstrous beasts. However, the yuan qi fluctuations these beasts gave off were incredibly rich and pure. How did he do this? Wasn't he only at the separation and reunion boundary? While they were observing this scene with fascinated eyes, Xianxia only let out a sigh. Then he reached out and snapped his fingers, which immediately dismissed the two beast phantoms. After using it numerous times, Xianxia had found a weakness of this beast soul skill, which was that no matter how he tried, he could only summon one white tiger phantom and one divine ox phantom at a time. The beast soul skill summons both the beast phantoms, the divine ox and the white tiger. Even if Xianxia were to combine the two together, he could not conjure up another beast phantom. It was only when he crushed the beast slave seal that he would be able to summon the pair again. This may be related to the thing that both the powerful monstrous beasts had left inside his body. If he wanted to enhance the beast slave seal's usefulness, he would have to fully subdue the two beast souls within him. And so, Xianxia continuously activated the white tiger seal and divine ox seal, then merged them together, as he carefully explored the skill's hidden mysteries.